Episode 11 of the cancelled television show Terriers is entitled Sins of the Past. The use of the phrase Sins of the Past is a reference to the fact that this is a flashback episode, and most of the events of this flashback episode take place in the past. As an Ass Crack episode, this lets the audience know that they shouldn't be confused about the events taking place, because they are taking place in the past, not the present. This gives us a deeper understanding of who the characters are, where they came from, how they got there, and where they go. Where did they come from? Cotton Eye Joe. The episode opens on a lovely Thursday morning, as Brit is shoveling Katie's belongings into the upstairs furnace in the attic, visibly distraught and dripping with beer piss. Luckily, his good friend Hank is here to give him some helpful advice in his moment of need, such as, I know you're mad that Katie cheated on you, but you should marry her anyway and hold it over her head for the rest of her life.
Saying I should forgive her?
It's implied. Or how about this? Punish her. Punish her by marrying her and reminding her every single day about what she did to you.
I know you'll never be happy and never be able to trust that the kid is yours, but that's okay because she'll never be happy either, because you're going to guilt trip her every day until she kills herself. And then you can go kill yourself too. Fuck you.
I'm too fat. I have too much hard time losing weight. I'm so depressed. I'm gonna kill myself now. Goodbye, cruel world.
But Bret was too drunk to consent to this plan of action, so he takes all this stuff and moves out of Katie's apartment. But Katie is very sad, and her actress begins to cry because she's stuck playing the character Katie in the cancelled television show Terriers. Hank and Bret file out the door with all of Brit's belongings, and also all of the forks and spoons from the silverware drawer, and all of the toothpaste, and the shingles from the roof, and the hot and cold faucets from the sink. He took all the shoes and the socks, he took the curtains and the rocks, he took all of the packages, boxes, and bags. He even took, tucked underneath his arm, the taxidermy visage of Winston the Bulldog.
You're taking Winston? Redemption!
She wipes away the beer piss streaming from her eyelids and begs Bret not to take Winston from her. Images flashing in her mind from all of the wonderful times they spent neglecting him. Like the time they strapped Winston to a kite and flew him in the park, and he laid it in a wood chipper. Or the time they left him in the freezer too long, and used his petrified body as a clay pigeon. Or the time they booked a skydiving trip, but instead of jumping out with the parachutes, they just threw the dog out of the plane and went home. Or the time they took him to the vet and had his head surgically removed and reattached upside down and then let him find his own way back home. And now all that remains of Winston is this stuffed taxidermy voodoo doll, bound together with the traces of Winston's soul.
I don't believe in souls.
With Brit and Katie unable to agree on who could better take care of him, they compromise and decide to saw Winston in half with a power washer. A single tear rolls down the stuffed bulldog's jowls, while in an undisclosed location, the real Winston writhes in pain as he suffers an indescribable agony, feeling himself being ripped apart.
Southpaw killed his dog for 10 subs! Choo-choo!
Oh, by the way, Spurgster and Southpaw killed his dog. Thank you so much for those subs, man. Big support.
Bret takes his half of the dog to Frank's house, where they discover that a bandit has broken into the house because Hank always leaves the doors and windows unlocked. It turns out it's just the dumb journalist from last episode, and she's so happy to be here that she passionately makes out with a dog off screen.
Who's a good sweet potato? Look at you, you scary. Come here, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss.
Oh, sorry. I let myself in. I hope you don't mind.
It's here that she reveals the true premise of this episode. Rather than following up on her important research into the airport mafia's crimes,
They literally kill people! They literally murder people!
she set that investigation aside and is instead researching some case that is personally important to Hank because he's the main character, and she wants to have sex with him because he's the main character. Even though the airport mafia want her dead, and there's no reason they won't go back to her mother's house again, she's okay with the morally gay gangbang gang running a train on her mom in their van down by the river. Why bother advancing the main plot of this series when we can have a flashback episode exploring the time that a serial rapist fucked Hank's wife and sent him into a violent depression that ruined his entire life?
아저씨.
The actual episode opens with Hank interrogating Bret because he's a rape suspected of victim blaming a rape victim who was actually raped by a serial rapist who also raped Hank's wife, allegedly. As usual, the writers are incapable of coming up with any dramatic story that doesn't involve rape. The only way they're able to write conflict is for the characters to be rapists, or to be raped.
Hey, listen closely. It's time for another lecture. I'm sorry if you can't hear me, but I need to keep my voice down. You never know when might be listening, okay? They have listening devices in your toothbrushes. They really kind of know when you come and go. There are cameras in your microwaves, ladies and gentlemen. Not just ordinary cameras. Cameras, okay? It's really kind of time to wake up, people. Think about your microwave. Is it really your microwave? On August 28, 2014, Robert Benf released the song Microwave by Robert Benf, okay? Now you may be thinking, what does all that mean? Well, let me really kind of break it down for you people, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at the name Robert Benf. Robert, okay? Robert, Bert, okay? Robert, sounds like robot to me, okay? Sounds like robot to me. But does this guy look like a robot though? Nah, not really. So he's not a robot. That would just be crazy. So let's just remove the row from his name, ladies and gentlemen. Robert Benf is just Bert Benf. But wait, did you see it? Bert Benf. Keep your eyes open, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Look at this name, Bert. It sounds a lot like a different name. It has the same letters, okay? And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Bret Kavanaugh, okay? Bret Kavanaugh, the new Supreme Court appointed This is the rapist who put the camera in your ceiling fan. What does this all mean though? If a rapist like Bert Kavanaugh can make it onto even the Supreme Court, then rapists can make it anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Think about your neighbors, okay? Have you really met them? They want to meet you. They probably want to rape you. That's why they're listening in on you, to know your schedule, to know when they can get you. Anyone could be a rapist. Literally everyone can be a rapist. Where do you send your kid every day? What happens to them at school? Can you trust their teachers? Their rapist teachers? Are you sending your kid to rape camp every day? Or maybe, ladies and gentlemen, it's the teacher who's the victim, okay? Bret Kakarot was once a schoolboy, and he is also a proud gang rapist. Just imagine a defenseless teacher in a room with 25 bread cracker dogs. Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because they're all rapists and they're coming to get you. Your dog, okay? Probably a rapist. Are you even sure that your dog isn't actually just a furry? A midget furry? Is your dog really just Peter Dinklage in a wolf suit? Probably. Just look at Bill Bosby. He's black. So let's recap, okay? Robert Benf is actually Bert Cabbage Patch, who's putting listening devices in your toothbrushes and cameras in your microwave, so he knows when the best time is to rape you. And he's colluding with the teachers in your local school, raping your children to turn them into... Now you're surrounded by rape agents. Peter Dinklage is a furry and Bill Frosby is black, okay? That's really kinda going to bring an end to this video. Now keep your voice down and keep your blinds closed, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
But it turns out that the real suspect is Billy Whitman, who coincidentally went to college with Frank's wife Gretchen. So Hank goes home to ask her about him so that he can solve the case, and she freaks out and gets defensive about it because she used to date him, or was date raped by her, or she date raped him, or they date rape each other. It was a very complicated situation.
Billy Whitman?
Did you know him? What do you think?
There's some kind of scandal. It was a frat party. You were probably a freshman.
Hank, what are you doing?
Billy Whitman?
Why would you dredge this up now, or do you have a list of all my old boyfriends?
Billy Whitman?
What happened with Billy?
Hey! Billy Whitman?
The truth is, I don't remember most of it. Okay? And what I do remember, I've spent the last 20 years trying to forget, so please, respect that.
Billy Whitman? Billy Whitman?
So instead of just diffusing the situation by saying, Gretchen, I'm a detective and I'm investigating the case of a serial rapist and he's a suspect. I'm trying to gather info about him to protect innocent women from being raped. Hank can't say any of that since he's drunk on alcohol because he's an alcoholic who drinks. And he's self-destructive. So he just drools all over himself and the scene ends.
Billy Whitman?
Once Hank is sobered up, he drinks some more and heads back to work. He's now got his opportunity to confront the man who he believes something, I can't remember because I was drunk. But he's interrogating Willie Bittman, the condo raper.
All of it! And you're not leaving this room until...
What in the hell is going on in there?
He thinks Whitman's the condo raper.
Hank freaks out and flips the table because he's an alcoholic with a drinking problem. And then he explains that the guy has a long history of rape. Like his dick.
Look, I checked him out, and he's got an ugly history with women as long as my dick.
Hank and his rape dick hop in his crime truck and drive to his divorce house to yell at his future ex-wife on the way to the bar. He wakes up later in the interrogation room at the police department, where Mark asks where Hank was tonight and what he did. Frank, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? More like nothing but the whole, like butthole. Oh, Hank, you joker. Anyway, did you murder that guy? More like murder that pie. Hank, please, this is serious. You think this is serious? How about that time I had sex with my dad? Talk about law and border, EFAP's unbridled media literacy. So it turns out that the condor rapist, William Bateman, was run off the road by a drunk driver who knocked him unconscious and put an assortment of rape tools in his trunk to frame him for rape. And all signs point to Hank being the #1 person on the planet with a motive to do exactly that, because his wife coincidentally attended a gay dead Muppet gangbang with him back in her college years. So Hank says, do I really seem like the sort of person who would steal a man's car and plant evidence on him to frame him for a crime or dump his body in a ravine? I wouldn't do that. Not in a million years. I'm an anti-hero, just like Jack Sparrow, or Batman, or Patrick Bateman. Surprisingly, no one was convinced by this, so Hank loses his job, and his wife, and his house, and his dignity. All because he's a violent alcoholic with the propensity to commit violent alcoholism when he's drunk. So remembering all of this, Frank now sits with Brit as he drinks himself into a stupor at the low point of his life. He personally knows what it's like to have your life destroyed by alcohol, to fly into a violent frenzy and do things you regret. So knowing this, what advice does Hank give Bret?
You're not gonna help me.
I am helping you. This is from someone who's been sober for a long time. Just get drunk, get shit-faced. Just stay here.
Okay, Brit, I'm gonna leave you here alone with all this alcohol and your car keys. Just stay home and get drunk. Don't do anything irresponsible, okay? I'm leaving the keys over here on the counter, right next to the loaded gun and the photograph of the guy who fucked your girlfriend and a sticky note with his home address on it. Just make sure you get really drunk. That's the best thing you can do right now. Just keep drinking. If you run out of the whiskey in that bottle, there's another bottle next to the brass knuckles and the spiked bat. And the ski mask. Just don't do anything irresponsible. And remember, if you run out of stuff to drink, there's more under the sink. Next to the sawed-off shotgun and the IEDs. No, I'm not telling you that you should do anything irresponsible. I'm just saying, when you're drunk, you're not responsible. Legally, I can't actually encourage you to find this guy and slice his face off with a box cutter, but that is something you could do, and I'm going to leave this box cutter right here. Wink, wink. Hank, are you saying I should...
It's implied.
Okay, Brit, I'll see you later. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Get wrong.
So Hank goes off to solve the rape case from 20 years ago, even though there are more important and interesting things that should be going on in the plot instead. So Frank pats himself on the back and congratulates himself for being sober and clearing his name. He's glad that through his sobriety, he's been able to help the people closest to him. Like when he encouraged Brit to psychologically torture his girlfriend by guilt-tripping her into an unhappy marriage, or enabling his alcohol abuse so that he could go on a violent rampage around town. So Brit, because he is a violent felon who is left alone and unattended with a copious amount of alcohol, and all of the tools that he would need to track down and assault the guy he thinks fucked his girlfriend, he drunk drives across town to track down and assault the guy who he thinks fucked his girlfriend.
Come on out, you rapist!
Well, there he is! Here comes the chairman of the World Wrestling Federation.
Wow.
Why did you do it?
You may think it's unrealistic that Bret's able to ride his motorcycle while drunk, but the fact that he is able to clearly demonstrates that he must drunk drive so often that he's become proficient at doing so. Not only is he able to, through his drunkenness, ride his motorcycle across town to find the one specific bar that the guy he's looking for just happens to be at, he's also able to pick the exact right time to be there so that he can locate and confront the guy whose face he's committed to memory despite only ever seeing him in a single photograph once. It is not at all incredibly convenient that Brit somehow picks the one bar out of every single bar in the San Diego area that just happens to be the preferred bar of this guy on this specific night. This is, after all, the inciting incident of the third act of this episode. So Brit goes up to Katie's classmate Gavin in the parking lot and sucker punches him, throws him up against a car, strikes him in the head repeatedly until he can no longer stand, and then holds him down against the concrete as he beats him mercilessly until the camera cuts away.
Pretty serious shit. He could have killed the kid.
But he didn't.
Now, let's be fair, just because everything else Fringy has said pertaining to the border and extradition and law in general has been wrong, does not automatically mean that these next arguments must therefore be wrong. So it's only fair that we give him a chance and see if he makes a valid point here. So let's take a look at what arguments Fringy is making here. Number 1, Brit literally could have killed the guy he beat up. Number 2, Brit is only sentenced to prison for a year. Number 3, Brit initially considers this light punishment to be too much and is tempted to flee the country to escape punishment for it. And number 4, Brit would just get caught in Mexico because he would still be wanted for the crimes he committed in episode 8. So for context, in the 10th episode of the show, Katie, who discovered in the previous episode that she is pregnant, admits her pregnancy to Brit along with the fact that she doesn't know who the father might be, because she cheated on him, in her mind at least. It's a long story. The short version of it is that she was taken advantage of by her professor, who drove her to his place while she was drunk.
This was a very specific scenario that went down. We're all smashed. Hard. At this million-person party where normalcy is thrown out the window. Girl comes in with her boyfriend, beelines for me, starts getting very intense with physical contact out of nowhere. Then within 30 seconds starts asking over and over again for me to buy her drink. I'm super drunk. So my ability to say no has disappeared. Is he saying he can't consent? Is he saying, is he playing the college sophomore girl role here? I was too drunk, I couldn't consent. She drink raped me in the bar in Spain. I go along with it, then immediately think better of it, and realize that he is. He's trying to say that he was too drunk to consent, and that him grabbing her ass was self-defense. Think better of it, and realize that I shouldn't be played so easily. I do the grab to make things clear, that I'm not a doormat free drink generator, and I walk away. Is that an escalation of contact? Yes. Is that an initiation of contact? No. Do you still want to indict me for sexual assault? Probably.
She believes that it's her fault, which is what she tells both Hank and Brit. There's a whole other can of worms to EFAP's analysis on this subject, and how some of their fans have been arguing about it, without having first watched the show for themselves. For now, let's just stay on target. There's an emotionally intense confrontation in which they break up. In the next episode, he happens upon a photograph taken of her and a classmate on a night that they were out drinking with the rest of the vet school class that they were a part of, and naturally jumps to a paranoid conclusion in the midst of being an emotional basket case. He knows the guy goes to this bar because the sign for the bar is actually caught in the background of a photo of him and Katie singing karaoke that he posted to his social media. He waits outside the bar for him, and thinking he's the guy, he assaults him. This plot point is something that they harped on quite a bit both in this live stream before I posted my Twitter thread and in their server after that thread was posted.
And then Brit proceeds to beat this man almost to death. Wrong dude, just FYI. And
it doesn't matter in any case. But, yeah,
oh, it's just good to know for the audience, I suppose.
Fuck me. That sounds like you can't. Even if it was the right guy, you can't beat the shit out of somebody.
Exactly.
It's terrible. There's so many tiers. It's like tier 1 of he did it and he did it knowingly and he hates me. It's like you still can't beat him to death. It's like, okay, but this guy didn't know, as far as you know, that you were involved. Is just doing his fucking human rights, just being like, hey girl, I like you, do you like me, let's do stuff, which is totally allowed, even if they're entangled with someone else. You could say it's bad etiquette, but I mean, we're talking about love here, it gets complicated. Then, of course, it's not even the guy who did it, it's just a Randy who's connected, sure, but like, he's just like, oh god. And like, this guy is beaten to fuck, and of course he's pressing charges. Thank fuck the show managed to pull through on that. And our wonderful main character is like, oh man, I'm probably gonna go to prison like a whole year.
As you should, yeah.
A year.
A whole year.
For brutally
You're
beating
lucky.
a man.
You are so lucky that you're only getting a year. That's more than you. That's less than you deserve. He doesn't even have any remorse for the fact that he did it.
The show isn't aware that he's done anything. It's like Black Widow. They have no idea.
Yeah.
And
so just monster.
And his friend is like, hey, how about we just go to Mexico?
Yeah, so yeah, the gist is right at the end, he's driving him to prison. It's like 25th hour, except terrible instead of good. And it's like, hey, I could take you to prison for a year, and then we'll get back out and get back up to stuff. Or we could go to Mexico. Again, once you get to the border, oh, hey, you're in trouble in Mexico. Also, you're in trouble in America. Oh, and you're taking him to a different country. Huh. You're both going to jail.
Yep.
So in my head, because I hate these guys, the canonical ending is they were so stupid that they went to Mexico, got arrested, and got sent to jail for the rest of their lives.
And then Hank was...
for all of the crimes they committed throughout the whole
And they were
season.
definitely separated. We're putting different prisons.
One of them is in America, one of them has gone to Mexico. Yeah, and that's it. They're in forever. Awful people, terrible plotting, complete disregard for law and order, just an utter disregard for how the law functions or how police operate. It's awful.
So, first off, I just want to highlight that nowhere in that stream of arguments did they call out any inconsistencies.
Speaking of inconsistency, it's weird that Brit gets arrested for beating this guy, even though there was less evidence of him doing this than there was for all of the other crimes they've committed throughout the season. Like the time they kidnapped Lindis in front of 2 eyewitness family members, who immediately reported this to the police and identified them on site, shortly before Lindis' car was stolen from his house in the middle of the night, right in front of 2 police officers, and then driven into the ravine where they dumped his body. And if the police had just bothered to check the crime scene for fingerprints, they would have easily identified Hank and Bret, except that they actually wouldn't have, because they left their fingerprints at home that day so they wouldn't be detected. Just like they did in episode 1.
I have come back around to believing that Terriers is still fucking fantastically written.
Terriers is a great show.
So, first off, I just want to highlight that nowhere in that stream of arguments did they call out any inconsistencies. They are literally just complaining that the characters are not good people and that the show is unaware that these characters are bad. Mahler said so right here. And to be fair, some of the content that EFAP covers does have this issue, and it's a valid thing to take issue with when it pops up, even if it doesn't create a plot hole. Surely, we don't like it when stories just gloss over the main character doing something morally reprehensible by not having any other characters react accordingly to that, or by presenting what the main character does as righteous, which is what EFAP is claiming that Terriers is guilty of. I am coming from the opposite position at both angles. I think that the EFAP hosts are grossly exaggerating how bad the main characters are.
You know what this reminds me of? The time we had to climb down the ravine to the car we crashed with the dead guy inside.
You guys can do that? Track credit cards and shit?
Yeah. How do you think we support this lifestyle?
He thinks whoever used his credit cards got the numbers off the internet. He used his cards? Hey, man, you put his wallet back, remember? I mean, I used his numbers. On what? Forget it. It's fine. In fact, he asked me to look into it for him. And when she comes, she laughs like a...
Kids, there's nothing more cool than being hugged by someone you like. But if someone tries to touch you in a place or in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable, that's no good. It's your body. No one has the right to touch you if you don't want them to. So what do? First, you say no. Then, you get out of there. Most important, you gotta tell someone you trust. Like your parents, your teacher, a police officer.
I happen to think they comfortably fit within the morally dubious anti-hero paradigm, not villains as EFAP make them out to be throughout their coverage, and I also think that the EFAP hosts are ignoring where the show does acknowledge the actual faults of the main characters and has them either get criticized or face consequences for their actual character flaws, and not the ones that EFAP just made up from whole cloth. I'll go into that aspect in further detail later in this video, but for now, let's just focus on this one topic. Alright, now this set of criticisms is a bit of a tangled clusterfuck between what Fringy says in his message and what all of the EFAP hosts said on their stream and on their server, but let's do our best to unpack this both from a legal and a moral standpoint. So, first off, let's talk about the way in which Mahler and Fringy frame this, frequently referring to this as nearly beating a man to death. Now, what they're most likely referring to is this exchange.
Assault, battery, pretty serious shit. He could have killed the kid.
But he didn't.
It's the only thing he got going for him.
Actually, what they're most likely referring to is this exchange.
Are you going to school, Katie Nichols?
Why?
So that's a line of dialogue being spoken by Mark, who hasn't seen Gavin at all, who's likely in the hospital at the moment he says this.
Why, Southpaw? Why is Gavin in an ambulance on the way to the hospital?
Now, if we never see Gavin after this, then perhaps that line of dialogue would be enough. The problem is, we do see him in the very next episode, which is set on the very next day, and as you can see, he's clearly seen better days, but I can't help but say that claiming that Brit nearly beat him to death would be a complete exaggeration.
Look at him, he's fine. He's not in any pain at all, just ignore the cuts on his face and neck and how deformed his cheeks, jaw, and eye sockets are. This is a win for Southpaw. This is the face of victory.
Mark can say he could have killed the kid, but that seems to be more of a figure of speech rather than a precise assessment of the extent of the damages, especially in contrast to what is actually shown to us. It would be like if I were to say that Hank nearly beats Jesse to death in Breaking Bad. He clearly beats him to a pulp and sends him to a hospital.
Gavin was in much worse shape than Jesse is here, and yet Jesse is still in the hospital, while Gavin was sent home the next morning after being beaten to a pulp.
But nearly beating someone to death carries a specific connotation to it for someone who can only be going off of what these guys are saying. That connotation would be someone carrying an intent to kill, as opposed to just taking one's rage out on someone they hate, but stopping short of killing them. To clarify, I'm not trying to excuse what Brit does here, but in order to push back against this exaggeration, it may well sound like that's what I'm doing.
One of the first things me and Jay talked to each other about was how, like, why are... We're in spoilers, who cares? We've said this already. Why are the two Spider-Mans getting drawn in? How does the logic work? Is it because they're aware that themselves that they are Peter? So why would...
And if that's
but maybe
the case, MJ could be here.
I'm going to question the narrator. Why do we think the Doctor Strange is 100% correct about the nature of the spell having gone wrong?
Oh,
he says,
true.
He says everyone's getting drawn in who knows who you are. When it's like, could it be something else? Could it just be people who are related to versions of Peter in any way?
That probably is a better explanation. It's not the one that he gives, but maybe he's wrong. Yeah.
I don't know what. Yeah, because like it seems like there's too many variables that go against what Strange is saying. So either Strange is wrong.
Yeah.
I think
while I think we're probably supposed to buy Strange's explanation,
well,
Strange isn't omniscient within the universe, so like it is completely plausible that he's wrong.
Here's your big counter: Venom in the Sony movies has no idea who Peter is because like there are no superheroes as far as we're aware in that universe.
80 billion light years of hive knowledge across universes would explode your tiny little brain.
So him being there has to either that doesn't make any sense or Doctor Strange is wrong.
Some people saying that's right in the movie. It's literally not. Whether Strange is wrong is up to us. We got the content, decide.
Is that why the spell at the end of the movie that makes everyone forget who Peter Parker is what sends everyone back to their native continuities? I'm not counting what happens in Morbius, of course. That's not on the writers of No Way Home as far as I'm aware, so I've elected to ignore it.
Because the context would seem to indicate that
so
whatever
like we
said
don't
isn't
add
true.
anything there to the story.
No.
There's like you can interpret any line of dialogue as not true. Like that's like anything that any character says, unless you're explicitly showing that event, you can think, well, maybe that's not true.
So just because someone said that's headcanon, so what we see in the film is that people who didn't know his identity were there, and Doctor Strange said that that was why they were there. So there is something here that is irreconcilable. Either he's wrong or it's a problem.
Okay, so if it's convenient to your argument, you can just interpret a line of dialogue which was literally written in to provide an explanation to the viewers for how the actors from older movies with different continuities have shown up on Earth 199999 to just be wrong, even though the explanation is coming from a wizard, but also, you can interpret a regular person's figure of speech to be literal and gospel. Got it. Mahler and Fringy latching onto this line from Mark in order to paint Brit in as villainous a light as they can reeks of being desperate.
Mahler and Fringy are the desperate ones here, clearly. That's why Southpaw spent 10 minutes desperately trying to explain the difference between nearly beating a man to death and beating a man to a pulp. Beating him nearly to death is an exaggeration. He only beat him to a pulp.
Yeah.
He just beat him to a pulp. He just beat Gavin until he looked like this.
It would be like if I were to say that Hank nearly beats Jesse to death in Breaking Bad. He clearly beats him to a pulp and sends him to a hospital, but nearly beating someone to death carries a specific connotation to it for someone who can only be going off of what these guys are saying.
What question, Southpaw? Which scene are you talking about? The one I just showed, or this upcoming one? Or this one. Or this one.
Mahler and Fringy latching onto this line from Mark in order to paint Brit in as villainous a light as they can reeks of being desperate. Perhaps even disingenuous. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide which one of those is more likely. But either way, at this point, it's fair to argue that they have likely developed a harsh bias against Brit, which is not good if their shtick is to judge things separately from their own biases. Anyways, let's move on to the next point. Mahler and Fringy present this as though the show is oblivious that this is wrong for Brit to do.
Wrong dude. Just FYI. And
It doesn't matter in any case. But, yeah,
it's just good to know for the audience, I suppose.
Both of those statements are correct, and the show literally addressed this.
Dude, I beat up the wrong guy.
Yeah, beating up the right guy would have made it fine.
You beat that kid pretty good. Oh, you had it coming.
This is not the only time that Mahler and Fringy act as if the show is unaware that what Brit did here was wrong.
The show isn't aware that he's done anything. It's like Black Widow. They have no idea.
That is false.
I don't think that's right.
This is just blatantly factually inaccurate.
Yeah.
Because Brit gets called out several times by many other characters in the show.
That was my friend at the DA's office. They're coming at you with both barrels. That means aggravated battery. That means 3 years in the pen if they hit the jackpot. You sent that kid to the emergency room. If I had my choice, I'd be prosecuting this case.
So, Maggie Lefferts filled me in on your case, and I'd like to say that I'm sympathetic to your plight, but I think I'm more sympathetic to the kid whose face that you redesigned. I'm not really sure why I should pull any strings in your case at all.
The police report
is right there. Brit Pollock. That's your boyfriend, right?
Yeah. Gavin, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Brit did something pretty awful after I did something awful. It was mostly my fault.
You beat that kid to a pulp.
That was pretty cool.
I think it's a good deal.
I saw Gavin. He's messed up.
I love you, Katie. That's all that matters.
I love you too. But I can't trust someone who's capable of doing what you did. Please don't come around here again.
The show isn't aware that he's done anything. It's like Black Widow. They have no idea.
We may be meant to sympathize with and root for Brit in general, but that does not mean that the show endorses everything he does, least of all this action. Hence why the other characters react accordingly to it. Seems like pretty standard writing for an anti-hero protagonist. Alright, the next part of Fringy's message is the implied complaint that Brit's sentence is far too lenient, which was also talked about on the stream.
And our wonderful main character is like, oh man, I'm probably gonna go to prison like a whole year.
As you should, yeah.
A year.
A
year.
For brutally
You're
beating
lucky.
a man.
You are so lucky that you're only getting a year.
I hate these people, dude.
From the bottom of my heart, fuck you. Mad over a TV show. Petty year-old drama, that's what they'll call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You lied about a piece of art.
Yeah, you
You
lied.
lied
You
about
lied under
someone's
oath.
art. You did it to slander me. You are a morally bankrupt piece of shit. I don't have a soul.
You're lucky. You are so lucky that you're only getting a year. That's more than you. That's less than you deserve.
So I looked up what the standard legal punishment in California is for aggravated battery, which is what Brit is charged with in the show, since, you know, he didn't literally nearly beat Gavin to death.
Again, he just beat him to a pulp.
They're coming at you with both barrels. That means aggravated battery. That means 3 years in the pen if they hit the jackpot.
And the punishment for that is a maximum of 4 years in prison, but it could result in a sentence as low as 2, which Brit is sentenced with.
2 years? Hold on, I can't do 2 years in prison, Maggie.
Worst case scenario, a year's jail time.
I can't do a year in prison, Maggie.
Not 1 year, as Fringy suggested.
Yes, Southpaw literally just played the clip where Brit's lawyer told him that he'd be going to jail for a year, and Brit complaining that he'll be going to jail for a year, and then calls Fringy a liar for saying that Brit goes to jail for a year. This is real. Another win for Southpaw.
Mahler and Fringy believe it is absurd that Brit is getting a lighter sentence than he deserves, because they have exaggerated the extent to which he assaulted Gavin and thus incorrectly categorized what the charges should be. And the accurate punishment for the charges that Brit would have been pressed with is in fact what the show presents. Fringy and Mahler can take issue with the standard sentence for this offense being as low as it is in the state, but I was under the impression that they were miffed that the show is not accurately depicting legal proceedings, which is not only an adaptation argument, it is, so far, a factually inaccurate one.
Embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Now, if they are complaining that Brit thinks this light sentence is too harsh, I'm pretty sure that the writers are not in agreement with his perspective here, which is why his lawyer tells him,
You beat that kid to a pulp.
Oh, pretty strong. Ha!
So Brit beat an innocent man until he resembled fruit pulp, and Southpaw is a-okay with this. It would be different if he beat the guy nearly to death, but he only beat him to a pulp.
Oh, pretty strong. Ha! That was pretty cool.
I can't do 2 years in prison, Maggie.
Worst case scenario, a year's jail time.
I can't do a year in prison.
Are you serious? Are you serious? I'm gonna go to jail?
Oh, you had it coming.
Kid you pummeled. She didn't sleep with him.
What are you talking about? How do you know?
Because I've known. Because Katie told me.
When?
When it first happened, she was desperate. She hated herself. She made a mistake. She made a grievous goddamn mistake. She was lost and she didn't want to lose you, so I told her not to tell you. Because I knew what you would do, and look what you did, man. And look where you're at. You should have just listened to me and walked away.
Hank would naturally be feeling responsible for what Brit is about to go to jail for.
Because Hank is a flawless character with an impeccable moral compass. He is so guilt-ridden about the events that he's compelled to take responsibility for Brit's actions. Not that they were Brit's actions, because he was drunk and he couldn't consent. Which is why he's released from jail before Gavin is even released from the hospital. But he's still mad because somebody other than Hank had sex with his girlfriend, so they're not friends anymore.
You should have just listened to me and walked away.
This is from someone who's been sober for a long time. Just get drunk, get shit-faced.
You walk away.
I'm
Walk
talking
away.
to Mark.
Walk away from me.
I'm not your friend anymore.
Walk away!
This episode is an emotional powerhouse. It's a sentimental gut punch. It hits hard, delivering a devastating blow to the head. It grabs the audience by the throat and slams them into the concrete and kicks them while they're down. But it's the lasting emotional scars that have been the hardest to deal with. But just like Hank and Brit's failed marriage, Southpaw and SK eventually went through their own difficult breakup. This may seem hard to believe, given that SK made a 3.5-hour-long video decrying Southpaw's victim status, but as we've seen in Terriers, even the strongest of friendships can't survive a disagreement about Spider-Man.
You want to find out why Southpaw and SK are no longer friends?
I would love to know. Please tell me.
Well, that's.
I thought they were the best of friends.
No.
They're the two best friends that anybody could have.
Alright, so this is Thumbcast 64. It's one of the most recent Thumbcast streams.
Very feminine energy I'm getting from these profile pictures.
Oh yeah. It's SK and his friends covering Southpaw's Spider-Man 2 video. Which is
wow.
Cool.
That's fucking masturbatory.
So Southpaw was a part of this stream for the first hour or so, and then he left. And then in the meantime, SK and his friends talked about the one scene with the bully in Spider-Man 1. The scene where he fights the bully and he makes the triple flip. Do you know what scene I'm talking about?
Flash.
Yeah, where 2 30-year-old men start having a fight in the middle of a high school.
In a high school hallway.
The scene where he punches Flash 20 meters back and he makes a triple flip.
That makes me laugh so much because it's like, wow, it's weird that Peter Parker is suddenly turned into a superhuman monstrosity. Right when Spider-Man comes around. And he sounds exactly like Peter Parker.
Didn't he have a web attached to him at one point in the school?
Remember when Mary Jane fell and Peter caught all of her food on a plastic tray?
I saw a hilarious edit of that where he lets her fall and he's like, I missed the part where that's my problem.
Where do you want me? Oh, over here?
Yeah, that's great.
Don't make me look ugly.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Hey, Michelangelo, don't forget we're painting the kitchen right after school. Got it?
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Teenagers. Raging hormones, they never change. Remember, with great power. Right.
The sum of $3,000 will be paid to the Amazing Spider-Man!
In spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. Why bother?
Because I missed the part where that's my problem.
Wrong answer!
See you, chump. Get religion.
Hold it! Hold it right there! You're under arrest. I'm taking you in.
Oh my God, there's somebody still up there!
I missed the part where that's my problem.
How did you say that happened?
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Excuse me, I've got to be going.
Stop! Stop! It's me!
I missed the part where that's my problem.
serious.
I missed the part where that's my problem. Whatever life holds in store for me, I will miss the part where that's my problem. This is my gift, my curse, my problem. Who am I? I missed the part where that's my problem.
So Southpaw left about an hour ago, and then he's been lurking in the live chat of this.
Oh my
live
god,
stream.
that's so.
Why
that's
did he
so
leave
sad.
then?
Yeah.
He left to go fucking tweet about Mahler and co. So I feel bad for I set this up and then we sidetracked it so much.
Yeah.
So this is we're learning how SK and Southpaw fell out.
SK
here.
is talking about a scene from Spider-Man 1. He made some arguments. Southpaw is writing to him in live chat saying he's coping. That's all the setup.
Right.
There's more
Okay.
to. I don't want to go into details because it's so fucking autistic. You'll see.
Right. Sounds like it already.
Yeah.
So
SK is talking with his friends. They're coming the video. This happened like they talked about this scene like what 20 minutes ago. They're not talking about this right now. They're just watching the video. Then Southpaw and his friend Sheev suddenly joins. Let's see.
Because I guess the one from the first film's ending just wasn't
What the hell
enough
is
for her to
going
be
on?
certain that
Oh,
it was
God.
him who saved her from a gang
Oh,
of
we
police
gotta have
officers.
an
intervention.
How's it going?
Oh,
shit.
Hello.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm sorry. I had to tell Sheev about what I was hearing.
Southpaw was
How
on
is
some
it
of
cope?
the defense
How is it
you guys
cope?
were making.
How
Here
is
we
it
go.
cope?
It's cope.
Make a
Okay,
point.
I'm sorry. Triple backflip, standing
Make a
up, no
fucking
momentum.
point.
Dude,
Okay,
come on.
okay,
Do we
what's your
really
point?
have to
What's
put?
your point?
Do you really? Do you really want to? No.
Argue with the references. Argue with the references. Why is that?
Okay, I'm
why
sorry.
should a kid that looks at that, who has no clue anything about gymnastics, be like, yeah, okay, you're a superhuman?
He literally goes flying back like he got hit
So
by a
what?
fucking
You don't have to
truck.
do That's not a point. That isn't a point. That is not a point. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
it is.
No, it
What are you
isn't.
talking
No, it
about?
isn't. That is not a point.
Everyone, please.
That is not a point. I'm sorry. Saying he did this crazy thing.
Where's that
Yes,
Muppet
it is.
clip of the aliens?
Oh,
I need to pull that up.
well, Peter in Tasm, Peter fucking bends the
classmates at
goalpost
school.
with the football. Therefore, what?
My criticism is that he
Okay.
shouldn't have taken the risk. That was my main point against it. I don't really care about them not knowing.
No, but they should. They should know. Come on,
Okay.
dude.
What do you mean?
Come
Come
on.
on. Okay, so again, you're basing this off a bunch. Okay, so hold up. How should the teenagers know that a regular person can't do the backflip in the air? Can
Because
I have
that's
one
common
argument?
sense.
Can I have
Because
one?
that's
Can I
common
have one
sense.
argument outside of? Can I have one argument?
Are you fucking with me right now?
Can
Are you like
make-
intentionally
okay,
trying
can you
to
make
an
an argument? Can
my
you make
God.
an argument?
SK.
Can you make an argument?
God.
Amazing Lucas.
Can I-
He's pulling
can I
Amazing
just
Lucas.
ask-
Are you trolling?
Am I trolling? Are you trolling me?
Can we hear an argument?
I would just like to ask.
Okay,
Southpaw
one at a
something.
time.
Like
Brett.
straight up. So for example, who's a famous gymnast? I don't know. I can't think of one. But what is
Robin.
something? Robin, whatever. So why can't we? So why, from the perspective of these kids, why would it be impossible for a gymnast in real life to actually do this? Why would that be
Is
impossible?
Peter Parker a gymnast? Is he on the
could have been.
gymnastics
He
team?
could have been.
No,
He could have.
no.
How is he?
he's not.
How is he doing this
I
stuff?
don't think anyone knows who he is. We don't know.
Hold up.
He's actually known. No. Listen, he's actually known around the
Dude,
school up until this point.
They know
for being
he's a
like
nerd.
like a dweeby little kid.
Or
who's
he
not
lied
able to
about
do
it,
shit like
or
this.
he's lying to cover
Bullshit.
up anyone. Why is
No.
that? Okay, actually,
No,
why
there's
is that
no
bullshit?
way. No,
Like, can we
Because
hear
it's
a
on the
point
gymnastics
for what is
team.
wrong with that? The
Because
idea that
if it was
somebody
like-
is hiding
it's like
talent.
someone's a
The idea that
cheerleader.
somebody
Okay,
hides
anyone
talent.
knows
Someone's gonna be a
That is,
cheerleader.
dude, that's
Listen
ridiculous.
to me,
I'm
SK,
sorry.
and I will explain to you what's wrong with
Jesus
that.
fucking
Just let me
Christ, dude.
explain.
Let him.
What's wrong with that is that if he, you hear yourself,
Jesus
SK, if he's
Christ.
lying about his acrobatic abilities, then that means he has something to hide, doesn't it? Why would
What
he
is
lie
that?
about that?
And
if
that
I
could
was
have been,
thinking
and
he
that
was
could have been
able
due to
to
him
do?
working out. What's your point? Are you saying that they should know that people can't work out to get to that point?
Guys, he's a nerd, so he can't be a gymnast.
Yeah.
Those two are completely separated.
That's not what we just said at all. That's
Nerds can't be
that is
gymnasts.
not what I fucking said.
Okay, what are you saying then? What is your point? Why is it impossible to work out to get to that level? Why is that impossible? Name one reason why that should be impossible. What one reason? One reason.
That dumb teenager
SK.
is the main
Even
point.
if we were accepting that these kids are actually fucking stupid.
Yeah,
and don't know
kids tend to be
that it's-
stupid.
Whatever. Even if
Oh
we're
my
accepting
God.
that, you realize that it is not possible, even for like a fucking bodybuilder, to punch somebody in the sternum and send him flying 20 feet.
And you know this because why? How do you know this?
That would not happen. Because it's not possible. Because
How do you know
basic
that?
laws
How
of
do you-
physics dictate.
Oh, sorry that the kids aren't
You know what,
fucking
SK?
familiar
Wait,
with.
wait.
Hold
Did you-
up.
I'm sorry. Did you not know this yourself at that age?
It doesn't matter. Okay,
Sounds
what if I
like
didn't
a
know?
skill
What if I-
issue to me, buddy.
Okay, so
It's a
you're
skill issue.
So we're talking about high schoolers who could very easily, yeah, kids, they tend to be really fucking stupid even in high school. I don't see what this point is.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
Are you saying that all of them are
SK.
stupid though? That's
Okay,
Like,
Harry
all of
Osborn.
them,
Harry
all
Osborn.
of them.
Okay, why don't
All
we
of
talk
them
about
are
why don't we
so
talk
stupid
about
that
the actual important characters like Harry? Harry, for example. Do you think he would be smart
Okay,
enough to piece
sure.
this together? Do you think MJ would? Do you think she would? Do you think
I
she
do
actually
think
is
they
well
are,
versed
dude.
in science or anything like that? No, she's actually
not
well versed in
science,
stuff like
just
yeah.
basic
Okay, so it's not
understanding.
science, so therefore you can't hold it against her. There we go.
I mean,
This would be like if one of my no.
You
This
don't-
would be
no,
like
no,
if
no.
one of my
I'm not a
classmates
science
picked up a
genius.
car and
No,
threw it at
we
the
need a
wall.
moderator.
Wait. So you're saying you're talking about these? Wait. So you're no. You are talking about these
No.
extra and fucking nobody characters that we don't see for the rest of the film. Why do we give a shit about this? Seriously.
For the same reason
why-
we should
why
give
are
a
you
shit
mad?
if Miles is on. Why are you mad over a Raimi movie, dude? For the same reason,
I'm
should give a
making
shit
arguments
if
here.
Raimi-
You're not making arguments. You're just
I'm
saying that
trying
it's
to make
coping.
arguments. You're
Jesus
I'm trying
fucking
to
Christ,
make
dude.
arguments. You're fucking
Christ.
yelling at me.
Then
What
make
the fuck is
points.
happening right now?
Make Okay,
don't
so
we
you
just-
conceded that Harry's an idiot and therefore
Yes,
wouldn't have pieced this together
He's
as
not an
easily.
idiot. He's not an idiot.
Oh, Harry's not an idiot. The guy who
But
fucking
you don't-
no, it's the guy who failed at high school science and needed Peter's help all the time. You can't infer
That
that
doesn't
he
mean
just.
that you're an idiot.
What do you-
That doesn't mean that you're an idiot.
He's not
just
supposed to be good at this
science-minded.
This is a skill issue.
Okay, but you don't have to be. You don't have to be like a Albert Einstein to know, like, whoa, that person's got superpowers, dude.
Okay,
Hey,
again,
come
why
on.
would they know?
No
Why
way.
would they know? What
Right,
is your
that-
point?
that makes-
Did they look into what the human capacity for gymnasts or martial artists or whatever the fuck? Seriously?
No, like I said, this would be like if one of my classmates picked up a car and threw it at the wall, and I was just like, "Oh, I don't know if that's possible or not, so it's fine."
He didn't do anything of that level, so this isn't an apt
I
comparison.
think there's something
I
that can
think
explain that. I
the
really
difference
do.
between punching
He's
people a little bit harder than
punched
they
a dude 20 feet back.
Okay, you can keep
You
repeating it.
you
That doesn't make
understand-
it an argument.
No, do you understand how fucking strong you have to be to do
How,
that?
how
to
strong?
literally
How
punch that
strong? How
powerful?
strong?
God.
How strong? Are you
Way
gonna pull
more-
out some
way stronger
calculations
than
like
an
Shandy
actual
did?
person, way actual stronger. Like
How do
Shandy
they
did.
know? How do
I
they know
don't
someone
have
like
to.
Bruce Lee couldn't
Fuck,
do
I
that?
don't
How do
have
they know
to.
someone
I
like
don't-
Bruce Lee couldn't do that, or any other boxer out there?
Because
How would they
Bruce
know
Lee
that?
is tiny. Because he's a tiny dude. He's lean. He's not Arnold
Okay,
Schwarzenegger.
okay. How do they know Arnold Schwarzenegger can't do that? How do they know fucking Bonesaw couldn't have done that?
Okay.
Wait.
you know
No,
what?
no.
Somebody
Answer the
said-
question. Answer the question.
Peter
How would they
is
know?
built-
How would they
is he
know? Answer
built
the
like
question.
Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Answer the question.
Are we intentionally forgetting about the part where Peter moments ago shot a web at Flash's tray? And
Why would they
carried it
think
out
that's a
of the
web before
cafeteria?
that's even Spider-Man? They would just figure that's some sort of
Because guess what?
contraption
That
he
web
made.
We're talking about when they find.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We're talking about when Spider-Man becomes a thing. They should be like, "Oh, hey, Peter."
They
did all
won't
these crazy
remember it
things
like
aren't
that at
physically
all.
possible."
They're just gonna think it's some kind of contraption he made.
This was like a few months later.
So what?
Also, there's no
they can
reason
still
to believe
figure
that-
it's some kind of contraption.
I will concede it's a bit
I'm
lucky
sorry,
that
a
nobody saw it come out
contraption
of
that
the
Even if
shoots
it-
out a
no, no,
web,
no,
which,
even if it
by
was
the
a
way,
contraption-
They're not gonna fucking
even if it
remember
was
the
a
fucking fine
contraption,
details
when
of
they see
that.
Spider-Man, it's been a
device.
few months. It
Hold
hasn't
on,
even
hold on.
been that
So-
long. You're acting
so-
like it's like 20 years later.
I didn't
in the
say
cafeteria scene-
that.
In the cafeteria scene, he is dragging
You're acting
behind that.
like it. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I didn't say that once. Jesus.
I just wanted to
Fucking
finish
words
this
in my
point.
mouth all the
Why the
time.
fuck are you getting mad?
Because you two decided to
Why
act
are
like
you getting
immature
mad?
fucking
This is
babies
not-
about this for no
Why-
fucking
why are
reason.
you-
Jumping and saying,
why
"Oh,
are
you're
you
just
so
coping, you're just
insistent?
coping," not making any points, just jumping
You
in,
are
straight up being
coping.
condescending
You
and fucking
literally
pathetic
said
about it.
coping first. We
Unbelievable.
Okay, hang on a second.
Unbelievable.
I would just
Literally
like to
acting
say
like how
about-
fucking
like,
EFAP did. I'm
we
fucking
actually
sick of it.
arguing about this still?
Okay.
Wow.
This is fucking
Oh my
pathetic.
god.
What is going on?
Oh my
I don't know if
god.
I would go that far.
Bro.
SK.
Yeah, I'd say
Hold on.
You're the one who
Let's,
said
uh,
coping. We didn't even say
Let's
anything
just,
about
You did.
relax here.
I
Uh,
did.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and
Not
you couldn't
Steve.
address the
Okay,
points.
let's just-
Yes.
We literally did address
You're
the point.
literally,
We made
we're
points.
literally trying to. Yeah, you're just
Yeah,
ignoring
and I
it.
responded too.
You're doing what EFAP did. You're doing
I
what EFAP
responded.
did. You're willfully ignoring. No, you're just saying like, oh, who cares?
What do you mean?
So
I
what?
never said
Like-
that. Pull a quote right now. Where did I say that? Pull it up right now. Clip it. Where did I say who cares? I never fucking said that. Pull it right now.
You're literally saying that's what the kids would be saying because they don't.
Yeah, some
you're-
kids
you're
don't
trying
care.
to act-
Do you think that some kids wouldn't fucking care
Why
about
would
that?
they not? I think that they would kind of care if they see one.
If they don't
like,
have proof and they
their
can't
popular
actually go
classmate-
anywhere with it anyway, some
their
people might not
popular
give a
classmate,
shit.
Flash
Are you
Thompson,
fucking
getting
serious?
punched that hard? Yeah, I'm
They would
sorry.
care more about
So
Peter
the
being
bully,
Spider-Man
the
than paying their
bully
bills.
dweeb punches Flash Thompson, the popular bully jock character, so hard that he flies back 20 feet. You don't think that people are going to be talking about that for a while? They're not going to care either. Like yeah, it is really weird that he was able to punch him that.
They
hard,
won't care
isn't
about
it?
getting the fucking word out, is what I'm saying. How would this change the
I have a
narrative?
question. Would anyone believe them anyway? Like,
Yeah,
do they have
what
concrete
proof?
evidence?
Yeah, there's no evidence,
I
nothing
mean-
like that. I don't know what this has to do
I mean,
with anything.
tons of eyewitnesses for one.
So
but
what?
also,
That's
like,
not evidence.
That's like it. That's literally
Yeah.
it,
I have
though.
to
There's
say,
no
but
recording, there's
that
no
that
nothing.
relies on all of them like collectively going to like the Daily Bugle and telling them about this incident.
Yeah.
But I don't. Or maybe just a select few, but I don't know. I think both sides have valid points. I'm not sure where
Your
I
mic's
stand
not
on this
working, Bleeble.
anymore.
It isn't?
Now it is.
Hello?
Now it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, it's very inconsistent.
Can we? No, seriously. Wait. Can we please just take a breath? We didn't come in here with the intent of stirring up an actual argument.
Well, you did.
I
You started out by just responding, "Oh, you're just coping. You're just coping."
No,
How am I fucking supposed to read into that?
Steve did not
No,
say
that is
that.
what you did.
Steve
That is
did
what
not-
you did. That is what I'm saying you did.
No, I'm sorry. The way they came in here sounded like they were
All
like,
completely smug,
exaggerating-
condescending about it.
they
It
were,
was
like,
fucking
exaggerating
obnoxious.
about it.
SK, you can roll it back to when we first jumped back into the call. You're the one who first said anything about coping. You are.
I'm reading
That
what's
is a
in the
fact.
chat. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, what he said verbatim is what it.
I
how
said
Mike
it in the
said.
chat.
Yes,
I said it in
that
the
is
chat.
what happened. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But Steve's talking about when he jumps into the call.
So what? I'm responding to you when I talked about the coping.
Yeah.
Okay, but she's also trying to make points too.
I don't care. You are who I was talking about.
No.
Oh my God.
I have to disagree with you on that because it sounded like he was being a little jokingly exaggerating about it.
I don't care.
sort of way.
I'm saying make an argument. And you were just like,
I wasn't
I heard the defenses you were making. That's how you fucking jumped in.
That sounded like an exaggerated smug to me.
Hey,
not
God,
actually genuinely.
this guy has a friend who can get him away with these crimes. Stupid. That's what you sound like.
And he quit.
Oh, did he really leave?
He really left, yeah.
Argue with the references. Argue with the references. Why is that?
Okay,
Oh my god, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I think SK's Southpaw's being more reasonable when he comes in because He's clearly laughing at that SK being the gigantic autist that we personally know him to be. Say, oh, give me the references. Oh, give me the references. Yeah, so we personally can attest to the fact that that SK is a
raging autist.
And a raging autist.
Oh yeah. Okay, just because we're covering this section of Thumbcast 64, it doesn't mean that we're defending SK. SK and Southpaw are retarded in their own ways.
Yeah,
they're both being stupid in this situation. Just to be clear. So
and at least Southpaw, at least at this point, is coming across better than SK.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because SK is like talking over him. He's doing his favorite thing, which is just repeating the same point again, over and over.
Argue with the references. The most autistic response.
Well, yeah, that's because SK, good old SK, is a pants-shittingly autistic retard. It's not that I have a personal problem with that retard.
Anything about gymnastics, be like, yeah, okay, you're a superhuman.
He literally goes flying back like he got hit by a fucking truck.
That's not a point. That isn't a point. That is not a point.
I hate to do this, but is SK's argument the fact that Peter Parker doing like a backflip is proof enough that he's a superhuman? I'm doing the thing where I try and get involved in the argument because I just love drama, guys.
You love
it.
I love drama.
I'm sorry. No, it isn't. That is not a point.
Everyone, please.
That is not a point. I'm sorry. Saying he did this crazy thing.
Where's that
Yes, it is.
Also, just to be clear, none of these other people involved in the call matter at all. They barely even say anything other than occasionally laugh. It's only SK, Sheev, and Southpaw, and funny enough, they're in the middle. So
hey,
you only have to focus on them.
But the aliens.
Well, Peter in Tasm, Peter fucking bends the goalpost with the football. Therefore, what?
My criticism is that he shouldn't have taken the risk. That was my main point against it. I don't really care about them not knowing.
No, but they should know.
Wait, he shouldn't have taken the risk.
Spider-Man?
So wait, his argument is that Peter shouldn't have taken the risk. Peter, at this point in Spider-Man 2, Peter doesn't know that he's Spider-Man. He hasn't established that he is Spider-Man.
He punches Flash and like looks at. He's blown away that he was even able to do it. Like
he hasn't even started his like wrestling career yet. So to say that he shouldn't have taken the risk, Peter is at this point acting almost purely by instinct.
Yeah, he just feels weird and doesn't know what's happening, and then he responds to a flight or fight situation with fight, and it turns out that he's really strong.
Yeah, because he looks at his hand like, "What the fuck is this?" And then doesn't just go like, doesn't that cut to like the scene of him on top of the building, trying to get the web to work? I'm pretty sure that's like the scene after
Spider-Man. So
no, I'm talking about Spider-Man 2, not the Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, is that what they're talking about? The Amazing Spider-Man? I thought they were talking about Spider-Man 1.
It's kind of hard to follow their conversation.
I think
somebody just brought up Amazing Spider-Man. I think they were using that as an example for something else, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're talking about Spider-Man 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to be talking about Spider-Man.
Come on, dude.
What do you mean? Come on. Okay, so again, you're basing this off a bunch know that a regular person can't do the backflip in the air. Can I have one argument?
Sense?
Can I have one argument outside of? Can I have one argument?
Are you fucking with me right now? Are you like intentionally trying to make
an argument?
Oh my God!
Make an argument.
Can
you make an argument?
Oh dear God! Somebody's disagreeing with me. He must be fucking with me because it's impossible for someone else to have a different opinion than me.
SK with his patented repeating myself because I'm autistic.
Choking on his own voice cracks.
No. Listen, he's actually known around the school up until this point for being
he's a nerd,
like a dweeby little kid.
Or he lied about it, or he's lying to cover up
bullshit.
anyone. Why is that? Okay, actually, why is that bullshit? Like, can we
Because
hear
it's
a
on the
point
gymnastics
for what is
team.
wrong with that? The
Because
idea that
this is
somebody
such-
has
this is
hiding
such an
talent.
autistic argument.
The idea that somebody
Okay,
hides
anyone
talent.
else someone's gonna be a
That is,
cheerleader.
dude, that's
Listen
ridiculous.
to me,
I'm
SK,
sorry.
and I will explain to you what's wrong with
Jesus.
that.
So this unironically like was the beginning of like their falling out.
Yeah.
This is so
This was
pathetic.
the catalyst for their falling out.
Could you ever imagine having like an argument with a friend like this? Even if you have an argument with your friend like this, could you imagine it leading to something like that? Like talking about differences in a fucking movie made like 20 years ago, and it's just like it's a fucking comic book Spider-Man movie made by Sam Raimi, assuming, Sam Raimi mustn't have taken this into account with how unrealistic this is. It's like, it's fucking Spider-Man. It's not realistic.
It brings me no small joy that this all started with Spider-Man 2 and it all ends with Spider-Man 2.
Oh, we've gone full circle. It's like poetry.
We've gone full circle.
rhymes.
It's like poetry. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Each stanza complements the previous.
Yeah, Jar Jar is the key to it all.
SK, like Southpaw looking across at SK, like, I think we've gone too far places.
Let him. What's wrong with that is that if he, you hear yourself,
Jesus
SK.
Christ.
If he's lying about his acrobatic abilities, then that means he has something to hide, doesn't it? Why would
What
he
is
lie
that?
about that?
And
if
that
I
could
was
have been,
thinking
and that
he
could have been
was
due to him
doing?
working out. What's your point?
Okay, once again, to pause. We've all been to school, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was there ever a person in school with you that had just like this secret life that nobody ever knew about? Like one of the nerdy kids, let's say. One of these like one of these unassuming dorky nerdy kids that everybody turned out to be like, I don't know, like a nationally renowned kickboxing champion.
Obviously not gonna be mentioning any names, but there was literally like this
Redacted.
kid. There was this. He was the same age as me at the time, but he got made fun of for being real stinky all the time, and like he just was like a stinky guy. That changed later in his school career. He started to not stink, but he got ripped out of his fucking mind, and he was like one of the strongest kids in our class, and he started doing like MMA fighting and stuff like that, like outside of school, and everyone thought that was like really cool. They were like, "Wow, this guy really turned things around."
But was that when he was in his stinky phase? Was he doing his MMA stuff then, or was it stinky phase, MMA, and then ripped?
I think it was stinky phase, starts working out during stinky phase, gets strong, then starts becoming, the MMA fighter.
Okay, but it was noticeable that he was actually like physically improving.
Yeah, because when we would be in like gym class and he would take his shirt off, people would be like, "When the hell did he get ripped?"
Yeah. So this argument that you have like a secret life that you're hiding doesn't really work in school, because you all pretty much live close enough together that you would know if somebody was, like a champion, like an internationally renowned champion.
Oh yeah, totally. It wasn't like he was like winning trophies and shit for competitions, but it wasn't anything like, like I don't want to. Not trying to shit on the guy. It wasn't anything like massively important, but it was like cool that he
he's probably won more MMA trophies than I am.
Probably.
Yeah, but this argumentation that but he has a secret life. I'm pretty sure if one of the dweeby dorks in my school was a national level gymnast, it would have come out sooner than his last year in school.
Are you're trying to refute SK's point here then?
I'm just in it for the love. I'm just in it for the love of the game.
Yeah, Focus is not even sure at this point.
I'm not sure. I'm not really tracking who's making what arguments. I'm just tracking the arguments themselves. But I think it's a stupid argument to make that it's perfectly viable for like a nerdy dork to just from out of nowhere demonstrate extreme physical conditioning and coordination that was just from out of nowhere. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that he's obviously Spider-Man, but
yeah.
But it's like it would cause, it'd be like, oh, that's a bit odd. But then again, this is a superhero movie. These aren't very serious things.
Wow, what aboutism?
Wow, you can't objectively criticize a comic book movie. Like,
Well,
wow.
you can if you're a pathetic virgin like SK and South. But if you're a based gigachat like me, you know that there are certain things that you just got to accept.
Wow, foreshadowing.
I don't even know how that's foreshadowing.
That's using terms I know.
That dumb teenager.
SK.
Is my main
Even
point.
if
he's using names.
If we were accepting that these kids are actually fucking stupid.
Yeah,
and don't know
kids tend to
that-
be
that it's-
stupid.
Whatever.
They're not kids.
Even if we're accepting,
Yeah, they're like
you
they're
realize
like
that it is not possible.
in the
even
end
for,
of
like, a
high
fucking
school. They
bodybuilder
know
to
how
punch
causality
somebody
works.
in the sternum and send him flying 20 feet.
And
in
you know
in
this
the
because
direction
why?
he was
How do you
punched.
know this?
That would not happen because it's not possible. Because
How do you know
basic
that?
laws
How
of
do you-
physics dictate.
Oh, sorry that the kids aren't
You know what,
fucking
SK?
familiar with.
Wait.
Hold
Did you-
up.
I'm sorry. Did you not know this yourself at that age?
It doesn't matter. Okay, what
Sounds
if I
like
didn't
a
know?
skill
What if
issue
I-
to me, buddy.
I feel
Oh,
like,
man.
and again, this goes against what I just said about ignoring their argument, but I feel like they're at least SK maybe is. I feel like they're both dancing around the fact that it's like, yeah, that couldn't realistically happen. That couldn't realistically happen. It's like he's fucking Spider-Man. Is there any sort of realism to Spider-Man?
Yeah, see, this is the problem when you try and make arguments from realism in superhero movies. They just don't work.
You
Because
can't
they're
compare
superhero
this to a real life scenario. He has super spider strength. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, but I get Southpaw's argument where it's not normal to punch somebody in the chest and send them 20 feet flying back. Because
Bruce Lee.
well, no, I've punched people pretty hard in the chest, and they don't fly through the air; they just fall down. If this was I don't know, Michael Mann's Heat, and Al Pacino,
Robert De Niro punches fucking Al Pacino across the restaurant.
Backflip with no momentum.
where Val Kilmer picks up a car and throws it at the police,
And he throws a bomb
It's like,
that
whoa.
disintegrates people into skeletons.
I'm Samurai.
Yeah. We'll meet again.
Well, this is the problem when you have when you make these arguments from like realism standards and have these, you take these unrealistic and unreasonable objective standards into movies, because you start to argue about, well, this is realistic. Well, I disagree that it's realistic, so it's not realistic. Whereas if you just approach it as like, okay, this is a superhero movie, I'm going to suspend my disbelief.
They have no idea what that means.
Why doesn't Doc Ock die when Spider-Man punches him once in the head?
Can we map this out in a chart of some kind?
Yeah, it's well, why didn't Doc Ock torture Harry Osborn to death to get the information out of him?
I would have done that.
Like these people are approaching movies as if they're like D&D games.
So we're talking about high schoolers who could very easily, kids, they tend to be really fucking stupid,
They're
even
not
in high
kids.
school. I don't see what this point is.
That's stupid.
I mean, I hate that we pause just like every 2 seconds.
What are we, some kind of EFAP?
I'm about to brap.
I'm about to brap.
Brap. I'm gonna brap so hard. I'm such a brap hog right now.
Bret's getting so much mileage out of that stupid joke.
He is. Bret loves it, and I hate that he loves it.
I love Bret.
I love that guy.
Hey,
and he was a good
He's
friend.
And he was a good friend.
He's
He's dead now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, we had to kill him.
Well, he disagreed with our take on Superman or whatever, so he's out. But
Oh, Superman. So we had to garrote him.
He disagreed
Yeah,
with our
he's-
take on Superman 64.
So what we had to ritualistically burn
He
him.
called the game "quote unquote" mediocre. So
unbelievable.
So, yeah, he said I had to go outside, so I burnt him to death. SK and Southpaw seem to like be woefully underestimating how like a 17, 18-year-old. Like a 17 or 18-year-old, you should be old enough where you're basically like expected to be a fully functioning, independent adult. I mean, not too long ago, we would send kids that age, people that age would go to war. Like the U.S. Army was sending 18-year-olds to Afghanistan and Iraq, and you can't they're going across and fighting wars and dying in wars, and they can't be expected to understand that somebody doing a triple backflip, some dorky nerd doing a triple backflip in the middle of a hallway is crazy. They're all just retards. Well, maybe you were at 18, but I'd know if one of the dumpy dorks just managed to punch the shit out of the captain of the rugby
the
team.
premier school bully.
Yeah. It's also a guy that outweighs him probably 100 pounds.
True.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Just punch him so hard he flies across the room.
Okay, Harry Osborn. Harry Osborn. Okay, why don't we talk about the actual important characters like Harry?
What aboutism?
Harry, for example. Do you think he would be smart enough to piece this together? Do you think MJ would? Do you think she would?
Harry Osborn.
Do you think she actually is well versed in science or anything like that? No, she's actually well versed in stuff like yeah.
Okay, being well versed. Oh, you don't have a degree in physics? Well, I'm sorry, you can't know that punching somebody 20 feet off their feet whilst being 100 pounds lighter than them is weird. SK is literally saying, seeing somebody punch another person 20 feet across the room and you calling it weird, he will unironically tear out to you and say, sauce.
It is pretty cringe that Southpaw just rejoins to be actually, but if they're watching his video, I guess it's fair.
Well, he said it was going to sleep, so.
Yeah, but sleep for him is climbing into bed and going on Twitter.
Yeah, okay, so it's not science, so therefore you can't hold it against her.
It's not science.
I'm not a science genius.
You being able to observe stuff with your eyes isn't science.
Wait. So you're talking about these. Wait. So you're no. You are talking about these extra and fucking nobody characters that we don't see for the rest of the film. Why do we give a shit about this? Seriously.
For the same reason we should give a shit if Miles is.
Okay, it now makes perfect sense why they're not friends.
It gets worse.
We were laughing about the fact that you have one disagreement with your friends and now you're no longer friends. It's so clear that these people should never have been friends in the first place.
Just don't have friends.
Well, you have the slightest argument. I can't speak for SK. He's handling this pretty poorly. He's not handling it well, but as we know with Southpaw, the slightest disagreement with this guy will just put you on a blacklist.
You'll see.
So, I'll see.
Oh my god.
We'll all see.
Why are you mad over a Raimi movie, dude? For the same reason.
I'm making arguments here. You're not making arguments. You're just saying that it's coping.
Oh, that.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Dude, did you hear that?
I feel like I'm in the call.
Dude, I feel like I'm in the moment.
Oh my god, he is not coping.
Did I see this or not?
No. We agreed that this would be our.
Right.
I've already seen all of this, but this is your guys' blind
Fungus and I
reaction.
haven't seen. Yeah, dude, this is
wild.
This gets worse. Trust me.
Jesus fucking Christ! Could you? I could not imagine ever reacting to something that you guys have said to me about a TV show or a movie like that.
But okay,
we've had some heavy disagreements before about things where we just see things on completely different spectrums.
Yeah, and it's much more significant stuff than Spider-Man.
Yeah, you're right. It's shit that actually impacts things that we care about, not a fucking movie from 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's not just like this movie. It's the way that we fundamentally see the world.
And
it's our moral compass.
I don't think we've ever actually yelled at each other. Actually yelled,
but not in a
in a meme. I've never been so mad at one of you guys that I've had to yell at some of the autistic members of PAIF before, but I've never yelled at anyone I consider like my friend over something so stupid.
I haven't spoken to pretty much anybody that I can think of. Like SK just yelled at Southpaw just now. I've been like catastrophically annoyed with people, but I have never just been like, Jesus Christ, man.
Keep in mind that SK said that Wolf was abusive in the call between him and Southpaw.
That's a good point. Southpaw could just kill himself at any second.
Yeah.
Wolf was abusive, but
meanwhile,
fucking SK is
fucking losing his mind.
He's making my ears bleed with his yelling.
Oh yeah.
Southpaw, this is officially truce. We're offering a truce. If you want to come on and talk about the abuse that you suffered at the hands of SK, we are more than happy to.
Could you imagine?
SK bros, it's so over.
SK bros, it's never been so over. It will never be back. Has SK passed his science? His high school science?
Has SK punched someone 20 feet back? I want to know.
SK, this is official. I'm officially calling you out. I want you to punch me as hard as you can in my chest.
Or the other way around.
No. He punches me, and then I punch him.
Yeah, self-defense.
Self-defense.
You actually fly back just like Flash did.
Oh my god. Could you imagine if I did?
Oh wow, I've been embarrassed.
Oh no. This is the
SK bros were so back.
SK bros are so back.
Focus
this is the
bros
opposite of
the air right now.
That's where I'm gonna keep like a 38 special revolver in like a boot holster just in case that happens.
Call of Duty Last Stand mode.
Shoot him in the face.
Like he punches me in the chest, I fly back 20 feet, and as he's gloating, I just pull it out, just empty like
as you're flying in the air, you shoot him.
Empty the entire cylinder into him.
Why didn't Green Goblin just pull out a gat?
Oh my god, could you? It's so funny. Like that's probably why the military didn't accept the Green Goblin suit, because they're like, "Oh, we've got these goblin grenades." It's like, okay, but where's the gun?
Yeah, where's the goblin gun that turns people into skeletons?
I want that.
Where's the gun? Oh well, we didn't have any guns. Why? We're the army. We have grenades already.
We have some 30 caliber machine guns on this glider, though. It's impossible to aim that motherfucker, though.
So yeah, he used that once and he never used it again. When he could have just shot the shit out of Spider-Man like 50 different
Imagine
times.
him flying around with like 2 Glocks.
Oh my god! Like
Spider-Man can dodge bullets, though, idiots.
Glock 18 with the stendos.
Oh, based.
Oh my god! Oh, damn I.
The Goblin Glizzies.
Oh, the Goblin Glizzies.
Glizzies got me acting unwise.
All right, I want to watch this friendship fall apart because I'm a horrible person, of course.
Oh yeah.
The Green Goblin has like a red bandana.
Albert Einstein to know
He's
like,
a blood.
whoa, that person's got superpowers, dude.
Okay, again, why would they know? Why would they know? What is your point? Did they look into what the human capacity for gymnasts or martial artists or whatever the fuck? Seriously?
No, like I said, this would be like if one of my classmates picked up a car and threw it at the wall, and I was just like, "Oh, I don't know if that's possible or not." So
okay, thank you,
He
Sheev.
didn't do anything of that level, so this isn't a.
He didn't do anything of that level. He managed to pick up and throw effectively another human being with one arm.
I mean, you could maybe shove somebody that far if the floor was extra slippery that day due to the janitor. Cut to Charlie buffing the floor in the episode Always Sunny.
Yeah. But it's clearly like Flash is flying through the air.
It's ridiculous, no doubt. And he gets food spilled on him. It's the ultimate insult.
I think there's something that I really do.
But I'd rather be Flash than Peter Parker.
Back.
Okay, you can keep repeating it. That doesn't make it an argument.
Oh, SK of all people saying that.
Oh man.
What a fucking group of dweebusses.
Gets worse.
Oh no.
Jesus. We're recording something, Nico.
Oh! Quick, Nico, give a message to SK and Southpaw.
Please.
I could beat any of you. I could find any of you. I could outrun any of you.
Yes, more energy.
More!
I will fucking kill you! Yeah. I will kill you! You will die! You will die!
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. So that was
keep
the
that,
video.
keep that, keep that in the
Subscribe to,
video.
his channel.
Keep that in the video. That's hilarious.
Subscribe to his channel.
Subscribe.
Okay.
Wait.
No, answer the question. Answer the question. How would they know? How would they know? Answer the question. Answer the question.
Are we intentionally forgetting about the part where Peter moments ago shot a web at Flash's tray? And
Why would they
carried it
think
out
that's a
of the
web before that's
cafeteria?
even Spider-Man? They would just figure that's some sort of
Because guess what?
contraption
That
he
web
made.
is
We're talking about when they find. I'm
Some
sorry.
sort of contraption.
It's
It's some sort of quirky nerd contraption,
They
guys.
won't remember it like that at all. They're just gonna think it's some kind of contraption he made.
Go net gadget.
Also, there's no
they can
reason
still
to believe
figure
I
it's
will-
some
I
kind
will
of contraption.
I will concede it's a bit
I'm
lucky
sorry,
that
a
nobody saw it come out
contraption
of
that
his
shoots out a
No,
web, which
even if it
by
was
the
a
way,
contraption,
They're not gonna fucking
even if it
remember the
was a
fucking
contraption,
fine
then
details
they
of
see
that.
Spider-Man. It's been a
device.
few months. It has
But the web is still there, though. It didn't like dissolve. So somebody could just pick it up and be like, "Oh, this is weird."
You're acting
So-
like it's like 20 years later.
I didn't
in the
say
cafeteria scene-
that.
in the cafeteria scene, he is dragging
You're
behind
acting
that.
like it. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I didn't say that once. Jesus.
I just wanted to
Fucking
finish
words
the
in my
point.
mouth all the
Why the
time.
fuck are you getting mad?
Because you two decided to
Why
act
are
like
you getting
immature
mad?
fucking
This is
babies
not-
about this for no
Why-
fucking
why are
reason.
you-
Jumping and
Whoa.
saying, "Oh,
Why are
you're just
you
coping,
so
you're just coping,"
Whoa.
not making any points, just jumping
You
in,
are
straight up being
coping.
condescending.
No, he.
I just wish we had the footage, Fries, of him
Oh,
jumping
man.
into that call.
Oh, pathetic.
Unbelievable.
Ooh.
Unbelievable.
Ooh.
Literally acting like how fucking
we
EFAP
would
did.
say-
I'm
we
fucking
actually
sick of it.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
he is. He is
Oh my
angry.
God.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
I don't know if
god.
I would go that far.
I wouldn't go that far.
Bro,
SK.
Yeah, I'd say we
Hold
stay
on.
You're
right
the
here.
one who
Let's,
said coping. We didn't even say
let's
anything
just
about
You
it.
did.
relax here.
I
Dude.
did. I did.
Hold on. Did you hear that one guy say, "Let's just fucking relax here"? Like somebody said the N-word.
Jesus, man, it's so autistic.
Yeah. Okay,
God.
this is the part where everybody takes a step back and they de-escalate.
Let's
They start
de-escalate.
laughing. Yeah.
Let's cool off.
But that's not what happens.
Oh,
The fuck?
Yeah,
Not
and you couldn't
seen.
address the
Okay, let's
points.
just-
Yes,
We literally did address
you're
it, and we
literally
made
we're
points.
literally trying to. Yeah, you're just
Yeah,
ignoring
and I
it.
responded too.
You're doing what
Whoa.
EFAP did. You're doing
I
what EFAP
responded.
did. You're willfully ignoring. No, you're just saying like, oh, who cares?
What do you mean?
So
I
what?
never said
Like-
that. I pull a quote right now. Where did I say that? Pull it up right now. Clip
Source.
it. Where did
Source.
I say who cares?
Jesus.
I never
Source.
fucking said
Listen.
that. Pull it right now.
Just send it right now. Send it right now. Send it right now. Send it right now. Send it right now.
You're
Pull
literally
it!
saying that's what the kids would be saying because they don't.
Yeah, some
you're-
kids
you're
don't
trying to
care.
act-
Do you think that some kids wouldn't fucking care
Why
about
would
that?
they not? I think that they would kind of care if they see one.
If they don't
like,
have proof and they
their
can't
popular
actually go
classmate-
anywhere with it anyway, some
their
people might not
popular
give a shit.
classmate
Are you
Flash Thompson
fucking
getting-
serious?
SK is like the arch rationalist, where he just thinks that people people can't have an opinion on something unless they have all the evidence, which is against all forms of human nature I know of.
I'm a little speechless right now. I'm not gonna lie. This is
Wait, what do you want to compensate on first?
There's a lot. There's actually a lot to. I think the thing here is SK is so angry.
it really pulls
So-
the curtain back on this whole relationship.
Going into this, because I knew that they had a falling out. I thought it would be Southpaw having like the autistic shit fit.
He kind of does.
Well, they're
Well, I
both
mean-
definitely being autistic here, regardless of who
I
you
think
agree with.
up until this point, up until now, it's definitely been SK who's like the most autistic.
Oh yeah.
Like Southpaw may have like I don't know. He could get worse. He could get worse later on, but this is clearly SK is just holding.
Yeah, dude is like actually shaking right now. Like,
Yeah, like Southpaw is coming across much better.
Can't believe
Holy
we're saying this.
Yeah, I can't either, but he genuinely is.
I can't wait to see more of this.
He's laughing. He's like, look, he clearly isn't taking this as seriously.
Maybe just a select few, but I don't know. I think both sides have valid points. I'm not sure where
Your
I
mic's
stand
not
on this
working, Bleebo.
anymore.
It isn't?
Now it is.
Hello?
Now it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, it's very inconsistent.
Because you were adding so much to the
No,
conversation.
seriously, wait. Can
Get
we
better
please just take
mics,
a breath?
guys.
We didn't come in here with the intent of stirring up an actual argument.
Well, you did.
Okay.
You started off by just responding.
Okay, to be fair, that's kind of dishonest.
Look, we didn't come here with the intention of starting an argument, which it's like, okay, fair enough. If you didn't act like, look, we didn't come here to start an argument. SK, well, you did. So what a
Yeah,
woman.
I mean, Southpaw and this fucking Palpatine profile picture guy joined, and they seemed jovial. You know, like they didn't really seem like they were coming in here to like be like, you're an idiot. Like, you know,
yeah,
like
they didn't come in as aggressively as SK is acting now. I mean, I can't believe I'm giving Southpaw credit, but
Southpaw's going to join our server soon.
You started off by just responding, "Oh, you're just coping. You're just coping."
Here we go.
No,
how am I fucking supposed to read into that? No, that is what you did. That is what you did. That is what I'm saying you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. The way they came.
So him saying, you're just saying that I'm coping. What am I supposed to read into that? Yeah, SK. What are you reading into that? He's acting as if like, look, you're just coping now, buddy. It's like, whoa, okay, you're basically saying that I'm wrong and that I'm like a piece of shit. You're no worse than EFAP.
Came in here sounded like they were
All
like
completely smug, condescending about it. It was
like
fucking
exaggerating
obnoxious.
about it.
SK.
SK complaining about somebody being smug and obnoxious is chef's kiss.
Yeah, chef's kiss.
Cut to that clip of him talking about EFAP or whatever.
Cut to any SK clip.
What's the matter, bro? Nobody checked the little nerd's feats at the high school?
You can roll it back to when we first jumped back into the call. You're the one who first said anything about coping. You are.
I'm reading what's.
Whoa.
Yeah, what he said verbatim is what
I said it in the chat.
Yes, that is what happened.
Oh my god, he is.
Okay.
He is gritting his teeth.
Holy fuck!
I mean, okay.
This man, he is the angriest man.
Damn.
Even if SK is right in this scenario, he's still way too fucking angry.
You lose all credibility when you speak like that in an online voice chat.
Yes!
That's what I said!
I can't even imagine.
Yes!
I can't even imagine being that angry.
I know.
I like how he's saying, like, you guys are saying that I'm coping and seething. I'm not.
Let's take a look at the Anomaly Inc. dossier, made over a year ago by Southpaw. I will link this dossier in the description below for you all to see. Let's see how Anomaly Inc. handled the disagreement over the quality of Spider-Man 1 by reading out this Twitter conversation, Southpaw's pushback against his defenses, and our DM conversation that we've had. For pacing reasons, I won't break down everything in the dossier, but I will showcase enough references to prove that Wolf is being unfair here.
No, fuck your straw man. That's a negated argument I pointed out because I knew you were heading down that road. You don't know what a fucking straw man is, dickhead fuck! Pointing out an argument you didn't think of. You lost, buddy. Fucking accept it and move on. You. Wow, we have a winner. Oh, fuck off. I'm done. Miles is without his mask. You loudmouth line-telling, agenda-driven, attention-seeking Twitter whore. You picked a fight and I countered every fucking point you threw. And you ran to your bitch boys to try and eco them out like a coward.
This is Anomaly Inc. He gets mad about Spider-Man 1, like I don't.
Now, whether you agree with my criticisms towards this movie or not, shouldn't matter, because the point here is that Anomaly is acting needlessly aggressive and rude towards me over my take on a Spider-Man movie. So wait, so you're saying, you're talking about these, wait, so you're, no, you are talking about these extra and fucking nobody characters that we don't see for the rest of the film. I'm making arguments here. You're not making arguments, you're just saying that it's coping. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
You're fucking yelling at me.
Then make points. Yes, that is what happened. Jesus. Yeah. So I never said that. I pull a quote right now. Where did I say that? Pull it up right now. Clip it. Where did I say who cares? I never fucking said that. Pull it right now.
She told me to call. She told me to call right now. Yeah.
How dare you?
Actually.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But then,
okay.
but Chief's talking about when he jumps into the call.
Yeah.
So what? I'm responding to you when I talked about the coping.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're the one who's coping, Southpaw.
I don't
You're
care.
the coper.
You are who I was talking about.
No.
Oh
okay,
my God.
I have to disagree with you on
I
that because
would.
it sounded like he was a little jokingly exaggerating about it.
I don't care.
Sort of way.
I'm saying make an argument. And you were just like,
I wasn't
I heard the defenses you were making. That's how you fucking jumped in.
But that sounded like an exaggerated smug to me.
Hey,
not
God,
actually genuinely
this
smug.
guy has a friend who can get him away with these crimes. Stupid. That's what you sound like.
Well, that's what you sound like.
Oh man.
I mean, frankly, I think leaving is probably the best option for Southpaw. I would have stuck around and just fucking. I would have stuck around like a bull in a ball pit.
So it gets even weirder from here, Fungus.
How is that possible?
You'll see. Okay,
This is some of the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
There's gonna be a cut here. About 20 minutes go by. They don't really talk about anything that happened that we just
People
watched.
actually watch this crap?
I know, right?
Hey, come on now. People are watching us, so.
Yeah, and it's way more entertaining than unironically watching what they're
definitely.
producing here.
Watching an autistic meltdown.
Watching like rational humans watch this autistic rage unfold is probably more entertaining than just unironically listening to the conversation they're having.
All right, so 20 minutes go by.
I didn't get that impression, but
There's gonna
Jesus
be a cut.
fucking
that's
Christ,
not
dude.
what I got.
But yeah, okay, Yesh is saying bring up the scene again. Why is he saying that?
He's clearly got tons of shit on his plate. Do you not understand that not everything revolves around you?
Southpaw's
Peter
back.
finally gives her the explanation that he tried rehearsing.
Regarding
I
smugness,
mentioned earlier in
I'm
the
not
film,
trying to
drops
sound
off to be picked up by
smug,
her fiancé.
just
Apparently she
so
was-
we're clear. Like, it may sound like smugness to you. I'm just kind of taken aback by these defenses I'm hearing. I'm not trying to, like, talk down to you. These just... It's kind of like this weird thing where it's like, I don't really know how to respond to this because it just seems like this just
Okay,
seems
that's
like
great.
kind
That's
of...
still what you did.
I can see that.
All right. Okay, can we
Sorry,
let's have a
SK.
rule.
Let's
have a
just,
rule
like,
right now.
relax a bit.
Well, hold up. Nobody talk except SK and Southpaw. Everyone else go mute right now.
You still did it. It doesn't
Okay.
matter if you weren't trying, you still did it.
I wasn't okay. I'm sorry that's how it came across. That's clearly my mistake there. All right, but like I'm not trying to like be smug. All right, it's like I don't understand exactly what like where what exactly do you think like is the precise issue?
That
Like
you
just
jumped
like
in,
uh-huh.
you decided to not make arguments. You just went, "Oh, it's cope. It's cope." It's like, okay,
No,
I
we
was
were trying to make arguments though.
I'm not done.
Okay.
So I was listening, and then I let you in for that reason to talk about it. I'm
Mhm.
like, all right, let's talk about the references. And then oftentimes you just be like, these defenses you were making, like all smug laughing about it. And then when I try to make up points, you're just like, oh, it was 20 feet away where he was blasted. Like completely just, what a fucking horrid environment to talk about this stuff. Just constantly acting smug about it, can't even make points, you gotta just repeat the same thing over and fucking over again. And like not even making a point.
I mean,
You're just throwing it in there like, oh, how could you actually fucking make this defense? Wow, how ridiculous, how stupid. That's how it comes across.
I mean, it's just they seem like pretty. I don't know, man. These defenses just they weren't really making.
Then
any sense.
argue against them. What is wrong with what I said?
We were trying to outline that.
Okay, let's say they do find out, as you claim. They absolutely should have. All right? What evidence are they going to have? How is that going to change the narrative that we see?
I mean, we criticized this in The Amazing Spider-Man.
I said the issue was that he took the risk. I don't fucking care that no one figures it out. I even said in the watch party that is recorded, yeah, well, if people just like, okay, maybe they'll just figure that a guy could actually break the backboard like that. I said something to that extent. I don't actually care if they don't figure it out.
I was talking about the goalpost.
Okay, with the goalpost, again, I don't care
field.
with that. I care about him taking the risk.
Okay, then you and I have very different I mean, we criticize different things about these movies then, because I think that it's an issue there, and I think it's an issue in Spider-Man 1 as well. And I like Spider-Man 1.
Like, why?
Because I think that it's basic common sense that a regular teenager, especially one of Peter's stature, is not going to be capable of such physical feats.
Why?
That seems like...
Where do you get your information on what feats are possible for humans that are boxers or gymnasts? Where do you get that information?
It's just kind of basic common sense in terms of doing a triple backflip like that without, like, while just standing. Life experience.
With what? Experience with gymnasts, boxers, what?
Trying to do a triple backflip oneself, maybe?
So you're saying that,
without
okay,
any
hold up.
momentum?
MJ and Harry have never tried this, and they don't care to. Where would that have been, where would that line up? Did they try to do a triple backflip? Did they try that?
Sorry, what?
Did MJ or Harry try to do the triple backflip? Because you said, oh yeah, if you ever try to do that, you can't. They also haven't tried to do a regular flip. So if someone does a regular flip, does that mean they're superhuman?
It's unreasonable now to infer that these kids couldn't have tried any type, like, have any understanding of their own, like, athletic prowess or what they are capable of doing physically.
Okay, they can't do a regular front flip that normal gymnasts can do. That doesn't mean they're going to see a front flip and just think that's a superhuman.
A triple backflip.
What's your point? You're using you're using things that would apply to a regular front flip.
Not really.
Why?
I don't think that I don't think you're understanding the contextual differences between a regular front flip and a jumping 10 feet into the air and doing a triple backflip without any type of momentum.
And why
which is what happens in the movie.
So I asked you, why wouldn't that be, from their perspective, why would it be common sense that he can't do that? And you said life experience, the idea of them ever trying to do it. But what
Because
also
that
is
just isn't a thing that's possible for humans to do.
just because. So why is it impossible? How would they know that? And don't just say it's common sense.
If I'm not allowed to say it's common sense and then I'm being questioned on something that it seems like just basic common sense, I don't know what to tell you.
Where would they get this information that gymnasts can't do that? Where would they get that information?
All right, I'm not doing this.
So we're not making arguments.
And he quit.
Again!
And he quit.
Again! Oh, did he really leave? Again!
He really left.
Again!
He's clearly
That's
got
the
tons
cup.
of shit on his plate. Do you not understand that?
That's
not
how it
everything
comes back.
revolves around
Oh,
him?
Southpaw's
Peter
back.
finally gets through the explanation that he tried rehearsing.
Regarding smugness, I'm not trying to sound smug.
Okay, so Southpaw makes a mistake right here. Everybody should just ignore whatever argument they had before. It's not worth bringing up again.
Yeah, I mean,
Southpaw's also on the defensive. Yeah, he shouldn't go on the
he should
defensive.
have just left and stayed gone. I mean,
He should have started attacking SK, started bringing up his personal life, just making fun of anything that he can, things that he can't change, things that he's insecure
You
about.
should bring up that he's half black.
All right, okay, can we let's have a rule.
Let's
have
just,
a rule
like,
right now.
relax a bit.
Hold up. Nobody talk except SK and Southpaw. Everyone else go mute right now.
You still did it. It doesn't matter if you weren't.
Okay. How is everybody else go on mute so Southpaw and SK can
argue?
Just argue. How is that the best response? Because somebody clearly had, I don't know who it was, but somebody had the best response of, hey, look, let's just let it go and move on.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have just been over. I mean, I don't know why Southpaw would rejoin to be like, and as for the part about smugness.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Like,
This is just constant escalation.
like, just fucking stay gone, guy. Like, what are you doing? Like, this guy's clearly, like, unhinged right now.
And also remember, this is all being live streamed. This is not private.
Is this video in particular still, like, up?
Oh, yeah. It is.
How do you leave this up?
I don't know.
I wasn't okay. I'm sorry that's how it came across. That's clearly my mistake.
I don't apologize, Southpaw.
But like, I'm not trying to like be smug.
Apologize to this fucking
all right.
asshole.
It's like I don't understand.
Okay, so I'm wondering, why is Southpaw intimidated by SK? Seriously. This is SK is acting
because he's insecure, and as he said before, when he's confronted with like aggressive personalities, he just like rolls over.
Yeah.
He doesn't have many friends left, too. So
Yeah,
he's probably trying to...
yeah, exactly. What he should be saying is, I wasn't smug, you're reading too much into this. Fuck you for speaking to me.
And just laugh.
And to be fair to SK, I mean, Southpaw literally has an air of smugness, but I just think that's the way he speaks.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, if I was SK, or if I knew Southpaw as well as SK does, I'd kind of just write off his smugness.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Like we're not even friends with the guy, and we know that that's just how he speaks. You know what I mean? Like, how isn't he aware of that? Because he's easily irked.
It's because he's not used to being on the receiving end. He doesn't like oh, you think you're better than me?
Yeah, everyone's an ally until they disagree with you. Then it's fucking mask off.
What? Like where?
Come on.
What exactly?
This is so awkward.
Like, is the precise issue?
That
like
you
just
jumped
like
in, you decided to not make arguments. You just went, "Oh, it's cope. It's cope." It's like, okay,
no,
we
were trying to make arguments though.
I'm not.
The difference between like friendship groups. You just came in and you just started saying that it was cope, and that's what's caused this argument. I mean, I can't imagine us like disagreeing over stuff together. We're just like, well, you're coping right now. You're coping. You see together, just the other just reacting like a blithering retard.
It doesn't matter why you post that meme. You still did it.
I think I already said it, but like I'll give Southpaw the credit. Like I'm sure in his mind it was innocent what he was doing when he joined, and he was like, "This is some cope" or whatever. Like they sounded like they were jokey. Like it was like, okay, but now for real, let's dispute this. Like I feel like that's kind of the attitude he came in with. You know,
because I don't think if Southpaw joined, him joining with like this autistic energy that SK has when he approaches arguments, it would have just evolved into an argument even faster.
Yeah,
because Southpaw's like laughing. He's like trying to not make this a serious argument, and then SK, who has the emotional stability of a live hand grenade, just responds in his usual manner.
You decided to not make arguments. You just went, "Oh, it's cope. It's cope." It's like, okay,
no, we were trying to make arguments though.
I'm not done.
Okay.
He's not done.
So I was listening, and then I let you in for that reason to talk about it. I'm like, all right, let's talk about the references. And then oftentimes you just be like, these defenses you were making, like all smug laughing about it. And then when I try to make up points, you're just like, oh,
this is
it was 20 feet away where he was blasted. Like completely just, what a fucking horrid environment to talk about this stuff.
I can't take it anymore.
You know, the only reason that SK is taking this so seriously is because it's being recorded.
He feels like he's being like undermined or something.
He has to put up an area of professionality. This is how he views himself as being professional.
This comes across as very theatrical.
Oh yeah.
Just constantly acting smug about it. Can't even make points. You gotta just repeat the same thing over and fucking over again.
Kind
He's
of true.
so upset. It's hilarious.
To be fair, it's kind of true.
It is kind of true.
And like not even making a point.
I mean,
You're just throwing it in there like, oh, how could you actually fucking make this defense? Wow, how ridiculous. How stupid. That's how it comes across.
You slighted me.
You have slighted me for the last time.
It's just, they seem like pretty, I don't know, man. These defenses just, they weren't really making
Then
any sense.
argue against them. What is wrong with what I said?
We were trying to outline that.
Okay, let's say they do find out, as you claim, they absolutely should have, alright? What evidence are they going to have? How is that going to change the narrative that we see?
I mean,
if I was one of the other people in this call, I would not let this happen. If like you two were arguing like this, there's no way I'd like let it continue.
Well, they let
This
it
looks-
happen because everybody else is muted. So
No, I know that, but obviously they chose to be muted.
Yeah,
They
I would have
muted
chimed in and
themselves.
been like, guys, this is fucking retarded. Like,
Yeah,
what the
just-
fuck
just-
is, what
everybody
are we
move on.
doing?
Yeah,
Aren't we
so-
live right now is what I would have chimed in with.
Yeah, I'd have just been like, look, this is not the time or the place to make this argument, so let's
agree to disagree and just
let's
move
agree
on.
to, address this.
Hey,
you can
uh,
address
can't-
this between the pair of you later.
can't this broadcast be used against us at a later date?
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
I stand by
Okay.
everything Southpaw has said.
We criticized this in The Amazing Spider-Man.
I said the
Bingo
issue was
brought
that he
this up
took the
to-
risk. I don't fucking care that no one figures it out. I even said in the watch party that is recorded, yeah, well, if people just
I
like,
have the
okay,
proof.
maybe they'll just figure that a guy could actually break the backboard like that. I said something to that extent. I don't
Well, that-
actually care if they don't figure
I
it
was talking about the goalpost.
out. Okay, with the goalpost.
So now they're talking about
I
Amazing
don't
Spider-Man
care.
2. Oh, sorry, they're
I
talking
care
about Amazing
him
Spider-Man.
taking the risk.
Yes.
It's hard to follow.
Okay, then you and I have very different we criticize different things about these movies then, because I think that it's an issue there, and I think it's an issue in Spider-Man 1 as well. And I
Okay,
like
but
Spider-Man
like,
1
why?
because I think that it's basic common sense that a regular teenager, especially one of Peter's stature, is not going to be capable of such physical feats.
Why?
That seems like
Where do you get your
Why-
information on what feats are possible for humans that are boxers or gymnasts? Where do you get that information?
What?
They're high school kids.
So SK's argument is basically an argument of
source,
an argument from authority, where because there's no you need to have evidence, you need to have like a peer-reviewed study to say that a high school student with zero experience in basketball can't dunk a basketball and break the back. It's beyond. Well, it's the reason why he's asking for a source is because him asking for a source makes his argument easier.
Yeah, you can't. There's nothing to say. It's like, how could you
So-
argue that a gymnast or a boxer couldn't do this? It's like
A gymnast or a boxer could do this. Peter Parker is neither of those things.
he's notoriously neither of those.
Yeah,
things.
those are the arguments that people are making.
He's secretly
That's the argument that's the argument ultimately that Southpaw is making, is that it's not that it's impossible for a human being to do, except punching somebody 20 feet. That's impossible to do.
regardless of your training.
Yeah, regardless of your training, because the amount of strength required to punch somebody 20 feet across the floor, you would just punch through their heart.
It's why this argument is so stupid, because it's fucking Spider-Man. Like, let's just, why are we even having the argument?
Yeah, there are let's look. Amazing Spider-Man 2, Amazing Spider-Man 1. There are worse things wrong with Amazing Spider-Man 1 than Peter Parker breaking the headboard.
Yeah, well, seriously.
There are more things wrong with that movie. yeah, you can make the argument that it's a stupid thing to do, but to say that it's perfectly possible to do those things, maybe if it wasn't Peter Parker doing them, maybe, but it is Peter Parker doing them. That's why it's so impossible.
Something I appreciate, Fries, the guy on the far left changed his profile picture to the funny Aaron Paul, my parents are arguing meme.
That
Make
should
me
go
laugh.
r/movie details.
It should.
It's just kind of basic common sense in terms of doing a triple
Where
backflip
do you
like
get
that
that
without,
information?
while just standing.
Where do you get common sense?
life
What is the source of
experience.
your
With
common
what?
sense?
Experience with gymnasts,
Can-
boxers, what?
Trying to do a triple backflip oneself,
Which is
maybe?
going in
You're saying
circles.
that so
Without
okay,
any
hold up.
momentum?
MJ and Harry have never tried this, and they don't care to. Where would that have been? Where would that line up? Did they try to do a triple backflip? Did they try that?
Sorry, what?
Did MJ or Harry try to do the triple backflip? Because you said, oh yeah, if you ever try to do that, you can't. They also haven't tried to do a regular flip.
What?
So this is
fuck?
this is why trying to argue with people like SK is impossible, because you can't, because he's making the argument that nobody can find anything strange unless they have proof that it's impossible to do, or they've attempted to do it themselves and found it difficult. Like if I saw somebody jump off the roof of a building and fly to the other side of the street, and I said, well, that's impossible for a human being to do, SK's argument will be, well, have you tried doing it?
Where do you get that information?
Where'd you get that information? Where's the source? Where is the peer-reviewed study that says that human beings can't fly across the street? And Southpaw's making the normal argument of, well, it's just the fact that I've lived a life.
Yeah,
I know
maybe
how
tried.
I know how much a person weighs. I know how I've punched people. I've been punched. I've pushed someone before.
And even though,
generally speaking, know how much energy it takes to move a human being.
And even though SK isn't accepting the argument, Southpaw just keeps repeating it. And that's why we're going in circles.
So, and then SK is like, well, you can't, has Harry or MJ attempted to do a backflip themselves? It's like, yeah, I can't do a backflip, but I know that if somebody just did the same triple backflip that Peter made, I'd think, well, that's pretty strange. That's pretty strange for any human being to do. Because it actually, the movie has to edit around the triple backflip. Because a human being can't stay in the air that long from just jumping themselves.
Unless, of course, they had super spider powers.
Exactly, unless they had some sort of strange ability to remain in the air for longer, they could jump higher than the average. They can jump higher than what should be humanly capable. That's honestly why you shouldn't try and argue with people like SK.
Ignore them.
Yeah, literally ignore them or make fun of them. That's actually better. Make fun of them.
So I asked you, why wouldn't that be, from their perspective, why would it be common sense that he can't do that? And you said life experience, the idea of them ever trying to do it. But what
Because
also
that
is
just isn't a thing that's possible for humans to do.
just because. So why is it impossible?
諦めんなよ諦めんなお前どうしてそこでやめるんだそこでもう少し頑張ってみろよダメ諦めたら周りのこと思えよ応援してる人たちのこと思ってみろってあともうちょっとのところなんだから俺だってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ絶対やってみろ必ず目標達成できるだからこそNever give up!
How would they know that? And don't just say it's common sense.
I mean, it is common sense.
If I'm not allowed to say it's common sense and then I'm being questioned on something that it seems like just basic common sense, I don't know what to tell you.
Where would they get this information that gymnasts can't do that? Where would they get that information?
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is definitely not a toxic environment for discussion.
Yeah, SK is incapable of basically having his own opinion. He has to have his opinion formulated and delivered for him. He can't observe something and infer his own thoughts.
I can't
You
believe
cannot-
how autistic this is.
It's like way worse than I could have imagined.
Yeah, he can't. He just can't see something and think, okay, here's my opinion on it. He has to be told what he has to be told through either like a study or it's like an expert authority. He has to be told like that. He can't just decide, okay, in my own opinion, this is unlikely or likely or something that I could do or should do. It's crazy just to see this in real life when Southpaw saying like, yeah, a high schooler with no gymnastic training doing a triple backflip is unrealistic. He's like, based on what evidence? It's self-evident.
Miles
is
Morales
self-evident.
does triple black flips, Fungus.
Triple black flips?
He said
Yes.
black flip by accident for a
Oh,
second.
backflip. SK does 1.5 triple black flips.
What would you rather do, a backflip or a black flip?
Well, I want
I'd
the
rather-
exaggerated swagger of a black teen, so
fair enough.
Yeah. I feel like if I did a black flip, I'd have a worse credit score.
In China.
I just mean like a normal credit score. If the hair be nappy, the credit be crappy.
Small of the
Sean
story.
Sean Strickland said that, and he's an American hero.
All right, I'm not doing this.
So we're not making. Okay, we're not making.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Really holding up this hot take right here.
Okay.
So SK is so funny because he's like, wow, okay, we're not making arguments, but you're refusing his arguments. You're not like SK like Southpaw's
he's not
argument
giving
is-
Southpaw an inch in the argument. Like
he's so bad faith. He's saying like Southpaw's argument is, well, it's common sense. It's just commonly evident that normal human beings can't do
normal
this.
human beings can't
And
do
then-
this impossible maneuver, let alone teenagers, let alone a nerdy, uncoordinated, skinny teenager who's like
Yeah.
known for being uncoordinated and nerdy.
Yeah.
Like,
And SK is saying like, no, I'm not accepting that answer. It's like that's why these people are like people like him are impossible to argue with. They just will not. They just never engage in good faith.
SK, if you're wondering why Mahler and the EFAP crew won't have an actual debate with you, it's
This is
because
why.
of this, you fucking
Yeah.
moron.
And you posted this.
He's just like, no. What's your argument? Southpaw gives like his like it's common sense. Like,
I sympathize with Southpaw because what else can you say to that? Like, there's really nothing else to say. What's your source? I don't know. I was a teenager at one point. I don't fucking know.
Real life? Have you tried it?
I tried to do a flip on the playground and almost broke my neck.
It's very hard to jump high enough in the air to do one backflip, let alone a double
And
backflip.
land it, let alone fucking like triple backflip.
And he's saying like SK is making the like saying how like punching somebody 20 feet is impossible. Since when? I mean, not to give not to give Southpaw too much credit here, but I am aware of the fact that Southpaw's done like Krav Maga, which is a stupid made up martial art, but he still punched somebody. So he is aware, I would think, of how much energy it would take to move somebody with a punch.
You'd be better off shoving somebody as hard as humanly possible.
Yeah, like I'm confident that Southpaw has punched at least one person in like a sparring session, so he knows, generally speaking, how hard you need to punch somebody to throw them 20 feet.
They called Katie a bad character for cheating on Brit, apparently, not understanding that she was raped given how drunk she was and how lucid her professor was.
Crossing a line here. I think we should have a chat.
These are not cited as much as the thread, but the first screenshot shows Southpaw asking people in the server to apply the standards they use to criticize Terriers to criticize good content, including stuff that EFAP believes to be good, hence my mention of Spider-Man Homecoming. Now, I don't really see how this damns Southpaw at all. He's attempting to highlight through a series of examples that if we apply their standards consistently, we end up with unwanted results towards media we think is good, including what EFAP thinks is good. EFAP does this too when addressing defenses of media they believe to be bad. If Southpaw had posted my spectacular Spider-Man video on a server, discussed what he finds to be wrong with it, and asked people to try applying what I said to other media, I would not be offended by this.
That one didn't age quite so well.
Just to give context to the next bit.
Oh.
SK, after this Thumbcast stream, made a video specifically about this scene in Spider-Man 1.
So, let's talk about the little nerd on Earth 96-283. His name is Peter Parker. He was bitten by a genetically modified spider. And for 21 years, he's been this world's one and only Spider-Man. We all know the rest. We love the rest. Well, maybe not all of it. Some have tried to poke holes in his spider story, specifically canon event AF-15. The problem people have is that they find it beyond cause and effect for Peter to be seen performing these numerous feats and not being deduced as Spider-Man by his classmates, including important characters to the narrative, like MJ and Harry. But let's slow down, hold your horses, and let's assess what we're seeing here. Firstly, we see Peter shoot a web at a tray, and everyone starts to notice right after Peter yanks it towards Flash. Anybody who knows Peter Parker to be the scientific nerd would attribute this to some kind of mechanism he made using his smarts. Nobody knows Spider-Man exists yet. He won't for a good week or two, as he only decides to become Spider-Man after his graduation and taking some time to grieve. And decent pictures do not exist until months later. I'll talk about this part in more detail later. We see Peter dodge a punch from Flash, as well as a series of later punches coming his way. Shouldn't really be out of the ordinary, as many people trained in boxing or martial arts would have ways of dodging punches. He is then seen performing a double backflip in the air, which is the first feat I would say is less compatible with human potential. Keyword less. He then dodges several punches and grabs Flash's hand, and delivers a punch that sends him flying back, which I'd say is the most potential to reveal Peter as superhuman. However, just because the students saw this, does not mean they would easily be able to piece it together. Yes, Peter's backflip is impressive, his punch is impressive, but if you were to ask any of these kids at random if a gymnast or a martial artist were capable of doing what Peter did, are they guaranteed to give a well-informed answer? I mean, they might if they have records of the best gymnast or martial arts feats on hand, or had Lila rewind the event for them to analyze the specifics of what happened like we did, but I can imagine why it would be bizarre to expect a high schooler to casually have either of those things before a fight even occurs. Even if we accept that Peter's double backflip is impossible for any gymnast to do, there is no guarantee that your average teenager would know that, or that no boxer or martial artist out there is capable of making someone go flying meters back with one punch. Teenagers generally do not have the greatest scope on what humans are capable of, nor are they qualified experts to speak on this for sure. One may say that Peter's punch was so great that it would require the force of a speeding car to deliver this hit, but all I have to point out is that Flash literally survives this, and no bones are broken. He doesn't even have a black eye or anything like that.
Is he okay?
He's just happy you didn't give him a black eye for graduation.
The damage done to Flash is at a level regular people are capable of. He isn't even knocked out by this. People have faced even worse damage from punches. Real ones. Why on earth would these students assume Peter hit Flash at the force of a speeding car if Flash didn't even take damage remotely comparable to car accident victims? The answer is simple, they wouldn't. And let's take this even further, shall we? By the logic being presented here, if Peter delivered a punch that would match the force of a literal speeding car, as this criticism implies, shouldn't Flash surviving this make him superhuman? And not just survive, but face no serious injuries, or even being knocked out by this. This is a greater durability feat than Peter himself has shown in the scene. Should the students be outing Flash Thompson as either Spider-Man or the Green Goblin in the next few months? Or, more simply, most of these teenagers generally just figured that this was a case of Peter Parker training to be better than Flash, and this day was the day where he gained the physical and mental preparation to stand up to Flash. I'm not going to assume that Daniel LaRusso is suddenly superhuman based on him pulling off impressive feats seemingly out of a vacuum when I don't follow up with his personal life or how he spends his time outside of school. Like, humans have been capable of some crazy feats throughout history. You see Andrew Garfield's stunt right here? This is possible in real life, believe it or not.
Just surprised the heck out of us.
There have literally been stories where in order to save someone in danger, people have been capable of literally lifting cars due to the adrenaline of the moment. Even if these feats are superhuman, it is reasonable for your typical high schooler to not know this for a fact or what the strict limits of human potential are, and the only characters that would actually affect the narrative if they found out are MJ and Harry. One of them doesn't care about science and is pursuing acting, and the other is outright terrible at science, so expecting them to have a definitive grasp on what Peter did was superhuman or not sounds bizarre to me, especially for the reasons I've outlined above. But regardless, why don't we entertain the hypothetical that the other students did piece together that Peter's feats are superhuman? Harry and MJ already have the reasons not to, but let's just put the movie in immense bad faith for a second and assume everybody else did. Spider-Man shows up a week or so after this, and nobody can get a good picture of Spider-Man. They can barely get a glimpse of him.
Problem is, we don't have a decent picture. Eddie's been on it for weeks. We can barely get a glimpse of him.
They only start getting decent pictures once Peter Parker shows up, which is while he is in college. This is months after graduation, so not only is it possible that the students don't have strong memory of the finer details of the events that unfolded, but even if they did, they do not have evidence of it. Even if they ran their mouths to the Bugle, Jameson wouldn't believe it and dismiss them immediately, nor would Jameson want the source of his exclusive photos to be put to waste. He just wants money. If the students told the cops, assuming they'd actually cared to eat out time of their day to go through the reporting process, they'd have no evidence to work off of. Innocent until proven guilty. Most people understand this. It could just end up being a waste of time for these students. This is just covering how impractical it would be for them to try exposing his identity, and the ways in which it wouldn't go very far, which can play into why they wouldn't be interested in spending their time on something like this. But to go even further, we have to consider what their perspectives are on both the lunch situation and Spider-Man himself.
Peter, that was amazing.
Most people were cheering on Peter Parker for standing up to Flash, with a few people in the minority acting bitter about this. If most of the people who saw this are on Peter's side, why would they go to the police or the Daily Bugle in order to expose Peter? This could possibly ruin a kid's life, a kid who already had it rough for years and was celebrated by most for finally standing up to make that change. There seems to be newfound respect for him, unless they have some inconsistent morals we haven't heard of. Seriously, if most people supported Peter on this, this tanks any reasoning to assume that they would expose his identity. But furthermore, if they knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man, the superhero who protects the city, especially from a dangerous villain who bombs people for fun, and would know from the start that Peter stands up to bullies and even left in shame for how overboard he went on Flash, why would it be in their interest to expose his identity? Spider-Man is the only one who is capable of defeating the Green Goblin. He has saved many lives before. Most of these students supported Peter, so it stands to reason they'd be more inclined to keep his secret and not possibly ruin his life. These kids aren't monsters, and for those who are actually opposed to Peter, either they've matured and moved on with their lives, as grown-ups tend to do, or they might actually try to run their mouth to the Bugle and the cops. And if any of the other students were ever questioned on this, and have reasons to want to keep Peter's secret like I've just outlined, then the most likely outcome would be that those reporting Peter would have been labeled as crazy and have conflicting stories with the majority of the other students who saw it. This would go nowhere.
But Your Honor, I'm not done.
Let's also say that some of these students believed the Bugle that Spider-Man is this menace who helped Green Goblin terrorize Times Square. This makes Spider-Man a terrorist, just like Green Goblin. This means that Spider-Man himself would know who saw him achieve those feats in high school, those who had the strongest vendetta against him, and if he finds out that a story is released about what he did in high school in order to expose his identity, who do you think he's going to target? Even if he doesn't get the right person who reported it, he still may want to hurt or kill those he suspected of it, possibly out of spite, people who could possibly be their friends too. If Spider-Man is truly this terrorist that caused so many deaths already, you've got to be an idiot to mess with him and not think of this being possible. So out of fear for what Spider-Man can do to them, the students can easily want to remain uninvolved for safety reasons. Even if everyone but MJ and Harry knew, there are strong reasons not to out his identity based on the story at school, whether they are for or against Spider-Man. But remember, this is all on the basis that Peter is so obviously superhuman, no human could possibly ever do what he did. Therefore, it's a problem in the narrative that Peter isn't found out. I may or may not have been hiding a little something I could have used this entire time, but didn't for the sake of focusing on the premise that teenagers simply don't have the strongest scope of human potential, and even if they did, they would have fair motivations not to share this information. You see this double jump right here? There's no running done to give any momentum, and he spins twice. That appears to be totally out of this world, right?
Oh! Oh my god!
Oh, that's right. Not only do most students not know of what gymnasts can or cannot achieve, but there are literally videos out there that you can search on your own where gymnasts have been capable of doing double backflips while standing. In fairness to the criticism, these double backflips are not as high as Peter's, but who is counting at the moment? Who is going to be analyzing these finer details while invested in the ongoing fight? They unfortunately don't have the rewind capabilities that we have, nor could they have measured the height he was at the moment, though Peter at least has the adrenaline that these gymnasts likely didn't have. And the point in showing these isn't to say what Peter did was absolutely possible in the real world, it's that it doesn't appear to be out of this world. Lifting an entire car with one hand and then throwing it is something that appears to be out of this world. Sticking to the side of a skyscraper appears to be out of this world. Flying around and defying gravity without any technology whatsoever appears to be out of this world. Doing a double backflip that looks very much like real-life feats is not something that appears to be out of this world. This isn't just true for the backflip, by the way. Let's take a look at Bruce Lee's 6-inch punch. This guy was pushed back about 3.5 meters away after taking the force of the punch, which is about 11.5 feet. And that's assuming that's the best he could have done, and we don't even know for a fact that he couldn't have done more. Peter delivering a punch like this does not appear to be out of this world. It is something Bruce Lee has done and many others have tried to replicate over the years, specifically with his 1-inch punch, even to the point of breaking bricks with this. I'm not saying the punches are the same, I'm saying they do not appear to be out of this world. This criticism doesn't work on numerous levels. The canon remains intact. What's the matter, bro? Nobody checked the little nerd's feats at the high school?
Oh, he's essentially repeating the arguments that he made throughout the stream, but in a more.
He's so.
Is
it like in direct response to Southpaw, or like?
Yeah, but it doesn't really reference Southpaw at all. It's
Okay.
more so just arguments about the scene that they were talking about during the stream. So it's not really an attack on Southpaw or Sheev.
Right. Okay.
But Southpaw took it as an attack. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So this is where Southpaw becomes irredeemable. There is a 56-minute call between Southpaw and SK. This was their last interaction.
Wait. For real?
Yeah.
And we have this?
No, we don't have this. SK won't leak it. SK will only leak parts of it.
Okay.
And these parts that he's leaked, that's what's coming up in this compilation.
It's interesting that he hasn't leaked it because SK loves to leak things.
Fungus, this is so fucking autistic.
Ooh.
And this was explained and put it up on screen. The document, the Google document that SK
Oh, there
made-
it is. It's on screen right
Yeah,
now.
it's on screen.
I'm reading it.
Whoa, look, it's going
Wow,
all
look
around.
at this fucking editing. This looks
Wow,
cool.
look at the font.
Wow,
Did you zoom in on that word right there? Yeah, that one.
Wow,
Good.
Technology is incredible.
I can't believe that they included the Joe Rogan filter on this particular document, on nothing else, and nothing else in the video.
Copyright filter.
Future Fries is sitting there right now. Like, these fucking pieces of shit are giving me more work to do on this piece of shit autistic video.
I'm sitting there. I've grown a 5 o'clock shadow. Maybe what I was talking about. Sorry, I'm a little drunk.
So like, okay. So the reason why he won't leak it is because the reason why he won't the The reason why he won't
It's because
leak
it
the
involves
call
a spy, and it involves
is
other private
because
details. I don't assume he's being entirely honest about the.
I suspect it might just be the fact that Southpaw could leak
Yeah.
in response. He could leak things which are damaging.
I imagine that Southpaw recorded it too, so he could probably leak it at any time. Because why wouldn't he? That's what Southpaw does.
Southpaw leak it for me.
Okay.
For your old pal or Arctic Fungus.
So remember, SK made this video. Southpaw saw it as a direct attack on him. And this is what he did in response. There's a black frame.
Oh,
She
that's what he
said
did.
he sent the video to Rags. Was that true?
Yes, he did. He did.
So you guys
Well,
see EFAP. Hold up,
Steve-
I'm in the middle of a statement. You
Oh.
guys see EFAP as these people that constantly harass people, berate people. I mean, there's examples of Rags telling people to end their lives, and you
Oh,
sent
no.
it to Rags to try to dunk on me.
Steve sent it to Rags.
Yeah,
She
but
sent
you
it to Rags.
you guys were okay with that and didn't try to stop it.
I mean, as just coverage of a video,
I mean, you've seen how the EFAP
Like-
people act. You say that they're very abusive and whatnot. Chief sent the video to Rags to try to get me ridiculed, and you guys were okay
Yes.
with that. When he's known to tell people to
Yes.
take their lives.
What a pussy.
yes, we were.
Funny, every time any of these internet intellectuals talks about Spider-Man 1, they start telling each other to kill themselves. History repeats itself.
No, fuck your straw man. That's a negated argument I pointed out because I knew you were heading down that road. You don't know what a fucking straw man is, dickhead fuck! Pointing out an argument you didn't think of. You lost, buddy. Fucking accept it and move on. You. Wow, we have a winner. Oh, fuck off. I'm done. Miles is without his mask. You loudmouth line telling agenda-driven attention-seeking Twitter whore. You picked a fight and I countered every fucking point you threw. And you ran to your bitch boys to try and eco them out like a coward.
Now, whether you agree with my criticisms towards this movie or not shouldn't matter, because the point here is that Anomaly is acting needlessly aggressive and rude towards me over my take on a Spider-Man movie. Southpaw not wanting to watch the show with them or retweeting a tweet of mine stating that I finished and enjoyed the show is already not comparable to the hostility present in this conversation, which Wolf was a witness to. And how do I know this? Well, because Southpaw talked about it with Wolf, and as Wolf attempted to mediate the situation by having Southpaw request Anomaly to have a voice chat with him, Anomaly Inc. decided to tell Wolf, who has a history of having suicidal issues, to go swallow a bullet.
Me, an intellectual, I never pick a side. Nothing ever really would change if I committed suicide.
Why did you do that? And this was before
Yes,
the whole
we were.
Jeb thing.
Kind of based.
You know, what I just outlined with you, SK.
What did you outline?
Did you hear that? So after everything that Southpaw has said about EFAP for the past 2 years, after everything he said about Mauler, calling him an all-around awful person,
Yeah.
calling them shitty people, he just made a 6.5-hour video absolutely tearing into EFAP. And yet he's still fine with sending the video to them so they can cover
That's
it.
why I was confused because
Kinda hilarious.
Doesn't make sense.
I mean,
It
I
doesn't
kinda-
even make
I
sense
ca-
because
I kinda like it.
It doesn't even make sense because Southpaw knows Jack Saint and Brown Table, so why doesn't he just send the video to them?
Because they're not gonna. They're just gonna be like, alright, who cares about fucking Spider-Man?
Yeah, but EFAP is not gonna cover SK's video.
No, but Southpaw hopes they will.
Yeah, but then he's stupid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I kind of find it hilarious that he would try and do that just to make SK come across as a gigantic retard.
Yeah, but after everything he said, he's trying to skim elbows with EFAP?
This type of behavior really isn't that surprising if you keep in mind how Southpaw treats his friends.
Zack Snyder's Justice League is several leagues worse than Justice League as it has become to be known. Okay?
Spicy.
It is not close at all. When we finished the movie, we thought that it might be close, but further examination, I mean, I haven't been speaking much with Mahler about it, or anyone from the group, but I've been speaking with some other folks. Marcus, the guy from the TASM 2 debate, and Jeb, they're the guys from Ecom. We've been talking a lot about it every single day.
That was the sentence.
Yeah, those guys. Jeb actually put together a handy little little document comparing the Snyder Cut to Justice League on Google Drive, and read through it, rewatch the Snyder Cut and Justice League, and can confirm for every little improvement that is in Zack Snyder's Justice League, because there are elements of Zack Snyder's Justice League that are better than Justice League. It introduces, I want to say, like 20 new issues that all break the story in their own individual ways, and what technical improvements there are in the visual effects, in the lack of stupid, terrible comic relief, whether it's from The Flash with his stupid Batcave line or falling on Wonder Woman's boobs. There are way more substantive issues, the kinds that we like to focus on here at EFAP.
Oh, wow.
So here's your next homework assignment, Terriers friends. Go out and watch actually amazing content, like verifiably good content, and do what they did with Terriers. Do what you can to call everything a contrivance, or completely morally condemn the characters and claim that the story isn't aware that they're not heroes. Victim blame rape victims if possible. Do not allow for the slightest bit of inference. Call totally realistic and plausible things unrealistic. If a character does anything while under the influence even slightly, criticize that too. Just focus on laws that the characters break.
So have fun, guys. I will see you around.
Yes.
Bye. Bye.
Toodaloo. Now your
And
title
now,
is fake news.
Everyone that's in the call is part of the EFAP League.
Wolf and Fringy gaslighting me, Mahler and Fringy disingenuously criticizing Terriers with the shittiest, most misinformed arguments ever. Do I even want to stay friends with these people anymore?
Especially after today, I want to twist the fucking knife.
You want to play a little game? Jigsaw dead!
It sounds as though you are very attached to this show, and it's going to hurt you to talk about it critically. If that's the case, you'll have no pushback from me. I'm sorry it didn't work out. There's plenty more to discuss in the media sphere though, so no worries.
I appreciate your understanding, dude. You're trash, Mahler. I didn't want things to go like this. I don't hate you, man. It depresses me to think that you think I do. I'm a fucking idiot, and you don't deserve to have an asshole like me for a friend.
Dude, can I please get you in a call because I am so beyond lost here.
The only reason I'm reluctant about it is just it's so much harder for me to talk in real time, especially under high pressure situations like this. It's not that I hate you. It's not that I don't want to fix this. It's not that I want to lose you. You're like a brother to me.
You know, Mahler, I know all kinds of things now. Had a little chat with your old pal Chaseface a couple weeks ago, as he was seething and malding about you and Wolf disavowing him. Had to sit there for 2.5 fucking hours hearing shit that made my stomach turn in all sorts of directions, just so I could see what he'd say if he believed that he had a listening ear. Thank you, Addiction to JCS. And boy, oh boy, did he sing. He sang, and he sang, and he sang. Wowzers. Cannot say that much of what he told me about either of you surprised me, but I was still glad to hear that you cast him out after finding out what he had done. I'm well aware that you know that he admitted to everything, for as much as he tried to weasel out of really being held accountable for what he did, and now I can't help but see that you have a substantial portion of your audience that believes his ex is a liar. Seeing as how your ideal response to having your inaccurate criticisms criticized by somebody you just thought was a coattails riding weirdo anyways, Chase's words, not mine, is to essentially threaten to drop some doc exposing them. Maybe now that you know Wolf's ex-best friend ever went and ran to be within hours of you guys disavowing him, maybe that will give you the drive you need to use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim. Because, after all, we both know you care oh so much about victims of sexual abuse, right?
Whether it's something like Arcane or
which is bad because of women. This is really well written and executed and animated, I can tell. But the investment wasn't particularly there for me until the next few episodes. I was crazy invested in the middle, and then my investment slipped again towards the end. But I was still recognizing that it was a massively well-made show. The things that I am most impressed with, or I guess most invested with, the elements that I'm most invested in are the characters. Vi, Jinx, Victor, and Caitlyn being like my personal favorites. I am invested in the character relationships that we get, and I am very impressed with the show and the animation as well. It's just gorgeous the whole time.
Very well. Rags, who's next?
Let me hit the number generator button and we shall find out. Generate. Number 6. It's metal.
Oh, that's me. I liked the show a whole bunch. It was really nice and good. It was much more mature than I expected it to be. At some point, you realized, oh shit, we're not fucking around.
Yeah.
I think I was no, I don't think. I know I was pretty much invested the whole time, especially in my second watch through because I was just looking for neat little details and stuff. Because it starts kind of okay, and then we hit a certain point, and you're like, all right, I'm in. I want to see everything now. Looks awesome. Lots of well-written characters in there, I would say. Yeah, I think that's my little blurb. Go ahead.
Okie dokie, let's see who's next.
Just one small
What?
thing I just thought it was funny. Someone in chat was saying their favorite characters are the Professor and Vance. I also like Vance.
Vance is my. It's like.
Next up, it's number 5. It's Mauler. Oh my goodness.
So, I originally watched this after about a month of people recommending it to me. And maybe I got the timeline wrong there, but me and Free were like, this or Afterlife? Still need to watch that, by the way.
Yes.
I've heard it's very good. So, we were like, I guess we'll throw this on, I don't know. And it was like, first 2 episodes were like, this is a fine show. Nothing really that's stimulating the old heart and brain, though, that much. And then episode 3 happened. We've gone over this a couple times on different streams. It was just surprising, shocking. We'll get there in terms of bold storytelling choices, as well as a couple of scenes that are just fucking top tier for storytelling, IMO. And from that point, I was just hooked and watched straight through to the rest. I was pretty invested in a lot of things. It was only on subsequent viewings of the show that I picked up a shit ton more that was in it. And it constantly makes me think about the nature of actually absorbing stories and how much I pick up subconsciously before consciously because of I think I liked this show more than I had picked up about it at first, but at this point I've got like infinite things to say about basically every person involved and the world, the plot line. It's absolutely better than it has any fucking right to be. It doesn't make any sense almost that this is this good, and it's a treat. It was a really wonderful thing to be able to watch. Not just because I think it's pretty well written, but it's cool to have such a crazy fantasy sci-fi world that isn't absolute garbage, which we often get these days. Because, man, I mean, you know, I say that as if this will change things. Lord of the Rings is on its way. Brace for impact with that one, and yeah. I don't know if there's any worthwhile special mentions rather than just we'll eventually get into the whole thing, but
yeah.
Got some great plot lines happening, some really fun uses of challenging characters, a villain that, for all intents and purposes, is scoring incredibly high with basically everybody, and it's been a while since we've had one of them, I would say, with new stuff.
Yeah!
And
Okay,
I
cool.
was pretty much fully invested in everybody. There wasn't really a story where I was like, no, more of this, I guess. Which was really fun for me.
Next up, the number generator. I have to hit it until it, gives me what I want, as life is.
If you're
Theo is
getting repeat
next.
numbers, I know a different service you can use that doesn't do that.
I mean, we're only doing it's not that huge a deal. It's all right.
You say it was me next?
It is.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, I've been playing League of Legends for a very, very long time, since season 2, so that's like 10 years or so. I saw that this was coming out, and I thought it was going to be shit because, it's the League of Legends Netflix animated series. But I was intensely surprised by how much of a, I don't want to, I guess, mature as a story it is. Like, there's clear vision behind it, and it is trying to be something as opposed to being, I guess, a corporate sludge product. And there's some really stellar character work going on in it, and characters that I really enjoy from the game are treated exceptionally well, and it's really fucking pretty to look at. And it's got teeth. Like, it's willing to be very unpleasant with some of the subject matter it wants to tackle, and I really appreciated all of that. I really, really like this show.
It's amazing.
Wait,
all
what?
right.
Oh, I thought you
No,
meant who's next.
just everything Theo said. Everything that Theo said was just incredible. I was all for it. That was great. Next up, it's Doomer.
Hey, so I'm a really big fan of the show. Probably some people in chat know that I'm in the middle of like what's probably going to be at this point a 2.5, maybe 3-hour video talking about it. I think it is very good, and I need to get that out of the way up front because I'm assuming I will end up being the most critical person, and that's not because I don't like it. That's because I think it is good enough that it deserves to not be treated with kid gloves and taken seriously. Which is just saying that is very, very high praise coming from me. I think it's incredibly good. I don't think it's perfect. There are some areas where I wish it was better, but like if I had to sum it up in a very brief like sentence, like if this is the future of product placement and this is like, I would be very, very optimistic if we see anything even vaguely like this coming down the pipeline. If this is how you sell a product, is to make a show that's this good, that would just be incredible. It has the potential to reverse my pessimism about the film industry, almost by itself, which is incredibly high praise. So yeah, it's a very, very good show.
All right. He's spoken, and now it is. I'm clicking. Okay, here we go. Fringy's next.
Okay. I guess it's the same story in terms of watching it. It was getting recommended for a few months, and when so many people are saying that a show is really good, and that, including like people who perspectives you generally align with, that's pretty interesting, especially considering that it's a League of Legends TV show on Netflix. So yeah, I watched it and I was very surprised. I don't think I was expecting, even with all of the recommendations, I don't know that I was expecting to watch a show that was so mature, clearly the product of passion, that someone had an idea for a story they wanted to tell and were able to execute on it. This show is really great. Putting to one side the incredible production values, great voice acting, incredible animation and art style, a really cool soundtrack as well. It's just really strong character writing throughout. And when you're writing like 8 or 9 really great characters who have their own stories, and their own journeys that they're going on, strong themes permeating a lot of those stories tied into a pretty sound plot, it's like, man, you do something really well. This show is really great, and I think when I first watched it, I think I just felt that it was good, but the more that I think about the show, the more it improves in my mind. So I think it's pretty great, and I'm looking forward to talking about why.
Very well.
All right. Here we go. We're down to the wire. Just 1 and 2 left. Let me click the button. Oh my goodness, it's me. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, I'm so
It's
excited.
Rags on deck. We're ready to go
God,
to
it's
talk
Rags.
about Arcane. So, Arcane has been the most recommended thing to us ever. We've been recommended things a lot. And not only was it the most recommended thing ever that we consistently were getting, it was getting praised by everyone. Everyone was talking about how amazing it was. So, before the CFAP, during the last week or so, in 2 sittings, I decided, alongside Mahler, to give the show a watch, and it's probably one of my favorite shows that I've seen. I am thoroughly impressed with it, back to front, and what we do on EFAP, we sort of have an unofficial Olympic diving score that we give things, which is the more complex and complicated and higher that something shoots to be, then the higher weight that its number kind of carries. And the fact that there could be so many characters and characters I think are the strength of this show. There are so many of them in a plot line that involves them all. That it's thoroughly impressive that we don't just get a character or 2 that are good, or 3 or 4. We get it's difficult to choose who your favorite is. I'm thoroughly impressed with the show. I really, really enjoyed the vast majority of it. It was a pleasure to watch. The voice acting was great. The animation was very well done, especially on the emotional side. The world was interesting and magical, and just a wonderful place, sort of. It was just always visually interesting. You always wanted to hear what the characters were saying, and I really, really like the show. Definitely gets a huge seal of approval from me. And now,
may as well keep rolling
that
it until you
leaves-
get Das's number, I guess.
Yeah,
man.
let me go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and roll through. Okay, 8, 7, 7, 8, 5, 4, 1, 4, 2, 1,
I really
4.
really hate
I'm gonna go
Damn
get a
it!
drink while you're doing
1,
this.
7, 4, 7, 3. There we go.
Yay!
Pass.
Hey, I'm
You
back from my drink.
can tell us what you think about the show.
Yeah, so I have absolutely zero experience with the League of Legends franchise. I've never played the game. Well, no, that's not true. I played it once and didn't think it was for me. But anyway, that was what concerned me when I saw the recommendations coming up about the show from everybody that I trust to have good opinions. So I was concerned that having not played the game, it was going to, cause a problem, but that's not the case at all. I think anybody can enjoy the show, and the word mature comes up a lot, and they're not wrong at all. It was because I was expecting it to be kind of like a sanitized product, because everybody was always like so jovial and just quippy in the game, as far as my friends seem to portray it. But it was actually, it was very mature in that regard. A lot of different characters, and what's interesting too is I didn't really care too much for Game of Thrones because there were too many characters, and that's just a personal gripe for me. But then this show comes along, and finally the one and only show with lots of characters that I actually really got into and had trouble picking a favorite.
Fuck yes! In a December that's seen some of the most obnoxiously terrible content the human mind is capable of producing, I don't think I was alone in desperately seeking out something genuinely good to balance the great cosmic scales of entertainments. Well, as it happens, some helpful soul suggested that I watch Arcane, an animated fantasy series on Netflix. Then another person said the same thing, and another, and before you knew it, I was being showered with more recommendations for this one show than I've had bottles of high-grade alcohol, and that's a fucking lot. Believe that. So what the hell, I thought, might as well see what all the fuss is about. And god damn it, I'm so glad that I gave this show a try. Arcane may just be one of the most gripping, nuanced, mature, poignant and well-constructed TV shows I've watched in years, which is pretty fucking mind-boggling considering it's based on an online multiplayer shooter of all things.
Not a great plan.
Anyway, clearly an explanation is needed here, so let's get started. I'm going to keep this review light on spoilers as much as I can, because I genuinely don't want to ruin this show for people, so here's the high-level plot summary. The show takes place in the fictional steampunk city of Piltover, where the affluent nobility enjoy a life of luxury and opportunity in the upper levels of the city. Beneath them lies a sprawling, polluted, crime-ridden hellhole known as the Undercity, where impoverished workers toil away in brutal conditions and rival gangs and crime lords vie for power. It's a bit like fucking Greenock, only it looks nicer. Anyway, ever since a failed uprising years earlier, an uneasy truce is held between the two halves of the city, brokered by a former revolutionary turned pacifist named Vander. Unfortunately, his former brother-in-arms Silco still harbours dreams of freeing the Undercity from the control of those above, and begins using a powerful chemical known as Shimmer to build himself an army of super soldiers. Meanwhile, in the city above, a brilliant young scientist named Jace is experimenting with dangerous new technology that has the potential to harness the power of magic, with the goal of ushering in a new era of peace, prosperity, and technological advancement. But this potential isn't lost on the greedy politicians of the city council, who begin to manipulate Jace for their own ends. And in the midst of all this shit, a street gang from the Undercity, led by a tough-talking fighter named Vi and her younger sister Jinx, manage to steal some of Jace's technology, which triggers an escalating series of conflicts and battles with both Silco and the enforcers from the city above. The two sisters ultimately become separated when Jinx accidentally detonates a magic crystal, resulting in the deaths of several friends. Fuck. Jump forward a few years and Silco has risen to become the dominant force in the Undercity, with Jinx now acting as his most loyal enforcer. Piltover itself has become a technologically advanced metropolis thanks to the technology developed by Jace, who's now seen as the city's golden boy. But when Vi returns after getting released from prison, can she find a way to save her sister and prevent a destructive revolution before it happens? Is there even anything left to save? I could probably spend hours gushing over every detail of Arcane's story, but trust me on this one, there's a huge amount of stuff going on in this show. Everything from grand political manoeuvring to dangerous science experiments that threaten to shift the balance of power in the world, friendships and loyalty tested to their limits, unexpected alliances and bitter betrayals, revenge and reconciliation. It's all here, and it's all played out with some of the best, most nuanced and mature character work I've seen in years.
Oh man! Oh god! Oh man!
Nobody is quite what they seem. Everyone has valid reasons for doing what they're doing, whether it's a desire to win freedom for their people, an idealistic hope of making the world a better place, or the pragmatic necessity of maintaining the unequal status quo to prevent greater suffering later. There's so many different ideologies and worldviews represented here, and what's remarkable is each one of them has its merits, and the script actually takes the time to explore them properly.
Are you serious?
Instead of, just blurting out cheap, meaningless, emotionally manipulative buzzwords and moving on before anyone thinks to question it.
You've got to do better, Senator. You've got to step up.
The world of Arcane is a morally complex, subtle, brutally uncaring and unforgiving place where good people can and do die for what they believe in, where virtue and honour isn't always rewarded and deception and manipulation isn't always punished. And just like the world they live in, the characters themselves are just as complex and nuanced. The supposed villains of the story aren't nearly as villainous as they may seem, even if they're forced to be cold and ruthless to achieve their aims, while the heroes definitely don't act heroic when the chips are down.
Sheer fucking hubris.
The relationship between Vi and Jinx is the glue that holds the rest of the narrative together, forming the emotional core of Arcane's story. And I have to admit, they absolutely hit a home run with both of these characters. Vi is a tough, aggressive street fighter that's learned from personal experience just how unforgiving this world can be, and how giving people a chance against your better judgment can often have disastrous consequences. When we pick up with her several years after the events at the start of the story, she's cold, gruff and abrasive, and not particularly interested in working with her new partner Caitlin. But as they spend more time together and Caitlin proves herself to be more than just a spoiled rich kid from the upper city, Vi begins to open up and trust her a bit more. You start to see little glimpses of the caring, compassionate young woman beneath it all, and there's a pretty strong implication of a romantic attachment between them. Jinx, on the other hand, starts out as a vulnerable, innocent kid who gets caught up in events way outside her control through a mixture of bad judgment and sheer bad luck. By the time we pick up with her, she's a brilliant but emotionally unstable enforcer, traumatized by past events, longing to reunite with her estranged sister, but fearing and hating her at the same time. It's a brilliant, complex piece of character work, a poignant exploration of grief, trauma, guilt and betrayal, and watching them try to reconcile with each other is absolutely gripping. Two damaged souls pushed down different paths by fate and circumstance, desperately looking for a way back. You're hoping against hope that Vi can find a way to bring her sister back from the brink, while knowing deep down that she's just too far gone. Son of a bitch! And as for the ending, well, I'll let you watch it for yourself and make up your own mind, but I can pretty much guarantee it won't leave you disappointed. What's interesting about Arcane is that it may be that most rare of species nowadays, an example of diversity, representation and female empowerment that's actually smart, well implemented and entertaining. The main cast features a smorgasbord of different races, genders, sexualities and even whole other species, but it never once becomes intrusive, preachy or irritating because the script never uses this stuff to make some clumsy point about contemporary politics, or tries to elevate one particular group above another. Oh, come on! They're all just people with their own unique drives, hopes, fears, dreams, flaws and weaknesses, regardless of the innate characteristics they were born with. Holy shit, man, it's almost like this is how good writing is supposed to be done. Oh, and as a little side note to all those fucking brainlets out there who like to chime in with insightful commentary like, the drinker is just a hateful, toxic misogynist who can't stand anything with strong female characters, diverse casting, or non-heterosexual representation. Well, you can go ahead and suck my big hairy Scottish balls, because first up you're clearly missing the entire point of my channel, which is hardly surprising considering most of you have an IQ roughly equivalent to a soft-boiled egg. And secondly, according to whatever ridiculous mental gymnastics passes for logic in your case, Arcane should be the very epitome of everything I hate most in life, and yet here I am fucking loving it. But drinker, you mellifluent maestro of media mastication, I hear you say, why would you be heaping such wild praise on something that contains the very elements you've been so critical of in other media? Well, helpful straw man that I use as a convenient prop to make my points. The difference here is that the race, gender and sexuality of the characters in Arcane aren't treated as the sole defining qualities that determine who they are and what they can be. They're nothing more than ancillary components of a much larger, more complex and well-constructed narrative, rather than being used as big obnoxious clubs to relentlessly beat you over the head with the message. Isn't it funny how all my complaints about forced diversity, clumsy social messaging and overpowered female characters go right out the fucking window when identity politics takes a back seat to just telling a good fucking story? It's almost like that's the very thing I've been advocating for since my channel took off, and now that it's actually happening, I couldn't be happier. But anyway, I digress. All of this stuff I've talked about is helped along immensely by incredible performances by a talented voice cast that give it their all, playing it dead serious and never once crossing the line into parody. The animation and art style of Arcane is simply gorgeous to look at. The environments, the action scenes, the character design and mannerisms, even the soundtrack, they're all perfectly done, to the point where you kind of forget that you're basically watching a 3D rendered cartoon. Arcane absolutely draws you in from the first haunting scene and doesn't let go until that epic final moment, and I was invested in every single second of it. There's absolutely no question on this one. Arcane gets a well-deserved drinker recommends from me, and if you haven't seen it already, I recommend you put that right at your earliest convenience. Trust me, you won't regret it. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Whether it's something like Arcane, or
which is bad because of women,
or a Spider-Man film, or
Which is bad because minorities.
How would would you guys say that it's a poorly written film, Homecoming?
No.
No?
Have a very average.
Either one of you's. Did you want to say any more?
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
no.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, I did. I don't want to. You go first, Jeff. I don't want to step on you.
All I was gonna say is I have I watch a lot of bad movies for fun, so I've definitely experienced a lot of poorly written films like Samurai Cop. Movie makes no sense at times. Spider-Man: Homecoming, from beginning to end, it's logical. I dislike, but like on the most basic level, it's a movie that works. It's not broken. I don't go. I mean, there are some internal logic issues based on like other MCU stuff, but you know, I don't know how much of the score I would take off based on those things.
Okay, Gary.
Okay, so average movie. I have no problems with like plot holes or anything like that, and be a logical discussion because of my emotional attachment to this character from the age of 4 years old, and feeling like I know this character better than I know some of my family members. And yeah, like objectively, it's just a very average movie. But again, I feel the same way as Far From Home is. It doesn't impact me very much, but some of the decisions made with the character I just absolutely hated, and it was part of Tom Holland's performance that I hated. So but actual writing, story progression, that's not the thing I have the problem with. It's how they're building the Spider-Man universe within the MCU, and how I feel like Sony has done it better in the beginning, not the latter, but and it feels like the MCU is making conscious decisions to make changes to a character that they're going to end up ruining in the long run, because there's long-term effects to these changes they're making, and unless they just want to make a couple movies and be done with them, and then that's whatever, and which maybe they might be doing.
I figure since these are almost like opening statements, do you want to, Rags, what's your take on Homecoming, just so everybody gets a good like B thing before we go?
Well, I think Homecoming is both objectively and subjectively for me in the top 3 of the MCU. I think it's one of the best written of the MCU movies in terms of all the details that make it come together and all of the logical consistency of the events that occur in it. I think Tom Holland is a fantastic Spider-Man. I think he really captures this kind of youthful, yearning kind of character who looks up to people and learns along the way. I really, really enjoy Homecoming. I think it's really solid.
All right, and then yeah, for me, I just think it's a extremely well written film for the MCU. There's an expectation that superhero movies have to be of a sort of a lower standard. You get a lot of people being like, oh, it's just a superhero movie. The same thing with Star Wars. I'm not a huge fan of that attitude. It's like these things, they can be elevated to a certain degree, and like it's no secret on this stream that one of my favorite, if not my favorite superhero movie is Civil War, and Spider-Man: Homecoming comes below it in the MCU, but it is literally second. I'm surprised by how much I pay attention to Homecoming, that I'm rewarded through a lot of what is essentially the cause and effect, how everything lines up, how it sits in the MCU, and how it tries to solve a lot of the MCU's problems in a meta sense. So like, if you guys remember, this was post like Phase 3 or during Phase 3, where a lot of the complaints were that the villains in the MCU suck. None of the films really recognize that they're in a universe together. They all seem to ignore each other. Like the characters are not really seen, or the events of one film don't really affect another. And soundtracks are typically considered very like cookie cutter or interchangeable. And this movie took a lot of steps to try and, let's say, evolve the films, and then while maintaining the strengths, which being there's a hero's journey of a sort occurring in the film that has a nice progression that leads a character from one position to another one through a lot of adversity. And fuck, do I love Vulture as a great, not only a villain that has just great motivation, but one that's created by the events of the MCU, in a very realistic, down to earth, I would call way. But you know, I am very fully aware that a lot of people hate Homecoming, and I think all 4 of our takes have both upset and pleased the people in chat already. And this part of why we're having this debate is because every time we try and like praise Homecoming, we get this surprise avalanche of like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Homecoming's terrible.
I think Homecoming's a good example of a story that takes place very appropriately, that clearly inside of a universe that's bigger than itself as a movie. And it's not a small detail. Like the story kind of it hinges around that. It's reliant on that. It's not just that these little things happen in the movie and interact with the characters or drive the plot. It's big stuff.
Well, yeah, you can tell the focus with Homecoming was that you can have significant repercussions from the Avengers, one being Vulture, one being Spider-Man. Like, in that universe.
Whereas a lot of what we've seen in, like, Phase 4 is the worst outcome of that, which is grabbing little things that can be like, oh, that's a fun meme, but the story that you're telling is so incongruent with a lot of what's happening in other films that you're just creating new problems.
Like Black Widow.
Yeah, exactly.
Black Widow is like
creates new problems because it takes place in the MCU and it kind of wants to take advantage of that, but they also want to tell their own story regardless of all of the massive implications it can have on other films.
Or a Spider-Man film, or
which is bad because minorities.
or a Batman cartoon.
What happened? I need a new car. 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 Come on, Robin.
Guess we won't be seeing sunlight for a while, huh, Dad? Guess we won't be seeing sunlight for a while, huh, Dad?
I need a new car.
Guess we won't be seeing
Yes, Batman, it's ready anytime you want to pick it up. Well, it took longer than I figured. The alignment, the whole suspension, all of it.
Or an old one-season wonder.
She comes like a 10-year-old.
Yep, that's the quintessential Hank Dolworth moment. Definitely illegal.
I spent the day dog napping. I lied to my former partner about a homicide. Now, I really don't want to hear the daughter of a really good friend of mine getting boned by this town's favorite son.
You know, I kind of remember you from when I was growing up.
If you want jelly, there's some right up there on the top shelf. It's real good. It's kind of like the natural type.
Quite morally dubious. Or an old one-season wonder. If you disagree with someone on something and dare to suggest that they aren't nearly as media literate or knowledgeable as they as their fucking livelihood depends on, they will make your life a living hell.
So you respond to what you perceive as bad faith against a TV show, and then turn right around and imply that Mahler and Fringy are rape apologists.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that they were rape apologists.
And I'm so over these people.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
like, it'd be nice if everyone in the media criticism sphere could just like talk about the media and not anything else.
Yeah, if they could just
That'd
learn
be
to chill the
fine.
fuck out, that would be great.
They literally kill people! They literally murder people!
I won't even talk about what a big dishonest piece of shit you are in general. I'll just talk purely about the movie.
I hate these people, dude.
From the bottom of my heart, fuck you.
Fucking Christ!
So
I'm actually seething now.
Chill the fuck out, that would be great.
I've only ever been on speaking terms with Mahler. I haven't spoken directly to Fringy or Wolf. I don't have a way of contacting Wolf. And I very much think that maybe Fringy thinks that I should be the first one to try to get into them, but the problem is I tried to pass a message on to him through Mahler, and I haven't gotten anything back at all, even through proxy. Fringy literally strawmanned me in the DMs. That
Oh
we
yeah,
had.
he strawmanned you. That's why it's okay to call him a rape apologist.
Yeah.
It's just, I just don't get it. Adam Warlock is one of the most controversial parts of the film, I think, in terms of people being critical. So,
Yeah, I think that way.
what can I say for now other than, he smashes in, and I'm not sure if it's meant to be a bit of a comedic beat, like Rocket is sort of chill, and he looks out the window, sees him coming, he just goes, wow, and just like smashes. But, and this is something I'm going to flag a lot. You see him smash him through those things, and you're like, is Rocket fine? It's like, yes, Rocket is fine. He's absolutely fine. He's barely even,
Like,
no scratching. Like, okay, sure.
Yeah, well, all right. That's weird. I would have expected.
I would expected
them to be a bit
something
more. Yeah.
But, it's okay.
All right. Yeah. All right.
So Nebula then grabs like a jetpack thing and basically operates as like the police of the area, and she flies up to him and she says like drop your weapons sort of thing. Somehow Adam loses his grip on Rocket. He has him in two hands, and then he looks over at Star-Lord, and somehow Rocket manages to wrestle himself out. Now, should be known, Adam Warlock is incredibly powerful in this film. I'm not even talking about the
He's like-
source.
Yeah, he's talking about like what would we put him on par with, like a
Superman?
Captain Marvel,
Yeah,
Superman
Captain Marvel.
kind of.
Superman.
Yeah, seems to be about that kind of
Define
power
is
level.
incredibly strong.
And so, like, all I can really say to explain any of these things is that he's an idiot, and that is canon.
It is, yeah. He's kind of an incompetent buffoon.
Yeah, he's
That's-
like a child. He got taken out of his birth pod too early, as we learned, so he's kind of not quite all there yet.
Which was not, I think, what a lot of people wanted to see. But obviously, I'm okay with the idea and concept. A childlike person in the body of something like a Superman. And how does it go? But that is the best I can do to explain why that would happen. So yeah, Nebula...
It helps explain some of his decisions, but definitely not all of them.
Yeah, well,
like, flying in and tackling him through the wall, that's just really stupid.
You'd think
no way around it.
A lot of child brain people would understand that one. And he doesn't talk like a child. He talks like a pretty normal person. Like, you could buy that he was his age from just the way that he talks.
Like Thor, kind of.
Yeah. The impression you get more so is just that he's not used to social cues or something. Not that he's like a child, but they definitely say that that's what his issue is. In fact, it's said that he's got more than that as an issue, but we don't get more specifics.
Something just came to mind too. To not spoil anything, though, there is a scene later in the movie that could kind of explain his actions when it came to Rocket and like his initial like tackling him through the wall, because he overcompensates later in the movie too. I don't know if you guys, without spoiling,
I know what you're
if you
talking
guys
about,
wanna
but
talk about it.
I don't agree.
I would argue that instead of that supporting this, that is another example of like an inconsistency. What he does in that scene is super retarded.
Not disagreeing with that.
So Nebula shoots him, and he just pretty much, like, she shoots him into a wall, and then he gets back up. He tackles her, and then there's this shot. He goes to punch her in the chest, and they show a shot of her like chest caving in, and then he punches her face, and like her jaw dislocates. And there's sort of music to match, and especially when I think about it more as time goes on, it's just like, I never know how much I should care about that. Like, when Nebula gets parts of her disconnected or broken, take, for example, because I think this is spoiler-free, there's a part in this film where she is hit in the head and it dislocates her whole neck. Her head, like, falls over. And then it reconnects back up, and it's kind of like a badass moment. But in that moment, right, we're supposed to be like, yeah, Nebula. But in this moment, we're supposed to be like, oh no, Nebula. Like, oh god, like her chest is caved in. She's getting fucked up. And it feels strange to me. I never quite know how I'm supposed to react. There's a specific example I'm going to be talking about when we get to the Orgo scope of Nebula's injuries, and I feel like I have to distinctly rely on the music, and even then I get betrayed regularly as to what the state of affairs are.
Yeah.
It gets very, 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 very confusing as to just what Nebula's health bar is, if there is such a thing.
This movie was kind of stressing me out in that regard. Like, it was really uneasy. I was really uneasy a lot of the time, not really knowing what like was gonna happen or what we were doing here, where we were going.
It struck me as what's happening when, you know, she gets momentarily disabled and like parts of her get disconnected, that she's vulnerable until she can kind of reassemble. It's like she's weak for that moment, not that like, oh my god, is this gonna kill her? That's just how it occurred for me watching these scenes.
I guess what I was trying to say is that this is treated like a very serious moment, what Adam does to her, but it's we've seen that happen to her so many times that I was like, she's fine, right? And then she is fine. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, she's fine. Yeah, we're all good.
All right. Back to all right.
Yeah, because they do choir. Whenever people bring in choir, and when someone's getting hurt, I assume that we're in serious mode, you know? Which
Film is
happens
telling you,
a couple times,
take this seriously.
Then Adam tears off Groot's head. I say that because there's not a huge... Because I'll be skipping around the movie. I'm not going to do every single thing that happens. But yes, that is a moment that happens. And
yeah, Groot jumps on him and like wraps himself around Adam, and then they tussle, and eventually he pulls Groot's head off. And Groot's like he's like the little guy from The Thing. He just kind of walks away on his little vines.
But if you had asked me, would tearing off Groot's head mean the head would regrow the body? I'd be like, I think so.
I assume so.
I've got not much to work on, but yeah, I guess we've got that confirmed now. We know that it's the head that's the most important part, I assume. Like, you can't rip off the head and you have two Groots. You would have just
Yeah,
the
I
Groot
don't think the
falls
body
over.
would grow a head and the head
Yeah.
would grow a body. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes some kind of intuitive sense.
So now we've got like 3 hits in a row of I'm wondering if this is all a nightmare and all the Guardians are dead now.
There was a sense of like, you know, wow, the shock of, you know, everything's pretty chill, but this guy has just come in and fucked up, you know, a whole bunch of them. It's like, oh shit. Which is kind of gonna, I'll have to see what you guys think, because I'm trying to, there's always a line with this sort of stuff. Tone is super hard. So I know that plenty of people found this joke funny, so I'll just ask you guys. Raglan fires his arrow directly at Adam, and it just bounces off and hits the floor. What did you think?
I didn't think it was funny. I thought like he was going to have a moment to actually maybe kind of do something to I guess he did end up distracting him. But I mean, that seems like it's a really powerful weapon, that arrow.
It does.
Extremely powerful, in fact. Like, can it go through spaceships? In the second one,
Well,
isn't that what Yondu uses it for?
In 2, he uses it to blow up the ship, and it withstands the explosion.
He does destroy a necrocraft in the first one as well. So this is the thing.
Do we know that he hit him like with the pointy part of the arrow to just kind of like?
Well, it might be
into
that he
him?
screwed it up.
Yeah, I thought that's what happened.
Oh, I think that it was.
I think it was just Adam was so tough or resilient, or the arrow wasn't strong enough.
I thought that what they were trying to tell us was that Adam is super duper duper strong. It's just that you do have Nebula's sword can go through him, so you'd think the arrow would be able to, considering how powerful it is. But as long as they don't contradict that, it's all right.
If you throw an arrow, it's like, you know, he doesn't shoot it like he's a master archer. He just kind of, it's like he threw it at him essentially.
Yeah, and I think you could maybe argue that he's not at full speed, maybe, or something.
Oh, definitely not.
But I was going to say, they don't really contradict that anywhere anyway, so it's mostly chill. It's definitely supposed to be funny, because then you have the girl next to him who's like, oh god, he's just like, shut up, because they don't want to get found, and then Adam is like, who threw that? You baby. Which, for me, hit really weird. I think this works for a whole bunch of people. The reason it doesn't quite for me is because I was like, oh shit, I hope Nebula's okay. Holy fuck, he ripped off Groot's head. And then it's like...
Yeah, but we're having fun. It's like, oh no, we're not.
I wasn't having fun at that point. I was worried
We're not
about
having
them.
fun. I'm very anxious.
And I think it's so strange that immediately after that, he bursts into the room, Rocket aims his gun at him, and then he shoots Rocket, and it does something to Rocket that, may as well just say at this point, brings him to near death, and the rest of the plot is going to be about trying to save Rocket's life from this shot.
Which I don't have a huge problem with, except for that he just got tackled through several walls earlier.
Well, and the fact that he just shot him. Why is he shooting him?
I guess
we learn later on.
It's not a hypothetical.
Yeah.
It's, like, why are you seeming to be so intent on killing Rocket when your point here is to abduct him and bring him back alive?
That's a good point, yeah.
I thought that was absolutely insane, considering his primary and very specific goal. And the thing is, if he was successful here, you'd get brain death, and by the time he gets that thing back to where it needs to be, I don't know how useful that brain's going to be. Certainly not what the person wants. Let's put it that way. So very, 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 very strange choice, but also becomes very, very serious, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like we do this the funny bit, and it's sandwiched between our characters getting grievously injured, which I just don't know if it works for me.
It doesn't work for me. It was the beginning of a long journey through tonal. I felt like I was a pinball in a machine getting battered around a lot of the time watching this, and this was kind of the beginning of that. I feel.
It totally worked for me. I didn't have any problem going back and forth between things that are frightening and anxious and jokes, especially when the jokes aren't like coming at the expense of the thing you were meant to be anxious about. You know, they're unrelated. You know, like in this, like there's an example later where I think a couple, or maybe more than one example, where the joke's like, that seems to actually kind of step on the dramatic moment you were trying to have.
Do you think there's any conflict in presenting Adam as someone who's, like I said, grievously wounded 3 of the heroes, to then also be like, Haha, who threw that at me?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
It did for me.
Certainly
was
did for
very,
me.
I don't
very-
understand.
yeah.
So what's the problem with that exactly?
So Adam is
Wait.
kind of scary at first, and then they do that joke, and I was like, oh, what are we doing here?
Well, why can't he be physically intimidating, but also kind of an aloof person?
It's less to do
Or
with whether
maybe
or not
aloof
that's-
is not the right word, but you know what I'm saying.
was less to do with whether or not that's a possibility. Anyone could tell a joke or be kind of funny. It's just that whether or not you say that, because the tonal arguments are very, very difficult to be, I think, definitive about. It's definitely going to come down to the person. But I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to. Would you say that the movie is trying to get me to understand that this guy is kind of an idiot, but also be afraid?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, right?
Because when you show me him taking out 3 of the Guardians like that in a way that I'm wondering if they're dead, and this is a nightmare that one of our characters is having, it is you've already really you have planted, watered, grown, and are now harvesting this emotion of unease and tension that you're building up, and then to have that just with him and him and the arrow, it's really, really weird. It makes me very confused as to what you're trying to tell me.
Well, he's not exactly cracking a joke. He's reacting to someone, like some sort of petty onlooker throwing like a stick at him, basically.
It's very, very clearly a comedic moment, not just because of the way that Adam reacts to it, but because
Well, I know
of
it's a
how
comedic moment, but I
Dragon
don't understand what the problem is with the comedic moment.
I don't know what else to say. Laid it out pretty clear.
Well, I mean, you also said that the film has planted the seed somehow that maybe you're meant to think
They
this
have
is a
worked
nightmare. One of them.
No, I didn't. My analogy didn't end there, which is important. But I think that there's definitely a very, very clear kind of vibe, and a kind of what's the word, like I guess tone, not to keep overusing it, but there's a very clear tone of like peril, danger, potential death, like Infinity War kind of opening, and to have this just kind of stuck in there when this moment, for what it accomplishes, whether it's being to make Adam seem, I mean, what it's trying to accomplish is a joke, and I think it's very, very misplaced.
Okay, so other moments in other Guardians movies where there's peril and danger, but then there's a joke or a quip happening right very close to it or amidst it, are those also bad, or is there something unique about this one?
It depends on what specific one you're talking about.
Yeah, make a reference.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the part in Guardians 2, he just found out that Kurt Russell, he killed his mom, and then there's, he gets stabbed, and then they come in with the ship and they knock him out, and then immediately oh God, I don't remember the exact line, but Gamora comes to rescue him, and he says a little quip, a little joke there. I can't remember exactly.
I think she says something that relates to, like, you warned him that this was a potential to happen, and he says, "Really? I told you so now?"
What was it? Hold on.
Because I can't remember that one. So Muller will probably have to.
Okay, so just what I need to hear right now. Like, well, I came back, didn't I? And he's like, oh, because there's an unspoken thing, and they kind of are referencing that. It's definitely supposed to be sort of a comedic little callback.
Yeah. Who's that? Like, so if similar to what you said, right? That the joke for Adam would be, as far as I'm concerned, in direct conflict with his intimidation. In the same way that if someone who was supposed to be dead threw a stone at Thanos after he killed Loki, and then he was like, "Who threw that, baby?" and then carried on, I would be like, "Wow, that was misplaced."
Why? I don't quite understand that.
It's
I mean, look, he's not the same character, so he wouldn't call them a baby. This is
as much as that's true. We have no other information on Adam Warlock yet, other than he's like annihilated. Like I said, done serious damage that we're supposed to take seriously. But then there's a joke.
Yeah, and it's establishing this is part of us learning about who he is.
I don't understand why. When would you say is a good example of a tonal mismatch?
Okay, so it's not okay, so I don't want to spoil too much, but it has to do with a one-on-one conversation that Quill has with Gamora outside of the meat flesh base.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's because they have a dramatic moment that perhaps we would want to explore, and it's interrupted by a joke that doesn't especially make sense. That's a big part of it.
So your reasoning for that mismatch would be the joke doesn't make sense.
And that it interrupts a dramatic moment that, like, we don't let it breathe. We don't let them actually finish their conversation or have that moment because it's interrupted. And especially because it's interrupted in a way that doesn't make sense.
Well, could one not argue that that moment is continued later?
Not in that scene. I mean, yeah, it's continued in the arc over the entire movie, for sure.
Yeah, because I guess I was looking for more so an example where you would basically the criticism that myself and I assume Rags has is there any other moment in the film that you would say does have that problem? And then I just want to figure out where you would draw the line.
I don't think that this film is a tonal mess the way you guys do. I think there are a couple moments where I think the jokes get in the way of a dramatic moment. But especially if my big problem with the one I referenced is it's especially bad because the joke doesn't make sense. I actually don't know if I can think of any examples in this movie that the ping-ponging back and forth between humorous things and scary things doesn't work, because for the most part, I don't think that the movie is making light of or making fun of the dramatic beats by undermining them or pulling the rug out from under them, which is something that you see a lot more in other Phase 4.
Oh, well, they use an example from, like, in Phase 4 then.
I don't have one fresh on the mind, but there are...
I'm trying to think of, like, a Doctor Strange 2 one. It's got to be... You know that Thanos one I gave? Would you have said that would be bad if that had happened?
Well, if Thanos himself was like, ugh, baby, that just doesn't seem in character for him. But I don't mind the idea of a kind of humorous moment amidst Thanos being scary. I don't, because I think, aren't there a couple of those? I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do feel like that there are moments with Thanos that are mildly amusing, if nothing else.
If we're going, like, I think Infinity War, he'll, like, toy with his opponents a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of... You do have... I think Loki fucks with them a little bit. I'm trying to remember the dialogue, but yeah.
Okay, here's an example where I think the joke they want to have undermines the potential dramas with MODOK in Quantumania when he dies. You know, they have this dramatic moment, and then the joke is kind of like, haha, this stupid idiot. You know, it's undermining the dramatic beat that they had briefly for a moment. It's not so much... It doesn't bother me that we switch back and forth between frightening, tense, scary moments and funny moments, because we've done that in all the Guardians movies so far. This one just has the most frightening and horrific moments of
I wouldn't want to argue that we can do it because it's been done before. I would rather argue that we can do it because it's, like, good craft for writing, right? Because there are only, like, ping-pongy things that I do think work, but then there are ones that I obviously don't think work. One of the ones that
I'm unclear as to why you think, like, how you would decide which ones don't work, especially in this movie.
I feel when he says, like, who threw that, baby, that I'm relaxed now. I can calm back down because we're actually having a little bit of fun. But then he steps through the door and shoots Rocket, and he's, like, coughing up blood, and I was like, oh, fucking hell, we're right back up to the tense part again, because we were before. If you just chopped that out, it would have ran completely, like, through line as completely normal, but to drop in, like, his bit with Kraglin that is supposed to be interpreted as funny, as opposed to, you could even have played that dramatic. He fires it bounces off, and he's just fucking terrified and cowers.
Yeah, and he's trying to hide from Adam, and he's running, retreating now, kind of frantically as he dodges, like, a laser beam, or the building almost falls on top of him or something.
Well, it still is terrifying for them, the ones in hiding. I think
it doesn't. When they say it's a joke, it isn't, because they're making a joke of it.
When who says it's a joke?
When the film says that they're doing a joke by having the jokes there.
But the characters are still in danger and they're still tense.
Only for the purposes of delivering a joke.
No, because the scene is still tense for them.
Yeah, but it's all couched underneath the construction of that scene being this is a moment of levity and joke, and we're having fun.
Well, it's a joke for the audience, but it's not a joke for the characters. So if
Yeah,
you
well, I'm the audience, and we're
Well,
talking
wait,
about
hold on.
having
Like, if you can have
inconsistent tones.
instances where a joke, like a situation, is not humorous for the characters, but like the audience member can and will still find it funny, and they were meant to find it funny.
Yeah,
like when
exactly.
bad things
Yeah,
happen to someone.
and
right?
this whole
think
time I've
about
been
it,
talking about how I think it's a bad swapping of tones.
Oh,
in the
sure,
scene.
but like in terms of addressing the point of
Yes,
you can
obviously
have
I know that. Yes, and a film can be funny to an audience, but it can be scary for the people in the universe.
And I was just talking about how the
perhaps,
characters in
yeah.
the scene are still frightening. It's like no one in the scene is not still frightened by what's happening. I don't understand quite why this makes you go, oh, I can calm down and relax now. Like everyone, all the characters are still scared. It didn't
I mean, a
have
lot of
that
people
effect on
literally
me.
were as they were laughing at the scene.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
That
think
doesn't
that's
mean
hard.
there's not tension anymore.
Well, so, but
if-
what's the limit on that? Like,
I mean,
could Adam like
if the joke actually undermines the tension in the story?
Well, so
It
okay,
is, because
just
it was quite
genuine
tense,
question:
but-
could Adam pull out a unicycle, start juggling balls, and going doot 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 doot? As long as everyone's afraid of him, is that still solid?
No, because it doesn't make sense with his character.
What if it did?
So, if it did, then that could work. It'd be a bizarre choice, but I see. I'm having a hard time imagining how that would make sense with this
I'm
character.
imagining it,
in the
and
scene.
it's making me laugh.
That's what I mean. Like, it's I think it's very much unsuitable because of the fact that it like can imply a sense of chill, and that this guy is actually kind of possibly fun and funny. But it's like, well, no, we're not done yet. The scene actually has the most harrowing thing to come. It's like, I
think it's
Did
perfectly
you think it was
keeping.
tonal whiplash at the beginning of Infinity War, though? Like when Thor cracked the joke about Loki being a bad brother because he had the Tesseract?
Yeah, I
right-
think that actually comes close. It's you got to be so careful in that scene because it's like super duper dark.
Yeah, because
I
Loki
don't
dies
think-
almost like 2 minutes after that joke is said. Too.
I would actually even argue it's close to screwing with Thor's character. Like, I don't think he'd be concerned with making fucking jokes in a situation where everyone's been killed.
Well, then that's the criticism for me. I don't have a problem with the fact that we do humor and then we do scary things soon after it.
Because this is I mean, yeah, I think that it just I think it's a really poor choice of
People are saying like fucking
way to
straw
think.
man cap. I give a hypothetical. That's not a straw man. It's a different
I'm
thing.
not actually. I'm not. I thought they were talking that I was straw manning, so I'm really not sure who's being accused of straw manning. But I don't think anyone is so far.
I think we and Cap. I'm not sure about movie cynic, but we're happy to entertain the most extreme of hypotheticals. I find them very fun. So be prepared for
I'm
that.
totally game.
I don't have a problem entertaining the unicycle hypothetical. It's I just have a hard time picturing a scenario in which that would be in character for him.
No,
But if
I
it
get
were-
it. I think what I'm trying to say is like even if he were a literal like space clown and that's him powering up his powers, I would be like, we need to change this. Like I understand you can justify it in the script, but we need to change this. Like it.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, I can understand the potential for that, but I could also understand the potential of like this is if you imagine he's a goofy space clown character, like if he really was like toying with his victims, so to speak, if that was perfectly in character for him and he was doing silly goofy shit, I think there's value to be derived from that in the juggling of the fact that this is juggling, haha, because clown, in the juggling of tension and horror as well as goofy silliness.
Someone asked how would I have handled this scene then if he hits him with the arrow? What do I have him say? What do I have him do? And I think you can actually edit it so that it would be the scene that I would probably want, which is he looks over where Kraglin kind of is. Kraglin just fucking cowers, and then he carries on because he's got a job to do. He doesn't like stop to find out who fired that thing or what it was. He just keeps moving.
Yeah, we see his face where it was once confident. Now it turns into, his sort of expression drops, and we have Adam look over, and then Kraglin's already taken cover behind some behind something.
I also didn't even laugh during that, so even its intent of being a joke, it didn't even work for me. And Like, it's consistent with his character throughout the rest of the movie, I feel, but all the same, like when he's stabbed not much longer after this, like his reaction to that is enough to inform me of what his character is going to be like the rest of the movie. So like I could have just eliminated this altogether.
What do you mean?
Didn't
Oh, do you mean
bother
like
me
you wouldn't
none.
have had him in it, or
I'm sorry, you broke up. I couldn't hear you.
when you say you could have eliminated it altogether, do you mean you wouldn't have had it all in the movie yourself, or?
No, like that the joke itself, like the arrow hitting him is fine, and I would have just had him brush it off and keep walking.
Oh, you're
and
saying as a way to
not
set
even crack the
character,
joke.
it's taken care of with the stab anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
And that the
yeah.
joke wasn't funny enough to save anyway. I understand, yeah.
Yeah, because when he gets stabbed by Nebula, his reaction, that was a great introduction of what his character, what his personality is going to be like. Like his shock was fantastic there. I really liked that part. So this was
I like
just-
that part too,
yeah.
but I wonder, is it establishing the same thing that this little moment is also establishing?
No, but I think it's a good setup into what you're going to get later on. Like when he's stabbed by Nebula, and his pure shock by it, and his actual delivery, like the dialogue that they write for him, I feel like that's a good introduction to his character, and then we can get into the goofiness as it goes. Like it's a good setup into the goofiness later on. I didn't need the first thing that comes out of his mouth to be a goofy line like this.
See, I have no problem with first of all, I found the joke funny. So if you didn't find it funny, obviously it's not going to work for you, and it would be better if it was cut. No problem there. I don't mind the ping-ponging back and forth with tones. One of the reasons I wanted to focus so much on this now is because this is, I assume, going to be a criticism throughout. And
Yes.
I think I wanted to focus on it now because I really don't see any problem with going back and forth between these things so long as they're not undermining each other in a literal sense, like that we're not making a joke of Quill's feelings in certain scenes, yada yada, things of that nature. Or we're not making this character, because he's still threatening, right? Obviously, but we're not making him less threatening with this joke. And for better or for worse, I have a lot of problems with his character, as we'll get into, but the sort of goofy aloofness is part of what's being established, and I think it's important to a degree.
I think I'm inclined to agree that the joke wasn't funny enough to keep as well, like as an additional thing, but that's going to get real hard to, like, we're not going to get very far on that as than just saying, I found it funny, I didn't find it funny. It's like, that's probably as far as it goes. Someone was asking as well, how come the Thor one doesn't cross the line but cuts close? I'd have to rewatch it, and I'd have to remember if Thor is like, this is after he's been beaten up already, so I don't know if there's an argument to be made that he's a little bit, I want to use the word delirious, but not straightforward thinking. I would need to check it out to see if there's any arguments to be made for that. But like I said, it would be something that I would half consider to be something that I would kind of think is inappropriate, considering everything that he's going through at that moment. He's not I mean that kind of gets changed as time goes on, right? Because Thor, they kind of turn him into a clown, but I think that's before that. So the argument would be made that he would have taken it more seriously. Even with Ragnarok, I don't think he's the kind of person that just fucks around with everything no matter what. But when you get post Love and Thunder, I'd say it's to be expected at that point.
How do you feel about the no, those foundations are gone joke? How do we feel about
I found it funny, but I think I completely agree with everyone's criticism on it. I can't really defend it. It's Asgard being destroyed should be treated with a hell of a lot more dignity than that.
I agree, yeah.
Like I said, whether or not I find it funny, I wonder sometimes should be irrelevant or not. I'm not sure. It's
yeah, that's why I'm more focusing on the tonal whiplash question to see if we can come to sort of any meaningful meaningful standard that isn't all preference.
I'm making arguments here. You're not making arguments. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's a tough conversation.
If you disagree with someone on something, they will make your life a living hell.
All right then. So yeah, Rocket is he's bloodied where he's been shot. He's gasping for air. Mantis is screaming for help for him. And I'd say the shots give you a distinct sense oh shit, this matters. This is not an energy blast where they get back up. Yep. Which I think that it's not even just Guardians, it's just like the MCU. Like when someone gets hit with energy blast, I just never know how it's going to turn out until I see them after it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like getting shot in the chest in general or someplace. Or like what does this gun do? Is it I gotta figure out. I don't know what this
Yeah.
means yet. It's
Well,
not good.
It's whatever the writer really needs it to be at any given moment at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Are we stunned or shocked, or is it what's going
Which,
on?
but yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear at this point that he's in trouble, which is, I guess, different from like a level of inconsistency in terms of how much damage people can take as the film goes on.
Oh yeah.
But as was mentioned, Adam does eventually sort of beat Drax, and as he's punching him in the face over and over, Nebula gets the stab in his back that I thought went through his heart. I don't know if you to kill Adam Warlock, you need to stab him in his brain or brain and heart. I don't know. Yeah, he's pretty strong. It doesn't kill him; it just stuns him. And there is a sense for me that, like with someone who's just done this to all of them, that they should really make sure he's dead. But they don't.
Yeah, they don't do
they
that
don't.
later in the movie as well.
Nope.
There seems to be an aversion to like it's that trope that like for whatever reason just won't die. Where like faceless henchmen, oh, we should definitely kill those. But the main big bad threat, nah, we would be bad if we killed them. It's
Yeah,
like,
we'll be blowing apart, disintegrating, bisecting,
Yeah.
throwing apart enemies later in the movie. Yeah, the nameless ones that we can chop up. But
yeah, but the one who actually poses the greatest threat, nah.
The one who nearly killed Rocket.
Yeah, yeah. This is a trope that I am so sick of. Really wish it would go away, especially for the Guardians, because they've always been the most, or perhaps, among the most morally gray.
There are actually EFAP fans who've apparently watched this watch party and have concluded that Muller and Fringy are totally correct. A conclusion that I can't understand how someone actually reaches unless they are operating under a truly bizarre premise that the factually accurate position in an argument is determined by whichever one is being put forth by the most aggressive and smug party.
Yeah, and I responded too.
You're doing what EFAP did. You're doing
I
what
responded.
EFAP did. You're willfully ignoring. No, you're just saying like, oh, who cares?
What do you mean?
So
I
what?
never said
Like-
that. Pull a quote right now. Where did I say that? Pull it up right now. Clip it. Where did I say who cares? I never fucking said that. Pull it right now.
There's plenty of groundwork to assume that could have been a relationship, and Spider-Man lost it in favor of becoming a superhero, or choosing that life over his social life several times.
Okay, so in Homecoming, stating the consequences are there, but the superhero consequences, the overarching thing, that's the biggest problem here. Is there's a bunch of things I have a problem with, and I have more of a problem with Aunt May being hot and young now than I did even when I first saw the movie, because I think that really takes away from his character again. And there's little things etching away at his character. So yeah, he there's a big battle at the end, right? But it's kind of dark, bad special effects gobbledygook, to be honest with you. I didn't get much out of it. I just thought it was really dark and blurry, and I watched it again right before here, and not super well done. I like the Vulture. I thought he did a great job, but the Iron Man, two particular things that really bugged the hell out of me were with Jeff when Iron Man swooped in and saved him from ripping the ship being ripped in half, and then chastising him, and then him being trapped and talking to Karen in the suit. That scene bugs the hell out of me, where he's asking, girl advice from his female AI that Spider-Man would never have. It's so out of character. And I know it's from Ultimate Spider-Man. I'm going to hear the arguments. I know that. I've read Ultimate Spider-Man. And it's not the best version of Spider-Man. It's okay, but it's very much.
Wouldn't there be an argument there for you're picking and choosing what you think is the authentic or great Spider-Man versus what is presented to us by the IP?
Absolutely. And the same argument can be made. I don't care about Spider-Man, so but the biggest difference is hardcore fans. We're the ones who spread the word of mouth, and we're also the ones who know the most about the character. And when they definitely want to please everybody, I understand that. So I go into a movie, I don't expect to get the perfect version of Spider-Man in comic books. That's never going to happen. It's an adaptation, but I'm big on spirit of the character. big on spirit of the character.
I was
And
just
this
gonna
one,
say,
this Peter cries too much. He whines too much. I can't. Jeff, help me here. Maybe in Ultimate Spider-Man, he cried a lot.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
like
don't.
teenage drama bullshit.
And Jeff and I have had this conversation. He was a teenager for a very small percentage of time in the comics, and I'm listen. The one thing they did right, I'm glad we did not see Uncle Ben get shot again. Thank God. I mean, thank you. And another thing they got right is they played the actual theme before the movie. So I was fired up when this thing started, but it kind of went, downhill.
Quick note. You said he cries too much.
Completely out of character.
You do approve of the Raimi films, though.
Do approve. Yes, I understand. Toby cries in that as well. I'm not a big fan of that, but if you look back, when Spider-Man is crying, he's crying in the Raimi films when somebody dies. When Spider-Man is crying in Homecoming, it's out of fear.
He's 15.
It's
fear. What scene are you referencing, just so I know?
And that's the argument I always get. He's 15. Okay, I was 15.
Okay.
Okay. 18 in the Raimi films too. So.
Okay, well, let's just
Parker,
stick to the actual.
Out of character.
What
Parker,
are you talking about the scene where he's with Aunt May? Because I would happily admit that he's crying.
The scene where he's crying. He's oh no when he's lifting up the thing. Yeah, that's and also I had a problem with him crying in Infinity War too. I did.
So when he's almost dying, when he's crushed by the turbine thing, I think it's bad that he was crying there.
Yeah, I couldn't take it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It seems like a really traumatic thing to happen to someone of that age with those stakes involved. This brush with mortality is probably really, really emotionally.
He's already had brushes with mortality.
Oh gosh.
I
guess one does it.
Okay.
One and done, I suppose.
Again, I was gonna say he's as a kid and he's about to die. Like I don't know. If I'm about to die, I'm probably gonna tear up myself, if I'm being completely honest with you, even at my age. And I don't know about that. That's a strange argument.
I'm just a cold, hard asshole. But when I was 15, I was in some pretty tough situations when I was 15, actually, and I didn't cry.
I guess Spider-Man can't either.
Well, so to rewind, the first thing you said when you
he's a brave character. You know what? It maybe afterwards, maybe if somebody's dying, but for his own fear, maybe if they put in a context that like he's more worried about like Aunt May or something like that, sure. But for himself, no, he would power through that.
Well, he did.
That's why I don't like the decision of him being a kid again either. So that might be on top of that.
But he does power through it.
Those who proclaim to be part of the EFAP community, who have a shred of emotional intelligence or self-awareness or consistent moral principles, and we know that there are people in the community that would do that, should be appalled by all of this. The audacity of this community's hypocrisy is overwhelming to comprehend.
Yes,
Things-
the normal
things aren't
default
normal
state
because-
of this universe.
Pedro Pascal still has an Asian child for some reason.
Well,
Fucked an
Asian
Asian
wife,
woman.
yeah.
But that's never shown. None of it's explained. None of it is ever shown or
I think that's a
explained.
pretty reasonable inference that if your kid
No,
is
it
partially
It
Asian,
could have been adopted. It could have been, but
Could have
they
congealed.
just wanted to have diversity kid in for some reason.
I don't care about having an Asian. I actually like that kid.
No, but at least just be consistent and show the fucking wife.
I don't think they ever do show the wife, right?
Left him,
Let her
right?
drop
I don't
off the
think they
kid
ever
so we understand. Otherwise,
the
you
wife
just got
left
this
him
thing-
because of his pursuit of fame and power and
Yeah, I
attention and
think
all that stuff. I thought
I'd have to watch it again. I can't remember if there's lines for that about if they broke up because of his obsession with like making money and shit. I'm assuming that's just
but the kid's still there. The kid still turns up, so he's got to get from A to B somehow.
the kid.
Yeah, his son. His son doesn't live.
Oh
with
yeah,
him,
no,
does
of
he?
course. The wife probably fucking ferries him or whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, just have the wife drop him off, and then at least we've got a bar.
Wait, so you said you'd be much happier if the wife dropped him off if she was Asian?
Yeah. At least just to give a thread, because it's just a bit jarring.
Well, I assume because I know how humans work that if your kid is half Asian, then you had sex with an Asian. Assuming you're not Asian, or else he'd be full Asian.
But don't you just think it's weird?
No.
No.
Wait, sorry, what?
I don't know what the
weird.
weird part is.
I'm very lost.
That
I just
that
thought
we
it
don't
was
have
weird. I
visual
just thought it was weird. No, it's
confirmation that
not
the wife is
racism. Shut
Asian?
up. It's when you're in it, right? Okay, look, we're dealing in this weird superhero world that's a pseudo 80s that isn't the 80s at all because it's 84 and half the stuff in it came after 84. But never mind, don't worry about that. The stuff like the video games and all that sort of banana stuff. Then we have a monkey paw type of crystal which is giving wishes off, and we don't understand the concept of the wishes because they seem to alternate per person, so there's no benchmark for us to establish what the rules of that is. We've got a Steve Trevor walking around in a different man's body as Steve Trevor, and we've got people confused as to whether they can see Steve Trevor or whether they can see Handsome Man. And then we've got this, then Pedro Pascal's kid just turns up and it's just an Asian kid. It's just like, can you just at least show some threads to connect?
I guess the problem is that, like, to me, this is kind of like baffling because.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, like I'm.
Like if Pedro Pascal has a kid who's Asian, it means that he had sex with an Asian woman.
Do you know that? You don't know that.
Well, but it wouldn't matter.
You know what? I don't. You know what? I don't know that, but I have an extremely high level of justifiable confidence that that is the case.
Yeah.
Well,
but we
to make sure, right?
I'm just saying it's weird, and it's just should be.
I don't know. That's
the
how
film is
people work,
inconsistent
though.
on too many levels for me.
I mean, America's a good old melting pot, right? Like, it's not going to be unusual. I don't know. I can at least understand that you're saying there's a moment there where you might assume is the film trying to tell me something that's not. It's not exactly the same skin color as Pedro Pascal, therefore something else may have happened. But I mean, I don't think it's much confusion to just be like, oh, it's just an Asian wife or adoption, either one.
Well, I mean, it's yeah, exactly, because like if ever you just see a kid and like they look a little bit different from their parent, two assumptions is the other parent is a different race, or alternatively that they were adopted. It's like neither of all totally like that completely scans for me.
I just think it's weird. I just think it's a weird thing to do without explanation.
I mean, I don't think you have to explain in a movie that if people from two different races have a kid, the kid will be mixed race.
The kid will be mixed.
Yeah, don't you feel like you wouldn't want it to be that way? Like you wouldn't want them to overtly be like, the reason he's not the same skin color as I is my wife here is like
No, I just like just a bit of continuity. That's all. I like a bit of continuity.
How is this a break in continuity? Though?
I'm not saying it ruins the film. I'm not saying it can break the film. I'm just saying the whole thing's so weird. The film anyway in itself is so inconsistent and weird that it just would have been nice to have just have the wife the ex-wife. Just have the ex-wife or the ex-girlfriend, whichever relationship it was, just dropping them off, or at least some sort of explanation that just makes you go, why has he got an Asian kid now?
He's always had the Asian kid.
Yeah. Or at least in this.
Or why is he whatever? Okay.
Well, I guess for me it would be the fundamental of like I don't need an explanation for why somebody is like the race that they are, because usually it will be
I don't need to see the conception to fill in the
Yeah,
blanks.
I could understand.
I'm not asking for the conception. I'm just asking for some logic in the film, because the film is so devoid of logic. I just want some logical threads to go through it.
But why is it illogical that his kid looks the way that he does? I don't.
But you don't know. No, but you see, because you are making the illogical assumption. You're making your assumption.
Yes.
Not logic. You're making the assumption. You're not working off what the film has provided for you.
Correct. But the thing is, when, say, for example, Max, it's a montage of him talking to Wonder Woman and then he enters his building, would you understand if I said I need to see him driving in order to see him get to these two places?
About to use that example.
No, I think they're completely different things. Completely different things.
I think they're exactly the same.
But why? Why do you think that they're meaningfully different?
Because Max is an adult, and it's normal to assume that he can drive a car. It's the child bit. Women. All right, I mean, disagree, fine. You don't have to. I'm not asking for an agreement here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you find Asian women hot,
it's
right?
really fucking silly in a
Yeah.
film that's devoid of logic, that doesn't make a lot of sense any way through the film, that you just keep putting these what I would class as silly little things with no explanation given.
Well,
Like
most-
well,
if you wanna get down
and it
to-
operates on too many levels because the woman has to be like Diana, but then she becomes like Wonder Woman, and then it just makes her want to beat up men that hit on her. It's all these weird things that just don't make a logical sense. I want all your oil. Oh, I'll take your security guards instead for oil. Now here's a wall that's. The things that they're asking for don't make any logical sense.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with all that, but like, to be honest, I didn't even realize that the kid wasn't of the same ethnicity as Pedro Pascal. Like, I
never even thought about it.
Well, because
when you guys were talking about the Asian kid, I had no idea what you were talking about.
Well,
but
one of my compliments to the film is actually their relationship. I enjoyed it.
I liked it. Yeah.
This tells you something. I still remember that he was encouraging the kid to make a wish for themselves, and they made a wish for the dad's life to be better. And even Pedro Pascal goes, no, like because he's asking the kid to do what in his heart he wants. I remember finding that quite meaningful, that a child would automatically try and look out for their parent, and it's just like when Pedro wanted him to be more selfish. It's like, I like that payoff quite a bit. I didn't really care like what ethnicity the child is. I was just more concerned about what.
we know how human.
I
We
thought
know how
it's weird,
people work.
and he got blown up out of real proportion.
So anyway.
All right, back to high top.
Moving on.
Practically
Disagree
speaking,
entirely.
it's probably
Uh,
not that great for fast
Definitely
combat.
disagree.
I would normally
Well,
agree with you up until we get the scene in the next episode.
Well, wait, what's the
You're-
counter?
you're
Go
sort of
ahead,
mix
Rex.
So I guess you're sort of, I was at first and then he kept going, and I feel like you're mixing things up. A hammer. So your issue is what exactly?
So with the size of the hammer, it's very large. It's a very slow weapon, and I feel
Yes,
like
the
he's just going to be
that
dead by
hammer
the time he's made a hit with it.
Yeah, the hammer should weigh 1,000,000 pounds.
Yeah,
It is huge. It is absurd.
Let's make it clear very quickly. I'm assuming Jay's aware of this, maybe not, but yes, war hammers and hammers are a thing in fights. However, we're not dealing with that environment. He had a choice to make whatever weapon he wanted, and he went with a hammer that can turn into what is essentially kind of a rifle. Meanwhile, Vi's makes way more sense. She's making use of tools meant for something else because they suit her.
Yes,
he could have
she
made
used a bullet.
anything, and he went with something that, to be honest with you, is not fantastic compared to what he could have made. Because what is what is stopping him from making a Hextech rifle?
I mean, the thing they're going for, right, is the fact that he grew up surrounded by hammers. He has the experience there, but I don't think that justifies him using it as a weapon.
Well, so this sequence where he goes block and then hits down, block again, and then like uses the handle of the hammer or the pommel. He's having a full-on battle with the guy who's moving really fast with the blade, and it's like, wait, how are you doing this? Like, building hammers doesn't mean you're like, is this something someone trained you to do?
With hammers, yeah. Like, when did you ever need to use these kinds of moves with a giant
Jason's
hammer?
ability to fight is a bit of a question mark.
I don't. Yeah, I don't see
That's some sick moves you're doing there, buddy. Like, it's great, but how? Why? Where did you learn this? What is happening?
Yeah, he's a little bit of a Gary Stew in that regard. However, I will counter that the hex crystals are making the weapons light, as
True.
seen in the next episode after she's fighting Savika. That's why this hammer is not as heavy as it could be.
Okay.
That's why.
All right. Fair enough.
I would concede that. I think that's fair. Well, yeah, because these things would be heavy as fuck if they can do what they can do.
You could not lift them.
And so I'm willing to believe the Hextech gems, especially with the anti-gravity features, they've been manipulated in some way, shape, or form so that they can make it so the weapons aren't as heavy.
We know that for a fact.
Sounds about right.
And
Sure.
see, this is the thing about taking fights really slowly. This thing he does here, I'm totally fine with. That's fine. I think it totally makes sense. And
the
they're
shield thing. That's cool.
Shield boy.
totally fine. But that one little sequence there where he does like a full-on battle with one of them, it's really cool. I just don't know that he should be able to do that.
No,
He is acting a bit too proficiently, a bit too quickly.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a Gary Stew. I gotta say, Jason's a bit of a Gary Stew. He's super duper smart, but he's also super duper handsome, and he's super duper strong, and he knows how to fight with a super duper hammer. It's like, okay, hold on a minute. just a little
He-
too
I feel
well
like-
rounded, don't you
I mean,
think?
I feel like we're missing,
I want to push back a little bit too. It is just this part that I find to be like,
Yeah.
Otherwise,
And to be fair,
I
it's a
think
part of a part. It's not even the whole thing.
Yeah,
Jace
exactly.
is a very flawed individual.
Yeah, like yeah, and I don't
Mentally,
think we're
he
meant
is.
to- Well, I feel like that's the end of it, right?
You're
the most
already disqualified
important flaw
from
you
the
can
Mary
have.
Sue.
Well, I mean,
Well, I only I
being a
didn't
Mary
say
Sue
he's
or
a
a Garage
full-on.
Stew, right?
You did say a bit
isn't
of
just
one.
being like-
I pulled back a little bit and called him a bit of one, but he's not terrible or anything like that. It's just
I
that
don't
he's
think it's
just a
even that.
little more well-rounded than I think any nerd is expected to be.
So I think what
'Cause he's a total nerd.
What I would say is it is specifically his proficiency at fighting in this scene that I'm not a fan of. Otherwise, I think he's just a character, like a well-rounded character. I don't think I don't really lean towards any sort of like Gary Stu or anything like that. I think that it's fine otherwise.
Mary Sue stuff, the reason that applies is because it's like the universe folding around to make this character look good rather than them earning their skills themselves, right? A character like that, you can just have characters who are really good at everything. Like if they have a reason to be that way, like that can happen. You have characters who are like really good at shit tons of stuff in loads of different ways. That's why this is the only issue, because this is the only time where it breaks into a skill that he probably shouldn't have.
And that's the thing, if someone said, but he's familiar with hammers, I'd be like, yeah.
I don't know that makes him fight incredibly technically.
I definitely would
It's
have
like,
preferred it because I guess he's got a hammer thing for the game, but I feel like Jace should be fighting awkwardly, but with a really interesting and good weapon that he's created specifically for himself, which kind of makes it okay. And the sense that he's using it in sort of a clumsy fashion, and he's kind of frazzled and worried, but it's like a shield and something. It's maybe a gun or a rifle or some kind. It's something, not just I'm going to make a huge hammer.
I feel like they tried
Oh,
to
I
show
feel it as
something
well.
like that, but they went, they got ahead of themselves with the choreography, because they do make a point of showing that he gets clipped by a blade, which, like, as compared to Vi at least, is, I think, them trying to suggest his unfamiliarity with fighting as well as his expressions throughout. But again, they just
I think I would have preferred more of him failing in the
Yeah,
fight.
I agree.
Yeah,
The hammer could be set up
we're
for
missing
later.
his like unexperienced fights.
I think
we
the
never got those. We
difficulty-
never got his like, ooh, I'm losing ground here fights. You know,
I think the difficulty
his
in terms
stumbling
of
fights.
I think what you find difficult though with like conveying him stumbling is in this fight. It's like, man, that could seriously hurt or kill you if like we consider a stumble, considering who he's up against.
But they don't have to have him fight
I feel like
these
that's why we
guys.
don't get that fight, because there's not time for it against like an opponent where it's
These are
not high
highly
stakes.
lethal enemies.
Yeah, maybe they should have
yeah.
depowered them a little bit and made them more
Yeah, they're
less
real fast.
Strong enough to
less
easily do away with
speedstery, yeah.
enforcers.
All of the
but-
enforcers who are trained, right? Trained to be able to be, to some
Thanks.
extent, be able to defend themselves.
People who work in private security, like these guys, are typically trained to use their guns as a last resort.
I just want to voice a pet peeve as well, which is that I fucking despise the giant warhammers. Like real warhammers are like these. They're like the size of normal hammers, because that's the kind of thing that you could wield, right?
Well, it's
Well,
it's
when
the
you
size
say a
of all that
normal
you can
hammer,
use
are you
actually.
talking about like the size of a little hammer that you put nails into the wall, or like?
Yeah, that's literally how big they are. They're for
Are there-
Yeah,
are there,
a
like,
real.
they're for dealing damage through
I'll
armor.
get you.
Are there
Yeah,
like
I'll
two
get you a
hammer ones
picture.
that
A
are,
real one.
I thought that there was
Oh, you'll
something like
recognize them when you see them.
sledgehammer, right? Like a sledgehammer sized, like like it's not some
If you
giant.
have those in
handle,
combat, I think those are only made out of wood.
Okay, all right.
The
I'm
reason,
because
the reason you don't design hammers
what a
like
war
Jace
hammer
is
is.
because the fucking surface
Yeah.
area is so widely spread that it's hard for it to cause that
Yeah,
much damage
right.
unless you're crushing them against something.
right.
Because essentially, a blade isn't going to do much against plate armor, right? So what
Oh,
you want is you
okay,
want
I see,
something that's going to
right.
do you
Okay.
want something that's going to do a hard impact against plate. Is the point of a warhammer.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
hammers
sure I
work.
did watch Shad's video on this. I must just be completely misremembering. Like I thought that the warhammers were like maces or like the
This is
kinda
a
like
this is a mace and a warhammer. Actually, I was pulling up the picture.
Okay, right. I see. Yeah.
I think
Here's the thing, right? I used to think those little warhammers look really lame, and that I understand. Oh, I see why in fiction, they make them much bigger because they don't look cool. I don't. But then I think about like, man, being hit with one of those would fucking hurt.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah,
and I
absolutely.
can't
No matter what
imagine
you're
someone being
wearing.
able to hit me with some like massive unwieldy fucking thing like Jace has. So like, I would just move out of the way as they're getting ready to swing. So it's like now aesthetically, I way prefer the small hammers, and I would like to see them represented in media because I think it's the one form of historical weapon that we never actually see adapted faithfully, like to history, is the warhammer.
We see Jace using that little warhammer.
I think it would look cool. I think a hammer of that size would look cool.
He could
don't
use
see
it in tandem with a shield, which I imagine Jace would really want because he's never fought before. So, and he's not an idiot. So he's like, I should have something to protect myself because I know I'm not a fighter. So I should make something that's defensive.
Like, Fringy, imagine him like hitting someone like real hard with that. They're fucking done. Like that, something of that size. Because the small like point of impact focused on that little area is gonna focus the energy way harder onto one spot, right? Which is
sure, but I mean, if we're in like an animated world where we have like we can do really crazy cool shit with this hammer, you know what I mean?
And he does have a fantasy shield,
Yeah.
or I guess a sci-fi shield.
And do you remember the blue shit the hammer does as well? It is not a real
Yeah.
hammer. It is like it appears to be discharging some kind of shock that is hitting beneath the armor.
That's
and
true.
Like,
Yeah, it gets a huge pass because it is a magic hammer.
I would say it's an aesthetic preference that I have for historically accurate warhammers.
It is an aesthetic preference of mine. I just have to give it a pass because it's magic.
on those impact
Well,
frames.
yeah. I'm not saying I'm not saying this is a whole because it is a magic hammer, right?
Like just quickly on the impact frames of the hits in like that very first one, you can see it shatters the man's entire fucking skeleton. Like it just obliterates it.
Dust, essentially.
As the scene progresses, it's just like I love the combat from Vi. It's really satisfying to watch. It looks like it would have taken ages to get right. Just all these hits that come in, and she has to dodge each one, and some of them are really close calls, and then just slip in the counters where she can. Using the gauntlets as shields a lot of the time. I find her combat so much more satisfying than Jace's, and I think it's literally just because I fully believe that Vi is more than ready for this.
Bad because of women.
Oh my god, watch. He probably did a review of like Cobra Kai and then is like, oh yeah, Johnny is the best, even though they're like strike first. But in this definition, it would be he's a little bitch.
Such bold, sweeping claims all the time. Like the whole
Good
video is just,
news,
like,
everyone.
People. All right. What?
You go ahead.
No, it sounds like what you have to say is a lot more important.
Is it? Well, it might be. I guess we'll find out. Well, okay. Here's what we'll do. I'll say my thing, and then you say your thing, and then we can all decide among
We'll
ourselves
vote which is the superior thing that have been said.
Yeah, we can have a vote.
All right.
We'll put this because my allegiance is to the republic, to democracy. So I got a call back from the internet people, and they said, yeah, there was an issue in your area that was causing some problems, but it looks like we've taken care of it. You might not even need your appointment. In fact. So it should be all taken care of.
Tell them that's unacceptable and demand compensation.
Oh yeah, I'll do that when they show up. I'll have them show up just in case. But yeah, they generally, if I have an issue and I tell them to refund me for the day, they will. So yeah. So
all right, Fringy, your thing.
That's that. Yeah, Fringy,
So,
what you got?
On
What are
the
you saying?
topic of, God damn it, it's gone.
Oh, I win by default. Get fucked. So let's move on.
Make something up quick.
Yeah, Fringy.
Improvise, Fringy.
Put something on the scoreboard. Come on.
Talk about hot cream.
It was something along the lines of we were talking about these bold, sweeping claims about the way that people ought to. Nah, it's gone.
Preemptive striking is a bitch move. What's the last thing he said?
Definitely gone, is it? Not gone.
No.
Not gone.
Okay.
It's gone. It's totally gone.
Well, all right. Those are our two options, and so I guess so begins the poll. You know, that's. If everyone in the cast here would like to vote.
Nice gun.
I feel like this will be a close one.
All right. It might be. I'm actually expecting for meme value for Fringy to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it turns out that you're right about that.
Wow.
My internet good. Nah, it's gone.
The Freeze thing was better. It was
Maybe they feel
nothing.
sorry for me because they can understand how annoying it is when you've got something that you want to say and then
it's just
someone's
gone.
And then it's
like,
just
"Hey,
gone.
Let me
It
talk
just
about me
disappears.
for a little bit here. I just want to talk about me. Oh, sorry, what was that you were talking about?
Well, it wasn't really me. It was about
It
us
was
as
you.
a
It was
EFAP
about your
family.
internet.
No, it was about us as an EFAP family because if
Yeah,
my
sure.
internet's down and I can't talk
But,
with you,
it
then that means I
feels-
can't
it feels
interact with all
apt
of you guys. And
even
I am a
then,
co-host,
still-
and I think it's really dismissive of you to say that it's
Oh,
all
you'll
about
let me
me
get a
because I
word
think
in
you should be
one
happy
way.
for me, and you should be happy for everyone else
I am
that we
happy
get to
for
spend this
you.
time together.
But I mean, to just interrupt, you could have just waited for like a little minute, You come back in, you hear someone's talking, but I'm not even sure that that's what happened. You were like,
Well, actually, once I did hear someone was
undeafened,
talking, I
immediately I'm gonna
stopped.
start talking.
Yeah, he
I
did.
deferred to you,
He did
actually.
defer to
Yeah,
you.
once I heard that you were talking,
So-
I said for you to go ahead.
Do you think that it's very polite? It's like if you're standing outside a room where a conversation is happening to get a phone call, and then you kick the door in and say, "All right, everybody, so here's the update," and then you're like, "Oh wait, no, sorry, what were you saying?" Feels
I
like
think it's
you
pretty
should
polite.
just-
Yeah, once
should
you
lead
once
with
once
not
you enter the
saying
room,
anything, read the room.
yeah.
He just
I have a
had
little
some
bit of an issue with the
excitement,
analogy and the.
I
Yeah,
had some excitement
I
to
take
the
a
point
little
that I
bit
wanted
little
to
bit of
make.
an issue with the
Looking
analogy.
at
I think the
that
door
ended.
kicking little too far. It's more like I just was like walked in the room and said, "Oh, hey everyone, I got some great news," and then I noticed everyone was carrying a conversation. But because it wasn't like super important, I was like, "No, you guys go ahead." What
I
are you
guess
talking
my
about?
question to you would be, do you think that it is optimal to just talk as soon as you enter the room or to not
Yeah.
talk and see if there's a conversation happening?
Oh, definitely optimal. Definitely
Why?
optimal. Because if no one's talking, I can get out what I want to say, and if they are talking, then I'll just
Then
let
you
them
can get
carry on.
out
It's like,
what
no,
you
no, go
want to
ahead.
say over them, and then
No, it wasn't over
you
them
potentially
because I
forget,
stopped
well,
and
it
I
was.
said, no, you guys go ahead. Go ahead. I can wait.
It was absolutely over. I'm sure that we will see that in the VOD of just how much talking happens before I was able to finish my point.
Yeah, we'll put that in
What
the
point?
edit.
What point was that?
It's gone thanks to you.
Oh my god, that sounds like a memory failure on your part, though, because I don't.
A memory failure
I
that
know.
wouldn't have been prompted if I had just been allowed to finish my point instead of.
If you just had a, I did allow you to finish your point. I stopped and said, "You go ahead and carry on," because I'm interested in what you have to say, and there we are. Boba Fett, Jango Hutt,
Unreal edited it all out.
Po Clune.
Such a shame he's lost his
alright.
eyebrows, We got a scene. I mean, Fringy, you sounded excited. You want to take it?
Yeah, before we do it though, I just saw a super chat going. I want to read. Friggy, I've noticed lately these past few EFAPs that you seem to be taking things a bit seriously when jokes are made, and you take it in a serious manner. Relax, Friggy, you're among friends, right? Are you okay, Friggy? I'm a bit concerned, and don't take this as condescension. Just concerned is all. Now, I'm not sure if this is a meme, but like if you're referring to the conversation that we just had about, oh, Mauler, no, see, the onus is on you for poorly communicating. You know that was a meme, right? Or
all
I really think that's playing into
like
the
I'm
meme.
not sure what's being
Like, if,
I don't even know what to
that's
say.
playing
at this point.
if that's
You
playing
just
into the
motherfucker.
meme, that's really funny. If not,
That is
then-
really funny.
I really hope that's a really funny
tell
meme.
Tell me that was a meme.
Lives flashing before your eyes? No. Just one.
Liar! That flash started with you as a baby, and then went to this last life stuff with Kitty and Perita. That's at least 2 of your lives. Stop focusing on badass comeback lines and just learn to tell the truth. Also,
that's not getting anything. That's not getting shit. No way. Absolutely not. He's not getting a point for that. That's ridiculous. There's no point there. That's a 0.
He was a baby when it flashed back, Fringy.
He was. I know he was. But he
Fringy.
ain't getting that.
I feel that you've become very defensive because you feel there might actually be some validity to the point he just made.
What do you mean the validity of the point that at the beginning it started with his life, but then as it went on, it shifted to the life that he had, and that was the life that was flashed before his
might
eyes?
be the height of nitpickery, but I think it might slip in.
You barely slipped.
You know what? You could do it, but I protest. Okay.
We all protest.
I'll protest because this is turbo
The fa-
autistic.
like I
but
just said,
think
the fact that you immediately were like, no.
Is this a case of I don't know if I have the strength to do it?
Because because it's sort of like it symbolizes how when he was born he was alone, but then it sort of flashed into the other people in his life.
It's just
that
kind of
he
like
started
a
thinking of,
It's like a fuck you, Like, what's your problem? Like, what's your deal?
What did this movie do to you? Just leave him alone.
Look, it's two because it started with him as when he was a little kid.
Is the way out of
depends
this
on how super literal Puss in Boots is being within that moment, whether or not he's talking about the life that matters to him at that moment, or he's
I
literally
think
talking about the
so.
life
Yeah,
before.
it might be the case where his
It's-
lives to him are continuously a life, a single one, from his own perspective. So
This is what I mean.
Well, the
embrace
life of being
zero.
provided the boots by his mum is a part of all of his lives. Like that's like an origin
That's
flash.
foundational. That's a foundational memory.
This is what I mean by the height of nitpicking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
we would need. Let's see.
And is
because-
Puss lying? Is he lying to death? Because that's what he's saying. All right, he's saying he's lying, but that's not the case, is it?
Maybe he turns back into a baby when he dies, and then he grows up immediately.
Like a noble phoenix.
Shall we see what chat vote for? You know how it works,
You know what?
chat. 0
You can,
or
you
plus
can do
1.
That. Yeah, you can do that. Sure.
So I'm just going to come out and say that one of the core premises of this video that you're watching is that a massive plurality of EFAP's fans, the most vocal ones anyways, aren't any good at actually thinking critically for themselves.
Remember, he made a video that's Batman doesn't kill, which I disagree with. I don't like it when Batman kills, but he absolutely could. Depends on the context.
Well, whenever someone says a hero would never kill, I'm always like, I can come up with a scenario in under a minute that would be pretty easy. It's like the standard,
do it.
5 kids versus 1 kid, go.
Well, I think the best example is like The Dark Knight Returns, one of the most widely, like a lot of people think that's the best Batman story of all time. He kills people in that. It's
But that's not the
alternate.
point.
It's alternate universe, but he does, and that's widely regarded as one of the greatest comics of all time. So I don't know what to say to that.
Well, I do have to disagree. I do think there are heroes who still there are plenty of characters you wouldn't kill in that scenario.
Nah, you could.
You are wrong. You are
everybody in the world-
categorically wrong. Absolutely wrong. But go on.
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
Go on. I'm ready to fight you on this. Let's go. Go on.
I mean, I know you can't argue the point.
Because all you're going to do is advocate for the plot would never put them in that position, which is horseshit.
No, I'm not going to advocate for that. I'm going to advocate that there are characters who are so anti-killing, like in any circumstance.
They'll just let the 6 kids die? That's
They would
manslaughter.
They would
So they wouldn't be a
desperately
hero.
search- They would desperately search for some other solution, even if they
Yeah,
didn't
no
find
way
it.
out. Though.
No,
no
the whole,
way out.
my whole premise
Yeah,
is that they have...
would still look though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but
I don't
if
care if
there's
they
no
look, they
way
don't
out-
find anything.
Well, they would. There are characters who would not give up in that situation and still
J-
desperately look.
Okay,
I mean,
but
I
if there's
can...
no solution, regardless of if you give up or not, the solution still doesn't exist.
Exactly. Yeah, they've not killed people.
What do you...
What do you?
Well, what do you mean?
To save people, that's not killing.
No,
people.
well, let's give an example, right? I've got a nuke that I will blow up, and it will kill 1 million people. But I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to shoot me in the head with this gun to stop it. And then the hero's like, what does the hero do? in
Yeah,
that
and we
instance?
got Peter Parker, and he's taped with vibranium tape all over to a chair with his hand on attached to a gun. The gun aimed at the guy's head. He can pull the trigger or not.
I believe that Peter Parker would do it.
Okay,
I don't-
fine.
Right, I
Whatever.
believe that-
Hero that doesn't kill people, man. That guy.
I don't believe that certain doctors would do it. I don't believe that Steven Universe
So,
would do it.
are you saying that the Doctor would let the 1 million people blow up?
Yes.
That's
I think
still...
the
That's
Doctor would bear out
manslaughter!
doctors. No, it's not. The other person is
that's a-
killing them.
That's a terrible person then, and I don't want to have anything to do with that. Fuck that person.
How is it virtuous to let 1 million people die
That
through a
person-
nuke?
Yeah, that person's not a hero in my eyes.
It's the whole
Ain't no
idea
hero.
of.
I was just gonna say that sounds like a failing of character at that point.
Yeah, that
is
ain't no
being
hero.
principled to a fault. That is having
What?
an inability to kill even when the circumstance calls for it, which
That ain't
is
no
a
hero.
character trait.
I get.
Well,
I
no, you
guess
can
the
be
idea
heroic in
is,
literally every other circumstance except
I
the
think
circumstance
I
where
think
someone's
letting
going,
millions
shoot
We
me
can-
in the head or millions
We can
will die,
alter
and there's
this.
nothing else you can do.
We can
Yeah, I
screw
think that
Jay
overshadows the
over.
rest.
We can screw Jay over even more. Okay, so you got the Doctor is in a runaway train that's just piling toward either a group of people or one person to the different tracks, and he can choose. He's going straight forward, and he can either choose to go left or right.
I think the Doctor would attempt to like derail the train or some shit.
Nope.
Even if he
Nope.
fails, then
Nope. I get to decide the plot. He can't do that.
Why not?
He's got no items, and there's nothing. He's like in a steel box with just a wheel.
What? He's in a steel box with a wheel.
Yeah, the wheel's all he can interact with, and he's got no
feel like
screwdriver to go
The
and
Doctor would be-
fucking save the
Doctor would be
day.
Trying desperately to think of something to do, and
Yeah,
would take.
He would think of something to do. Jay, face
No, I'm not saying
reality.
he would.
Face it.
I'm not saying that he would be able to. I'm saying that he would not be able to face reality and would be desperately trying to think of a solution until it was too late.
And then at what point he does?
But I guess the idea
then
is
the
like
people are
at
dead,
which point
too late.
are you now culpable for inaction, right? The idea of like
Well, I've
at
made
what
it so he has
point-
to make a choice anyway. So,
Right. Well, it's the trolley experiment, right? Like
well, yeah, that's kind of
you know,
obviously where I was going with that.
Yeah.
I love people say Jay is right. No, wrong. You're not.
This is
This is terrible. You guys are advocating that through inaction you're not culpable, or at least you feel like, oh well, I didn't choose to kill anyone. I'm fine. It's like fuck off.
I'm not saying that you're not culpable. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the characters would not feel comfortable making the decision because they would feel that they were more culpable.
That sounds like the most roundabout way of saying they don't like to kill, which is not in question.
If I
It's
had to
not
shoot
about-
a
it's-
robber to save someone's life, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it.
No, culpable.
You said
Oh,
comfortable earlier.
I don't believe you. I was there.
Oh god, we've hit a dark time in EFAP history when everyone says Jay is right.
Thank you, chat. Thank you.
If you think he's right, you're insane.
You are insane. Like you've got serious problems. I just love this scenario where the Doctor is barreling toward 5 people. He chooses to do nothing, and they all die. And it's like, well, the Doctor doesn't kill, so fucking idiot.
Do nothing.
He's like, oh, wasn't me.
Doctor doesn't kill. What? It makes sense that he did that.
I don't kill.
I don't kill.
Hang on. I swear I can find examples of this.
The idea of this argument, because I'll try and like boil it down as best I can, is like the core thesis is you can put any human in a situation where they will kill someone.
Yeah.
Is the idea that
In
every
this,
human being in the
and
world,
we're
you
including
can put them in a
manslaughter in the in this definition for sure.
Yeah, basically the idea of somebody dies and it's through action or inaction. No, inaction can
Okay, yeah.
like
Then if you put
know.
someone in a situation where it's like press one
Well-
button and someone will die, or don't press the button and someone else will die, then yeah, through either
That's
action or
entirely our
inaction,
point.
then you will kill someone.
That's entirely
But
our
that's
point.
not the same thing as making them make a decision to actually.
That is
kill
still a
someone.
decision.
Well, it's still a decision.
If you
Whose
decide
life do you value
to,
more?
if you save 5 people or save 1 person, you've made a decision.
At that point, you may as well say no. Well, yeah.
That's
if you
the
put a three
point. It
in
means
the
that
frame,
every
that-
hero
that's
would
the
have to
someone
face
will kill
this.
someone.
That's the point. Is the idea of a hero having to
You
make
cannot-
a choice.
I
before
know-
you die.
All of their autonomy to make them do the thing, then yes, you can. Make
Well,
them do
they
the
have
thing.
autonomy because they still
That is
have
still
a choice.
autonomy.
They still
It's
have
not a
choice.
good choice, but it's still a
No,
choice.
It's still a choice.
No, they don't have a choice to do anything other than the thing you're forcing them to do. Like it's
No, but
it's,
the whole idea
it's
is
a meaningless choice in the situation.
I don't agree that it's a meaningless choice.
Well,
It's
it's a
more
I,
like
meaningless
I
choice.
dramatically disagree that it's meaningless.
the whole
It's
idea
meaningless
is
in regards to the question: will they or will they not kill? It's
Well-
will they kill? In the situation where the options are literally kill or kill, then they don't have a choice to not kill.
But which choice they make?
But what? Yeah, that's the idea. What
Mhm.
choice do they make? You know, like if somebody has to die, what choice do they make? Because that's
Jay-
often the conundrum that heroes face.
Jay is right. Waller loves death. I mean,
Well, I mean that's the idea, right? It's like Infamous did this thing where it's like, oh, you're gonna save your girlfriend or these 6 doctors? Decide. Like, it's one of those choices, right? The idea where the hero has to make a choice on who lives or dies. And ultimately, they don't want to. It's not about whether or not they want to kill somebody, whether or not they're going to be happy with the outcome, whether or not they were put there under duress. It's the
That's the
idea
thing.
of
When you have like a
choice.
character who's got some heavy convictions about morality, they should probably be able to deal with it pretty well. But when you have a character maybe like Daredevil who has to choose between saving 5 or 1, it should weigh on him heavily after he's done it.
It should be difficult, yeah. Well, I mean, they've dealt with that, right? When he, Wilson Fisk, he's like, I got to kill him. But then the whole idea is like, what does it do to you to do that? I like that show a lot.
People are asking for a straw poll. We can see it's more on Jay's side. You're just wrong. It's fine. It's fine.
They actually think it's on Jay's side.
Yeah, you can tell. Chat are almost entirely on Jay's side. It's because of this notion that Batman can't kill. That's pretty much where all of this comes from.
No, it's because you're fucking wrong.
Oh, am I wrong?
They think that Batman wouldn't kill in a scenario where he has to choose between saving one person.
No,
or
they've
100.
redefined it to mean that doesn't mean choosing to kill now because they're insane.
Of course you're choosing to kill.
Absolutely, that's the point. Jay's like, nah, you've taken autonomy away. It's like, no, you haven't.
Well, I'm not saying they're culpable for it. They're still choosing to kill.
Well,
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess here's an interesting thing to
they
go
wouldn't
down.
get
The
arrested
idea.
and-
Here's an interesting, actually, avenue to go down for that. The idea of your autonomy, because the reality is that human beings don't have that much autonomy.
Also,
like, you are
culpability.
very much shaped by your
Yeah, that's true.
environment and
But
your
also,
circumstances.
culpability is interesting because if it were like 2 30-year-old high-value doctors versus maybe a 90-year-old and a 5-year-old, and you choose the two to kill 2 rather than the other 2, and you do make that choice, you would be culpable for the loved ones of each of those 2 people, whichever choice you ended up going with. You'd have to explain yourself. I mean, it would suck, and you'd be like,
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't say you should. I wouldn't say you should go to jail or anything like legally. I just mean morally. You'd be in a position where you're like, well, I mean, I felt like the doctors are more important.
Like, you're
I don't
not
know.
a murderer.
I'd kill the child.
Someone said,
Yeah, I think that's-
wait, someone said, Morley, your example is extremely contrived or insanely contrived. I don't care.
That's the point.
It
That's
doesn't
the
matter
point.
if it's
pushing it to
contrived,
the
it's
furthest
the
possible
scenario.
extreme.
It's
the
possible.
furthest extreme. Yeah.
And besides, it's not even contrived. A villain could totally put a hero in this position specifically for this reason.
I will agree that if you take away literally every decision from a character other than to kill, then that character will kill. Like, by default, yes. That's
No,
how
it's
that
not
works.
about.
It's not about taking every choice
No.
away.
Yeah.
Because they still have the choice on who.
Yep.
That's the point. Who?
No, they have no choice other than to kill.
Yeah, but the choice is who dies.
Yeah, but that's not that's fucking
Well,
irrelevant.
Why can't they? Why can't they?
No, but
just not do anything
it's
and allow
relevant in
it
terms of the
to
discussion
play
of
out?
like, because if
Which
you
that case would be even more immoral, especially considering what the live count would be. For instance, you press a button to kill 1 person, press a button to kill 5 people, or if you don't make a choice in a minute,
Then they both,
the bomb
yeah.
goes off and 50 people die.
And besides, I want to make it harder than that, like the doctor with the old and young person examples, because that makes it really difficult. Because at least with the 5 and 1, a hero might be able to be like,
It's
raw
easier
numbers,
to
I'm
do
not
numbers.
responsible, raw numbers.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I think
not all heroes will think like that, though. There are
Yeah,
very
yeah,
different
and if
heroes.
they can make that argument if they want to, but with the 2 people, 1 young and old and 2 that are middle-aged but doctors, or whatever age, tough to say exactly who should die and who shouldn't there. If someone has to. Thank you for coming for my TED Talk.
At the point you're saying, at the point you're arguing, you can put any character in a situation that they will kill. Like if the thing that you're arguing is if you give them no choice but to kill, like
they always have the choice to have an action.
Then yes, you can make any character kill by forcing them to kill.
No. They still have they have the option of not doing anything, which would result in even more death.
Then I believe
that's
there
the
are
point.
characters who
What?
do that.
Apparently I've moved the goalposts. This is just different hypotheticals that are all making the same point.
Yeah.
If you
Same
thought
thing happening.
if you thought your hero was in the clear because it was 5v1, you are missing the point.
I don't even get it. I don't think why people can't get it. It's so simple.
All over again.
I keep saying we're moving the goalposts. What is wrong
When is
with
it
you
moving the
guys today?
goalposts?
You have wronged us.
They illustrate the exact same point.
Everybody's very impassioned about this one. You can tell.
I love this chat. I love this chat. It's just like Jay wins directly next to Jay. Wrong again.
If you think Jay wins, you're insane.
I'm sorry. So you have correct. You don't have to be insane to be a Nazi, but you have to think you have to be insane to think I'm right about this.
Rags can be hyperbolic.
I'm being obviously hyperbolic about that.
No,
I don't think they have a
no.
mental insanity. It's obviously what I mean.
No.
Not touching it, I don't kill.
I just want to bring that up again because people are still fucking mad that I said that you had to be crazy to be a Nazi, even though by the end of that discussion we established that I was using like the colloquial term of the phrase, and we agreed by the end.
Yeah, well, you
I
fucking.
the comments
I wonder what it's like, Jay, to have EFAP be mad at you for saying something at some point. What insane scenario is that?
Are you really
Look at this
saying
fucking weird ass audience we have.
Are you really saying this to me? Like,
I think it applies to us all, except Friggy. Friggy only has good takes.
Well, except for Spider-Man: Homecoming, apparently.
I thought we'd finished that one. It was Far From Home is the one in question. I thought we nailed Homecoming. Maybe not.
chat, name the worst take of everyone on stream.
Oh. Well, I know that Anna's is the Night Before Christmas. Did you say Night Before Christmas was boring? That's like the hottest of takes.
Where have you been this whole conversation?
I went and got caffeine. I'm too tired for this.
Like, in the time that you left, it just went into this massive discussion about ethics and philosophy.
Look at the chat. It's fully just like people yelling about who's right and wrong.
They seem to have conditioned themselves into letting Mahler and his friends do all the critical thinking for them, which makes them extremely susceptible to just accepting anything they say by default.
Oh, and and yeah, it looks like I got it wrong about the Dark Knight Risings. Dark Knight Returns. I
Damn.
must have mistook it for something
Mahler's
else.
Buffy take is his worst take.
My bad.
Mahler's Buffy take? I said that it's bad for a lot of it.
You said it starts off really bad and then gets good.
And then it gets really good, which is true, by the way.
That's all you've ever said. You've been very consistent on that.
Well, maybe they think I'm wrong that it gets good.
Because
maybe they think that the first seasons are great.
Oh,
the
maybe
first
they
season.
did.
Oh,
Maybe they do
season 1 and 2 are bad, guys. Sorry, season 1 is really bad.
Yes.
Season 2 is
pretty bad.
And then
Chat
season
said, I was there when Jay won.
You're in
But believe me, chat, you don't want him to be the winner of that fucking argument.
Mentally, Rags. You wanna come across looking good even when you lose, and that's okay.
Of course you don't, though.
They seem to think EFAP are off limits to criticize.
You're above that
all of
sort
the
of thing.
scenarios we said, I don't. This is such a cut and dry thing.
apparently I'm. Oh, somebody said I'm not wrong on anything. That's the correct.
Hey.
Good for you. I like to think that I'm mostly right. I like to think
Well,
that, but
chat saying Jay is right about this conundrum, so clearly you must be wrong because you disagree
well,
with him.
I mean, it's worthwhile to note that I haven't been as like firm on this as you two were. I was kind of like just laughing at the whole thing. But I mean, my perspective
Filthy
is the
centrist scum.
Oh,
Centrist
I guess the problem is like if I were to fully explain everything that I think on this topic, I'd need a while.
All
Like
extremes are on the same team.
Well, what I mean is to explain exactly what I mean. I mean, yeah, I could boil it down to the base one, but the issue is that people are going to get defensive and angry generally,
The whole
as
point
we've
is that
seen.
it's not heroic by through an action allowing people to die when they don't have to.
Well, I'm trying to bail it. I tried to boil it down more to the idea of every human being can be placed in an instance where they will kill someone. That's
That wasn't the argument.
Oh.
Not that the argument wasn't that it's heroic to do that. The argument that is you could take characters who are seen as heroes and force them to do that.
I think it's more the broader thing is I'm not trying to say like what my moral stance is on the actual acts themselves. It's more just the idea of every human being can be placed in a situation where they'll kill someone.
Oh, cool! I just got a notification for the stream.
I don't know if I agree with Fringy.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think there's some. I think it's very likely that there are some people who physically couldn't do it.
Oh, sorry. I mean like through action and inaction.
Well then, yes.
I mean,
like,
yeah,
if
if you
someone in a
if you-
situation where through action someone dies and through inaction someone dies, then yeah, you can force anyone to kill someone through either action or inaction.
No, it's to make
Right,
them do the thing instead of not to rely on inaction.
Wait, so you think to you can force anyone to take
To
action?
make them pull the lever to take an action in
don't think
order
it's
to save more
right to
lives.
do that. I think there are people.
I mean, I can believe there's like
Yeah, I think there are some people who are that morally weak. Yes, that they wouldn't do it. Yes.
Yes, that's the point I was arguing this whole time.
Well, that's not what I was arguing. I was arguing that through inaction they would
Yeah.
allow death, thus
Yeah, that's
being the
what we were
ones
saying.
who essentially committed the manslaughter/kill.
So okay, fine.
Is it
So
that we
we're-
just agree but semantically categorize it differently?
We agreed the whole
Let's
time.
Jay, to make it simple, right? If you had a choice to let that lever pull the lever to make it so that they didn't hit my two, let's say, 10-year-old nephews versus the 40-year-old genius doctor who'd saved loads of people's lives, and they splattered my two nephews, and through your inaction, I'd be like, you fucking killed them.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And you said,
It's
no,
the
no, no, no,
troll
no,
and
I
power
didn't kill it.
experiment,
I didn't fucking touch that lever. And I'm like, fuck you, Jay. You let them die.
Jeez.
I mean, I can't imagine I'd be very logical in that scenario. I think I'd be very upset.
Yeah. It's the trolley experiment, which I think is a really cool experiment, personally. I think it's a real interesting one.
What about, would it be, well, how would it be classified legally, if he was to not touch that lever?
It's all contextual because there's like, and it depends on what country, and because murder is just unlawful killing with guilty minds, like so intent, and then you have voluntary manslaughter, which is like, I'm pretty sure voluntary is negligent action, and like involuntary is negligent inaction. I'm pretty sure that's the classification for them.
I think so too.
More like
And also, there's generally an aspect of duress that you're placed under in order to the decisions that you make. If you don't have
The thing is like
intention.
generally, if there's duress, right, then that changes things. Like if somebody
Yeah,
puts a gun to your head and says, "Kill
chat,
them or I'll kill
don't
you," then,
straw man me, chat. I've been saying kill this whole time, not murder. But
well,
if
murder means unlawful killing.
and if I was to be angry at Jay and say he murdered them, that would of course be wrong. I'd try to argue that I would be very emotional and upset.
Yeah,
but
we've
he
said
would
that
have
they're
killed
not-
them.
Yeah, they're not going to be like
it's just-
arrested. as I
Remember
don't
that
think they should.
I think it's about remembering that murder and killing are two different things.
Well,
killing is like is described as a physical thing that happens, whereas murder prescribes moral and legal implications on what that means.
All murders are killings, but not all killings are murders.
Yeah, exactly.
What a wonderful world we live in. There we go, we've concluded it, even though I'm pretty sure the comment section will be filled with how wrong all of us are.
I'd be curious what the point is that we're wrong. Like what they would actually say is the point, but I don't know.
I'm glad when I see people say "free correct." By the way, it
gives
satiates
you
my ego.
gives you lifeblood.
At least it's working out for that sweet bottom line of theirs, though, as their sycophant enablers continue to support them in spite of, or perhaps because of, the very behavior that made this video a necessity.
Would Spider-Man just sweep this shit under the rug? Would Superman do that? Is that what the superhero thing to do is? No. So then their fans are
Well, I
going to
guess-
look at what they said and go, oh yeah, Southpaw, he just stopped talking to them because they didn't like his favorite TV show. Because that's obviously a thing that Southpaw does here, right? He just stops talking to people because they disagree with him once on something.
Even knowing that the two of you were good friends at the time, and
Mhm.
that he held no ill will towards you, and that he didn't have any problems with you at all. In fact, he held you in very positive light.
Under
You
the
still
assumption.
maintain that it is more likely that the gaslight was intentional than unintentional.
Yes,
So,
after
SK
everything
said it was
happened.
I would say that makes it kind of shitty if it was unintentional, and I guess they just don't feel bad enough to try to do anything about it after they're corrected on it. After I've even extended them several olive branches to suggest that this wasn't like because they're shitty people, that this was unintentional. Like you get extended that many olive branches and you're still not gonna do fucking anything. Do you not think that that speaks to a person's character, morally speaking? Considering Wolf's conduct in that call, and his conduct since, I am not convinced that he's not abusive. The idea that this was done for some other reason besides he's abusive, it's becoming less and less believable by the day. I'm willing to accept that this was unintentional. However, everything that he did afterwards indicates, yeah, he's got an abusive personality.
Do you think that it is remotely reasonable for him to be upset at your characterization of gaslighting if in his mind gaslighting is always an intentional action?
No, because it's wrong.
It's an assumption that he's going off of because he's highly emotional, probably. Like the best faith interpretation is he gets highly emotional over this, and then he makes an assumption, and then he just lets that assumption fester without ever trying to get any form of clarification. And then, even after he's given clarification, he does fuck all to change, to fix any of the damage that he caused deliberately. You don't enter into a call with someone with his attitude that he had in the January call that SK then broke down in his video without having the intention to hurt someone. I did, like, my intention to hurt them, I'm really wondering where I had the intention to hurt them. Whereas Wolf absolutely had the intention to be a verbally abusive piece of shit when he got into that call. That was his mindset.
Hey everyone, how is everybody doing? How's everybody?
Hello. Doing great. After that
going?
intro, man, I'm chill. I'm ready for the night, you know?
I'm
I'm
going to
always-
a 10-minute intro next time.
Well, yeah.
I'm always stoked when I see the Hoff, bro.
I think
We
you
need
really
more
need
Hoff.
to like bore the tears out of like all the chuds that are going to be like watching this because they know that SK and I are here, and you need to like
Oh,
really
yeah.
make
Guilt
them,
by association time.
they need to
Oh,
really
nice.
they really need to work to be able to comment on this.
Where do you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
want to go next? I have a super cut of the worst of EFAP, or we can go straight into talking about the video. Where would you guys like to go?
That, and I was like,
And let me know if at any
these are
point you
just
want to
moods
pause.
people have. I do think that gender and sex are inextricably linked. I do think that both of the genders, while there are two, there is in a vast spectrum, but I don't really care about it all that much, honestly. If you want to be whatever, that's fine with me. If you want to be whatever gender you want, that is totally fine with me. You do your thing. You go out there and be the best, whatever you want to be. That is totally okay with me. Just don't tell me that I have to call you certain things or I have to label you as something or something.
Okay.
The top comment
can,
with-
can we stop? Can we stop there? Can we
Yeah.
stop there?
Mhm.
I want to just say exactly what he said, but replace a few words. You can be whoever you are, whatever skin color, whatever nationality, whatever. Just don't tell me I have to not call you certain things like Negro or stuff like that. Just don't tell me I have to respect, like let you sit at the same lunch table as people of other skin colors, or the same water fountain, whatever. That's what you sound like.
There's a trans genocide going on, and you're dancing? How can you rest when so many people don't have basic rights, like the ability to exist and be comfortable in their own skin? This is violence. This is fascist coded. No, listen to me. This one's pronouns a matter of life and death. How do you care right to live? Silence is violent. Are you listening to me? Why do you hate black people? How are you dancing with black?
The narrative changed from SK and I said that this was victim blaming, which is true, by the way. You can argue with me all you want, argue with a fucking wall. I'm right, you're wrong, but we still refuse to call this rape apology. Now, maybe SK thinks differently now. I don't know what that is. I'm not SK. I'm associated with him. I'm not him. He can have a different opinion on this than me. But the whole point was we said at the time, not rape apology, just ignorant. And yes, this rhetoric is victim blaming. And they changed that from you called it victim blaming to you referred to them as rape apologists. It's like, so they're straw manning us and they're just lying about us. They're not providing. I'm like, literally, to anyone that's saying that we did that, just provide one receipt. Just one receipt of me saying that. Not the thing with Wolf gaslighting me into thinking I said that. Get the screenshot. Hey, Wolf, if you're listening to this, provide the screenshot or the recording that you supposedly have of me saying that. Prove that I actually ever called you rape apologist, because that never happened. And then, but you're looking at this and it's like, you guys still said something fucking abhorrent, even if it was ignorant. And it's like, this could have been a non-issue if you just realized you fucked up and apologized, and then we would have moved on. But you haven't done that. Instead, your fan base has gone on to push this narrative about us that we're the only ones burdened with having to push back on. And you guys have the power to go, that's not what they said. That's not what they ever said. No, we don't like them. No, yeah, they're saying a bunch of shit about us that we don't like, but that is definitely not what they said. You have the power to do that. You can't do that. You're incapable of doing that. I didn't say they were rape apologists. I did say that they were victim blaming, though. However, the reason why I said that was it didn't come out of a fucking vacuum. It's not like if Dark Thor, because I wouldn't put this out. I would not put this out of the realm of plausibility for Dark Thor to do with Sheev Talks. If Dark Thor started calling Sheev Talks a rape apologist because of what he said about Kenobi, it's like, okay, I get that, because there's absolutely nothing in Kenobi, like there's nothing that Sheev Talks would have said about Kenobi that would have been relevant to that. I just got, hold on. But the problem is,
a few moments later,
what bad faith fucking means. Like in this card, I'm like, where's appeal to ridicule? Where's poo poo? Where is gish gallop? Where's all these other things that EFAP actually unironically does?
We never say like it's amazing.
EFAP ever covered like a female content creator.
It is a grand total of
it's
about
like 3 times.
2 to 3%, probably
compared
2%
to
of
what,
all
like,
total time, yeah.
They spent more time defeating these arguments we've never made than actually addressing the actual arguments we're making. Isn't that wonderful?
Because this is the thing. All I have to say is, if these guys were so right, why would they have to do this?
Because
is that not an interesting question? Is that not an interesting question? If they were so right, why would they have to do this? I'm so tired of bad faith. Don't get me. Sorry, this is from Jordan Nua in chat. He just sent this. I'm so tired of bad faith. Don't get me wrong. It happens, and the EFAP dudes have used it against you guys. But man, it has become such a buzzword, like strawman or yeah. It is a buzzword. It's absolutely become a buzzword, especially from these folks. Strawman and ad hominem is like, well, yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, is they've diluted, well, sacred cow, they've also diluted what that means now too. That, like, we had to talk to Blebo and we're like,
as it played out, or learned of it sometime after the fact, who were able to listen to me and reassure me that I wasn't crazy, as much as I was being led to believe by some. I don't believe that I would have made it to today without them. There were times where I definitely felt tempted to just throw in the towel, but nowadays, I'm going to be okay.
So believe me, I don't want to become the Southpaw SK historian, but they roped me into this controversy by attacking me, so I'm a part of this, whether I like it or not. So it is what it is. But let me be fair. Essentially, we'll be using 3 pieces of media. So Southpaw put out his own video, devastatingly showing the evils of the EFAP. That's one thing. SK and Southpaw put out another video explaining why Southpaw removed himself from EFAP. And from what I understand, SK did a lot of the work on that video. For free, as far as I know. And then we had this anti-Southpaw video responding to his EFAP video. And honestly, it didn't really show that much, but it did have a few devastating bits. And the dilemma is, in the last couple of weeks, Southpaw has been doing things that have undermined his credibility. And there's no nice way of putting it. He apparently confessed to wanting to send EFAP an SK video and deliberately have them make fun of him and make money from it. So yeah, so even though SK helped them when apparently he almost, quote, committed the S word, he backstabbed him. So we're going to hear him debating actual fandom, and I think this makes SK look bad. So I think with Southpaw and their debate, SK was right, but we're going to see the dark side of the SK.
Let me know if at any
These are
point you
just
want to
moods people
pause.
have. I do think that gender and sex are inextricably linked. I do think that both of the genders, while there are two, there's in a vast spectrum, but I don't really care about it all that much, honestly. If you want to be a whatever, that's fine with me. If you want to be whatever gender you want, that is totally fine with me. You do your thing. You go out there and be the best, whatever you want to be. That is totally okay with me. Just don't tell me that I have to call you certain things or I have to label you as something or something.
Okay.
The top comment
Can,
with
can we stop? Can we stop there? Can we stop there? I want to just say exactly what he said, but replace a few words. You can be whoever you are, whatever skin color, whatever nationality, whatever. Just don't tell me I have to not call you certain things like Negro or stuff like that. Just don't tell me I have to respect, like let you sit at the same lunch table as.
Well, again, let me say for the record, I don't like Rags. I'm a person of color. I do think Rags is a racist. I do think Rags is toxic. I think Rags is a liar and a hypocrite. However, I don't like what they're doing. Just analyze what he said. And you're like, well, let's change a few words. Let's not change a few words. When you debated Southpaw, you were going with what he said or what he wrote. I agree. Let's go with that. Let's not go with, I'm going to put words in people's mouth or make stuff up. No. Don't do that. So that's just bad. This is not a good debate. Oh, and then it got a lot worse and even got very personal, which at the end, I think Southpaw may be justified, but
People of other skin colors, or the same water fountain, whatever. That's what you sound like.
Swallow a bullet.
Not that misgendering trans people should 100% be considered inciting hatred against them on the basis of their gender. The only purpose in misgendering trans people is that it hurts them and incites hatred against them.
Riley, a lot of people are going to look at you and say, hey, it's a guy because you look like a guy. You have the body of a guy. You have the voice of a guy. The DNA in every single cell of your body is male. You can call yourself whatever you want, I don't care. But once you start telling other people that they have to call you certain things, that is obviously where they draw the line.
Okay, pause
I
again.
just gotta say one asshole. One.
Right?
What a
Yeah,
piece of shit.
what a fucking prick.
So from now on, I'm just going to Rags is just going to be called shitmouth to me, and nothing, is ever going to change.
It's just like
No, just find out what his real name is. Find out what his real name is, and then just refer to him as his real name and never call him Rags.
it may shock people, but I agree with Rags. Now, let me be clear. I don't think Rags really believes this. So he's saying, you go your way, I go my way. I'm a libertarian. Is he really? No. No. In real life, we've seen over and over again, he doesn't hold the standard. However, the position is fine. If people want a certain label, black people will say, call me African American. But other black people will be, black is fine. I'm Hispanic. Some people say Hispanic. Some people say Spanish. Some people say Latino. Some people say Latinx. The Spanish one still gets me. That's really stupid. But yeah, I could get technical and say, I am not Spanish. I'm Hispanic. And da-da-da-da-da. So we're always going to be debating the right term. So I think that's an open question. That's me. I'm open-minded about these things. If some people get really upset, I don't care. I think being obsessed you get the precise label is really stupid. As long as it's generically fine. If certain things are not fine for you linguistically, well, I don't care. I don't think that's the biggest issue in the world. But then they got into possibly doxing Rags and using his real name. I think that's a very open question. Would Rags really be okay with people using his real name all the time? Probably not. So he seems to act like a libertarian, but he's not really libertarian. But I don't know. I don't think that's ever been tested. Has anyone ever actually used his real name consistently on EFAP? I don't know for sure, but I don't think he would like it. So yeah, he's a hypocrite, but I do think with personal information, it is a little tricky. I mean, Rags is a monster, and everyone knows his name, by the way. It's very public information. It's not private, really. We all know, but I think that's a big question mark. So to sum up, this anti-Southpaw video was not that impressive. However, given more recent information and the recent conflict between SK and Southpaw, this does recontextualize his statements. It does seem like he's not being entirely honest, and he's attacking the EFAP methods, but it doesn't seem he's against what they're really doing. He's like, yeah, take people down, destroy them, insult them, blah, blah, blah. He's only against the kind of extremity they do, but not the essence of what they do, because he's doing it himself. In fact, apparently he thought it was okay for them to cover an SK video, even though he's a black man, and he knows the EFAP would probably attack him as a black man, and that's pretty horrible. They all look terrible, but the good news is I look great. I've been totally vindicated, consistently criticizing all these people, and there we are.
We need to work to be able to comment on this.
Where do you guys want to go next? I have a super cut of the worst of EFAP, or we can go straight into talking about the video. Where would you guys like to go?
That, and I was like, oh, them about this incident.
Yeah.
But I don't. Maybe just a select few, but I don't know. I think both sides have valid points. I'm not sure where
Your
I
mic's
stand
not
on this
working, Blue.
anymore.
It isn't?
Now it is.
Hello?
Now it is.
Oh, okay.
Upon everything that happened that SK outlined in his video that we'll talk about later, it forced me to look back on a lot of things that happened. And this is an experience that you might have with friends who you have like a fondness for, but then something happens and it kind of forces you to reevaluate certain things, and you start noticing things that were kind of staring you in the face the whole time that you kind of just glossed over because they were your friend.
There are hints of it.
Yeah.
We didn't come in here with the intent of stirring up an actual argument.
Well, you did.
You started out by just responding,
oh, you're just coping, you're just coping.
No,
How am I fucking supposed to read into that? No, that is what you did. That is what you did. That is what I'm saying you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. The way they came in here sounded like they were
all
like
completely smug, condescending about it. It was
like
fucking
exaggerating
obnoxious.
about it.
SK, you can roll it back to when we first jumped back into the call. You're the one who first said anything about coping.
That's kind of what happened here, where like it was and in some cases it could even be a matter of I turned a blind eye to genuinely shady behavior. You two guys are not very well liked in that community, but because SK and I aren't well liked in that community, but because SK and I aren't well liked in that community either, and we understand that the reasons why are pretty crappy, we then look at this and it's like, I kind of want to talk to these two now and actually get their perspective, because these are not reputable sources, the community that is, on why these are bad people. And like my first impression of Organized Chaos wasn't great. It was the Doctor Strange 2 response. And I think there's a lot of problems with that response stream. At the same time, it's like, well, I don't think that this is a person who's incapable of having a good faith discussion. Well, the word incapable, of course, might come up later.
You are.
I'm reading what's in the chat. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, what he said verbatim is
I said it in the chat.
Yes, that is what happened. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay.
But Chief's talking about when he jumps into the call.
So what? I'm responding to you when I talked about the coping.
Yeah.
Okay, but Chief's also trying to make points too.
I don't care. You are who I was talking about.
Oh my God.
I have to disagree with you on that, because it sounded like he was being a little jokingly exaggerating about it.
I don't care.
Sort of way.
I'm saying make an argument. And you were just like, I heard the defenses you were making. That's how you fucking jumped in.
That sounded like an exaggerated smug to me.
Hey, God,
genuinely.
this guy has a friend who can get him away with these crimes. Stupid. That's what you sound like.
I have a group of friends I enjoy socializing with and talking about the usual stuff involving movies and TV shows. I'm gaining recognition at my job and will likely be going into management by the end of this year. And in a few months, I'll be getting a new dog, a corgi to be specific, and I'm preparing to shift my focus onto writing a series of books that I've been developing for many years. For all intents and purposes, I've landed on my feet. I don't know what all the future has in store for me, except that every day will have a new sunrise to gaze upon. Sometimes, that's all I really need.
You accuse them of gaslighting. Do you
Yeah,
understand why
because
they might be upset by that accusation?
Okay, so if you tell someone that they got really angry in a call with you, and they demonstrably did not get really angry in a call with you, but you convinced them that they did, you did gaslight them.
You used whatever control you had in the situation, which in this case was Southpaw's trust, and they used that against him.
I like, even if this was accidental, you still convinced, like, you still planted a false memory in someone's head.
And you
so I don't really care if you get. I don't really care if you get offended over the use of the word gaslighting, which again, we even accepted it could have been entirely accidental, especially if the person that you've done this to has even acknowledged that it may not have been intentional, right? I feel like
would you describe it as an overly harsh word to use for what happened with a connotation that he had good reason to be upset over?
You are talking about overly harsh and
he
defending
had
the fringy
no
messages.
intention to be upset over. He had no good intention to be upset over, especially because, like, if you actually watch the 3-hour watch party, I'm not getting angry with him at all.
You send me the recording, and then Mahler and Fringy have a very unbased take on Terriers, let's just say, and then you send me that.
Yeah, I was kind of freaking out over it at first.
You're more than.
I might not be agreeing with them all the time, but I'm doing it rather politely. And these are guys who can disagree rather angrily sometimes with each other. But I'm being quite calm and civil and polite in this. And yet they're acting as if I fucking got really angry with them because I wasn't agreeing with them constantly. They're fragile little bitches.
There's not really a point to continuing the show, I guess. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this. I'm open to picking up, going through the rest of the show to hear out your criticisms. I might need some time. I'm still going on a sort of grieving process for it at the moment, and the realization that the show isn't well written left me in a seriously depressive state yesterday. I might need some time before I'm really emotionally ready for it.
They're fragile little bitches.
Southpaw confided to me that he was having suicidal thoughts.
I have a hard time every day, and sometimes I want to die.
If your bread and butter is criticizing other people, and you do it in kind of a mean-spirited way, in a patronizing way, but then as soon as your ass is on the chopping block, you've said something that is now being placed under a microscope. As soon as you start lashing out, that's kind of an indication to me that you're not really in this for criticism. You're in this to heckle people, basically. And that's why you're not liking it when it's you who's on the chopping block. It's because you're kind of aware that this isn't about actual, like, intellectually honest criticism. This is just a means to belittle people, and you don't like the feeling of being belittled yourself. Going over the criticisms of Terriers that they decided to go into, right? Where it's like all of these criticisms, and I mean all of them, are rooted in like absurd inaccuracies in terms of like how things work in the real world, but also like they're having to omit context or distort context in order to have it line up with what they're saying. And so what's interesting to me here is that's always been my contention with their criticisms. That's what I say in my thread, where I'm like, I think that their criticisms are wrong here. But the narrative has been that I couldn't take that they were criticizing the show, period.
The realization that the show isn't well written left me in a seriously depressive state yesterday.
In that, they will cite the decision to stop watching the show with them, right? But it's like, if you look at what's actually in the messages there,
if I may bare my soul for a bit, it's admittedly upsetting. I outlined my reasoning for why I didn't think it was a good idea for me to proceed with watching the show with you guys, a decision that I made.
Southpaw no longer wanted to watch the show with them for a few reasons.
From what I understand, yesterday, you more or less asked to stop watching the show with Mauler and I because you didn't like what we were saying.
The truth is, I didn't want things to get to a point where conflict would erupt.
Southpaw did not tell you all to stop criticizing the show. That's a straw man.
The realization that the show isn't well written left me in a seriously depressive state yesterday. I might need some time before I'm really emotionally ready for it. I still thought that the best move would be to avoid putting myself in such a situation that might invite conflict.
Whereas Southpaw was simply asking not to be in that position because of his connections to the show.
Well, then there's not really a point to continuing the show, I guess. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this.
When Southpaw suggested to stop watching the show, he was appealing to the lack of enjoyment being had from both sides.
Well, they were both disappointed that you decided to end it so early, so I figured they'd stick it through to the finish.
pretty sure they both respect you a lot more for it too.
I've been talking to Wolf about it for the past hour, and I'm open to going through the rest of the show to hear out your criticisms. I might need some time. I'm still going on a sort of grieving process for it at the moment.
Despite initially not wanting to go through with the rest of it with them, yet he literally offered to walk back on that and continue watching it with them, as unpleasant as that experience would have been for him.
But the narrative has been that I couldn't take that they were criticizing the show, period. They not only consistently misread media, they even seem to do it willfully. And then when you try to offer good faith pushback, they will talk down to you in return. Then, after insisting that the reason you can't see what their problems are is because it must just be too close to your heart,
Southpaw was simply asking not to be in that position because of his connections to the show.
I might need some time before I'm really emotionally ready for it. I think it was during the Just Right debate where I recall you mentioning that you had a friend who didn't want to watch Westworld, or maybe it was some other show, I can't remember, with you because they knew you hated it and they didn't want it ruined for them, and that you respected that. And here, you respected that too. I appreciate that. It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience for anyone, and I don't think it'll be healthy for me to proceed with this. I really like the show. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it, but thanks for trying it out at least.
It sounds as though you are very attached to this show, and it's going to hurt you to talk about it critically. If that's the case, you'll have no pushback from me. I'm sorry it didn't work out. There's plenty more to discuss in the media sphere though, so no worries.
I appreciate your understanding, dude. There's a discussion being had where we're exploring perspectives, but what's happening when I'm giving Mauler mine is he's being a pig-headed prick. I'm just gonna be totally blunt there, and it's quite clear that he's not going to have a conversation in good faith. Or even open-minded.
Sorry, if I might cut in.
Yeah.
I just want to avoid the stream being turned into a rant about EFAP or about Mauler or how I got involved in this whole debacle. I was and am and will remain, I think, for the foreseeable future, a fan of EFAP and Mauler. EFAP is a fucking abysmal, gargantuan shit show of a podcast.
Because I know you can go on till the sacred cows come.
Yeah. There's several points in the watch party where they are being rather smug and aggressive while I'm just asking questions, and I'm letting them talk. I'm not arguing very aggressively with them or anything. There's a lot of parts where I'm just quiet, but it's like a lot of their fans have assumed, oh, you're pissed off. You're being passive aggressive. It's like, oh, that's definitely a way to interpret that. But like
over a TV show.
Every documented exchange is clearly showing like an entirely different picture than what they're trying to paint. So long story short, there's a totally bizarre narrative that's started over this. And now SK and I are kind of done talking about just that. And talking about the gaslighting that happened as a result. Now we're just focused on the references. We're just focusing on the criticisms of the TV show.
The reason I call them subhuman is because they're bigoted. They actively allow bigots on their platform. They have it in their content.
That's usually how it works. And I know my own personal experience as well. As a Jay's preferred pronouns are she, they, by the way. Okay, sorry. I didn't know that, but I was saying they.
Well,
I thought you said that. I thought you said they.
I thought he did. I think it's he's worded his chat is saying he, but Jay goes by she, they, and he right now, so it's chill.
Just to be safe, but some commenters are writing using male pronouns, so don't do that anymore.
Yeah, that'd be unspeakable.
A good example of that bump is Austinox. I subscribed when he had 5K. He has like 11K now. Yeah, exactly. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay then.
All right then.
This one YouTuber I watched had 5,000. Now they have 11,000. So whatever you're doing, it's whatever is happening in this room over here is fine.
Yeah.
What a great point.
Just excellent. There couldn't be any other reason that happened. It must have just been the exposure from Hassan's. The funny thing is, it might have been because Hassan might have been like, Austinox, a great YouTuber. Check them out. I have no idea who it is, but like if he had done all of the fucking things Jay was asking for, the very little things that Jay was asking for.
Oh, people share it with their friends and da. I think they agree, but you didn't say their name. Yeah, I didn't know who this person was.
How do you?
I didn't know.
Oh my God! Know how to read? How do you not know?
He didn't know.
How is
If
it?
you didn't know,
How is it
it's
possible
your
that you?
responsibility to know.
How do you How do you find out a YouTuber's title? How do you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The channel
How do you
name?
not notice
It's
the
usually right
name?
below the video.
But again, even if you
Huh?
didn't know, you should know.
No, I don't understand. Well, if he's
I don't
not
know how you
friends with
can't
Jay
know.
personally, if they don't have a whole history, how exactly
Oh.
is he gonna know Jay's name?
Well, no, I
But,
mean
like,
when you
it's
watch
on
the
the
video,
screen.
I thought I meant like.
No,
when
that doesn't make
watching
any
the video.
sense. You'd have to know them pretty well to be able to say something like that, I'd say.
Yeah.
And it's on the screen.
That's nah. You see, no, Maul was right. You would have to know for a while, and then that's how you'd figure out their name.
Look, in fairness, he read the criticism and he's responded in kind. I do not know who this person is, so yeah, get the
Yeah,
fuck
it's not
over
like
it.
their name is right up on that screen right now. Nope.
I don't know how you
yeah.
the first play not know what the name is. If you're watching it on YouTube, where the
Rex doesn't understand.
Yeah, I
Huh?
guess what are we talking about? Are we
It's
Names.
sarcasm. So there's some sarcasm going on here.
where?
Oh, no,
Like,
it's
I guess
okay.
I'm just-
Anyway, moving on.
I feel bad that Sitch wasn't here for that one. I feel
Fucking
like he would have loved it. The whole, I can't say his name, so
Yeah.
don't know who it is. It's just, oh.
Who shall not be named?
I think they agree, but you didn't say their name. Yeah, I didn't know who this person was, but you can see what the fucking title of the video is. Like,
nope.
You know what I mean?
Not when you full screen it, buddy. Like you
Yeah.
gotta get the basic shit. That's what I mean. It's amazing.
Hover over it and shit.
Oh, you don't hover over it. It must have happened at some point. So what I mean about like the promotion he is saying he did is the stuff that he accidentally did. Or
Yeah,
the
I
stuff that was
know. That's
incidental,
what's
rather.
terrible.
It's just like he happened to scroll the mouse over, so that counts as promotion. Shut up.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good job, man. No due diligence at all. It's not like you could have done better than that.
They say in the video they use all of them. Oh, okay, perfect. Anyway,
10 months with my fab
So-
political himbo.
oh, I've subbed to their numerous channels on YouTube that I found out. I've subbed to numerous channels on YouTube that I found out about your streams. Yeah.
Kissing face.
So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, someone said
Yeah,
they found
see,
Jay
I
thanks
made
to
it-
Someone
Persona.
said
There
it.
you go.
That's a meaningful
yeah,
point.
you're covered.
There you go.
You're good. You're good.
So now, if I download all of you guys' videos and upload them onto my channel without commentary, and some of you get subscribers, I'm in the clear.
Yeah,
go.
if you
Perfect.
get one extra view, I'm all good. Despite the fact that it's actually irrelevant whether or not anybody gets extra view. It doesn't even matter if watching the video gets the person like 100,000 extra views. It
Yep.
doesn't change the fact that you still need to ask for permission. The outcome is irrelevant.
Yeah, if Jay was,
You don't
as a result of
shit.
this, more popular than PewDiePie, it would still
Doesn't
be
matter.
like,
It would
dude,
still be-
yeah, it was unethical.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
And I bet you if he heard that, he'd be
sponsors-
like, wait, what do you mean? What are
Yeah,
you
he wouldn't
talking about?"
understand Oh my at all. God,
oh my
And if he
God,
did say that, at that point it would be like, you need to retire from all discussions about anything that has to do with like, politics or philosophy or anything. Like, we need to get to first principles here.
Don't steal shit.
He's basically
First
equating
principle.
Jay to a sponsor now. It's so bad.
I know.
It's
I
like,
know, it's
what
like-
the fuck?
Come on, man. You know that's not a good point.
I know, it's so
You
evil.
have to know that's not a good point.
Gotcha.
Pay money to Twitch streamers to like play their video games, for example. Right?
That's different.
There's a reason for that.
That's a
It's
game.
because
Game's different.
Yeah,
Completely
we
different
can,
situation.
We can go
Yeah.
through all of the mediums if he wants. Like, so we did this on Jay's streams. Like, why do you think that you can't just stream TV shows and then push people to go and grab them? And the response from chat, I already got you. Don't worry. You'll be like, but Amazon are partnered with Twitch and they do that with some of it. It's like Twitch is owned by Amazon. All right, so don't even start. Secondly, the vast majority of TV and movies do not allow people to do it. Why?
Naturally.
If I watched the movie and I've got my face on it and I'm like hee hoo hoo ha ha,
that was funny.
yeah, and then I'm
Oh,
like,
no.
hey, you can get this movie on Amazon or you can buy it from wherever. Go do it. Why aren't people doing that more?
Why would I buy it? Why would I buy it? I've
Exactly.
Seen it.
This
I'm not
same
even gonna
thing.
watch it again.
This same thing doesn't apply in any way, shape, or form the same way to games. Now, I will say that we may be at a point where they still haven't properly applied whatever rules they want to how we sort of what it means to be transformative with video games. However, me playing a game, Fringy playing a game, Adam playing a game, Stitch playing a game, and Rags playing a game, going to be completely different streams, all of them.
Totally, yeah.
Meanwhile,
I have to play a game to get the full experience. I have to be the one using it.
The viewer, I'm like, it actually is promotional. Like the viewer will be like, "Ooh, this does look cool."
Those do translate into sales. That's why Amazon doesn't pay Hassan or something like that to watch a whole fucking show on their stream, but they will pay a very, very big YouTuber to play their game.
They did it. Well, that's the thing. They tried it. I don't know that they're still doing it because it didn't. I don't know if it worked out that well. But they tried it with Borat. And I know that Hassan streamed watching the film, but I just don't know that it translated in any good way. But why would it, right?
Really?
Doesn't make it.
Yeah, of course not.
You have to imagine, like, if you're watching Hassan watch Borat and he just sits there for the most part, other than going, you'd be like, "Yeah, I've seen Borat now. I don't really, you know."
Are people actually comparing this to streaming a game?
Yes. Well, he is right now.
Oh, okay. I was.
He's saying that Jay has gotten promotional bits and bobs, much like a game would if they sponsored you to play it.
Okay. So Hassan doesn't understand that that the process of playing a game is you get enjoyment from experience of controlling the character and then playing the game. It's such a different viewer experience than sitting there passively and watching a TV show or a video or a movie.
Well, and funnily
there's
enough,
no difference between someone watching a show and just you watching it. The difference is minor.
Funnily enough, what I think we do with like EFAP movies and minis with TV shows and stuff, I think that's entirely transformative, and that people can't replace the show with it. But people will because they don't fucking want to watch that shit on their own. They'll be like, "I'll just watch the coverage of it," because they get to listen to people not only watch it but also discuss it. So it's just like a double up. But comparatively, he's talking about how you could probably fucking put Borat on, then go to toilet. And you'd be like, "Yeah, I get why. I'm just watching Borat. So I don't understand the difference."
Someone in chat says, "So isn't Jay giving Hassan the same exposure?"
Oh,
yeah. Be thankful for the clout, Hassan.
That's right.
Yeah, Hassan. What the fuck? He's got hundreds of thousands of subs on YouTube. Maybe you should fucking
That's way more than your active view account.
You should be saying thank you, Jay.
They possible on it, and then people will go and fucking find it on their. So that is the ultimate reason why I don't feel bad.
Oh, interesting that he seems to care way. This guy. So I think it's interesting that Hassan cares way more about potentially misgendering the person than he does about stealing their shit.
Right.
Yeah.
This is content that Southpaw sponsored. Southpaw paid money for transphobic rhetoric from a suicide advocate. Southpaw took money from minorities and gave it to a known suicide advocate to pay them to make transphobic statements on the internet.
This is just a cursory glance of his old streams. Not only is he an active participant of this guy's live stream, he's a paying member, he's a customer. He has a direct buyer-seller transactional relationship.
I didn't know you were in Boy Scouts, right?
I'm an Eagle Scout.
Me too!
Oh my god!
Holy cow!
Gay.
It's despicable. Southpaw is funding hate speech. He is funding trans suicide. And he'll kill again.
Mahler said something about he feels like he's in clown world.
Yeah, so predisposed. So predispose means make someone liable or inclined to a specific attitude, action, or condition.
Creating a life that you know will die in agony for your own benefit is selfish. It would be selfish for God to do that.
You tell me I'm Jewish and I deserve to be gassed. That's what you're telling me.
You know what? That does sound like a good thing.
It sounds like a good thing.
Yes, sir, it does.
How many beautiful trans women and rape victims have to die just to satisfy Southpaw's ego?
Southpaw. 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 Southpaw.
Why you want to gas people? Why are you getting so violent? You nasty.
There's obviously issues with them playing footsie with the far right, nigger. There's obviously issues there and whatnot. Well, this is the thing, right? Like people like Zod. People like Zod should know that this happened, and these guys have refused to own up to it or apologize for it. And Zod continues to swear. It's like, fuck you, okay?
Yeah.
Just fuck you at this point.
Like, straight up, it's like you see like people turn out to be Nazis or whatever, and you're just like, yeah, no, that's fine. I'm still gonna praise their shit. Nothing happened. I don't like the public nature of the whole thing, and I feel it should have stayed private from day one. But it's no. If you stay private, they'll just get away with it.
We're showing the ways in which they caused this thing to blow up very unjustly. And then when SK went out of his way to talk to them, the best that we got was, I'm sorry this happened. And this is why a lot of people
sorry
say this
that
is
you
resolved,
felt
right?
it happened. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people are, including TMR was like, oh, this is resolved because he said, I'm sorry this happened.
No.
So if you truly believe this, you have failed a rather important litmus test for narcissism. SK and I have been trying to just talk about the references, and curiously enough, people just want to talk about the drama. We're taking you to task because you unfairly denigrated a well-written piece of art. You did it to defame a friend. You failed to take any responsibility for your fuck up or to correct yourself. Like critical thinking is just, it's left the building at this point.
My whole thing has been about if you're criticizing shit inaccurately, and it's something that I, one, know about, two, am passionate enough about, I'm going to hold you accountable to it if I've decided to focus my sights on you. Fucking hell. SK right here has been on the receiving end of this. Mm-hmm. Because literally when I first started talking to him, he did the same treatment to Into the Spider-Verse, right? Now,
right.
Here's the thing. This thing with EFAP is a little bit different because I wasn't friends with Friends Reviews when he did the Mission Impossible video. I wasn't friends with SK when he did the Spider-Verse video. And those things resolved fairly quickly. This did not. This was my friends doing this. The way that they acted was bullshit from start to finish. What they did was essentially a betrayal of their principles. That's how I describe it. And I will stand by that until the day I die, or until they can finally just take the L and do anything to try to actually undo the damage that they chose to do. I am in a strange position because I've praised this show up and down, And now EFAP have gone on and they've ripped into it. And they've ripped into it with inaccurate references. Now, at this point, I might have initially conceded, like, okay, maybe you're right. But then I've gone back, and I've engaged with their This is the thing, right? This happens because I engaged with their arguments, okay? I go through the rest of the show with their arguments in mind, and I'm seeing problems. I'm now in a position where it's like, so am I expected to just go on stream? The Terriers thing is going to be brought up. That will be brought up. It's an elephant in the room. They're probably going to bring it up themselves, or a chat member will bring it up, or a super chat will bring it up, right? So what am I supposed to do here? Because I don't agree with the criticisms, and I have reasons, very good reasons, based on references as to why I don't agree with them. So do I pick a fight with them on stream? Do I lie and go like, oh yeah, they were totally right, and Terriers are shit, and I just have to like concede, and my name is Reek, you know? I don't think I need to do that either. So the tweet thread was my way of trying to like handle this outside of a stream, not pick a fight with them on stream, make it clear where I stand, and make that public, while also treating them with like incredible kid gloves.
Someone just said, can y'all not just get on the call with Mauler and Fringy and hash this out? We would by now if they.
We would love to
if they were willing to.
We'd love to. I would.
You know
even,
what?
So this is the thing, right?
No. Me first. If you are in the Discord far away server where Mauler and Fringy are there, link this and tag him.
You know, like here's the thing, right? So I don't love the concept of tit for tat apologies. But here's the thing: when people are being like, "You shared their DMs," it's like they did way worse. I'm not apologizing for that until I get a sincere apology for those other things. You publicized it with SK's videos. Like, I'm not apologizing for that either because like we're correct. Like you have to argue that we were incorrect first.
Yeah.
But like if they're personally offended by that, I might. This is the thing, right? Is like, so this is just sort of like social intelligence 101. You might be more inclined to apologize for personally offending someone if they are at least apologetic to you. You have to meet me halfway. And I'm so sorry, but they drew first blood. So right fucking there, 3 months into this, I'm giving them a chance. No one ever gave me a chance. I'm giving them a chance to help me hash this out with them, and they refuse. And then that wolf call happens a few days after that. And let me just tell you, like, Wolf did unreal damage to their chances after that. That's on Wolf. Like I am so not entertaining blame, like the idea of getting blamed for that when it's like, after that call with Wolf, they were not entitled to jack shit from me. Like it's abhorrent treatment. You see Rags referring to this as, oh yeah, for a sacred cow, for a self-proclaimed sacred cow slayer, he sure does love that sacred cow. It's like these guys are just saying this shit publicly, and they're doing this like minutes after I posted this thread. This is like, you guys are like the wettest paper tigers I've ever. Like, I don't know if it's paper tiger. It might be more like just it's throwing stones in a glass house. It would be one thing if EFAP conceded, and they were like, "We take the L, we lost." They haven't done that. Their fans are still like, be like, "Oh yeah, it's just a shitty show." Is there a path to redemption for them? Absolutely. Sure. They're gonna have they would have to work for it though. Like first and foremost, a retraction of the criticisms is in order, and that's a start. Because here's the thing: a few years ago, I fucking hated Jack Saint's guts. You know what? You know what's going on now though is I'm mutuals with Jack Saint. Now we aren't close acquaintances. We don't message each other all the time, but like I spoke to him back and forth a little bit after the Last of Us show was done, and found myself in like having some pretty common ground with him. I got when I got ratioed to hell and back over that clip. Jack privately agreed with me. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but like, you know, Jack Saint's not
more private messages.
Yeah.
Classic Southpaw.
Well, the shit that Wolf said in the call, public apology. He needs to like show his face, like, not literally show his face, but he needs to actually. He needs to get into a public call and be like, I am so fucking sorry. It's unreal. And it can't be, I'm sorry this happened. It's, I'm sorry I did this to you. That Music Quorum guy, he like commented saying that like he commented on that one, like on one video of theirs or something, claiming that like I was like part of some mass flagging campaign against them or something, right? I guess this is just the new lie that EFAP fans are making up. So a long time ago, EFAP Els was rallying people to report EFAP's content for breaking terms of service.
Which they did, by the way, and there's proof of that.
And someone said that was harassment. And all I did was I said, it's not harassment to call for people to flag content that's breaking the terms of service.
Yeah, I supported it. So, I said, yeah, based. Go do it. But Southpaw didn't care enough. All he cared about was like the harassment claims.
Like, yeah, this is the thing is like I see myself as a critic. I criticize things. And I'm personally fine with criticizing EFAP for what they do. I don't think that flagging them is going to do anything. I think it's a waste of time. I don't think it's harassment, however. If people want to flag them, I think it's stupid on a personal level. I think it's a waste of time. I would much rather, I guess, like, what would be a good way for me to, like, a good analogy for this? Because, like, I'm much more fine with, like, just criticizing what EFAP does rather than try to run them off of the internet. If you're a fan of EFAP as they are, I don't think you have a leg to stand on to complain about harassment.
Yeah, I really don't.
This whole getting flagged for breaking terms of service. EFAP getting flagged for breaking terms of service. From where I'm from, we call that fucking around and finding out. But that doesn't mean that I actually support it. It just means, like, yeah, I mean, you play stupid games, you might win a stupid prize.
I don't think there's anything ethically, there's no standard that's being violated. The YouTubers don't like the DMCA claims because it disallows them from doing what they do. It's not because the thing is wrong in itself. It's because it's something that is against your interest.
A fundamental misunderstanding of what I'm telling you. I'm saying it is a weak, thin-skinned bitch move to try to remove stuff when people mock you. It makes you look
I'm
like
telling
a bitch.
you that's a cope. I'm telling you that's a cope. I'm telling you
that's not a cope.
Argue with the references. Argue with the references.
So after everything that Southpaw has said about EFAP for the past 2 years, after everything he said about Mauler, calling him an all-around awful person, calling them shitty people, he just made a 6.5-hour video, absolutely tearing into EFAP. And yet he's still fine with sending the video to them so they can cover.
That's why I was confused, because
kind of hilarious.
Doesn't make sense.
I mean,
it doesn't even make sense because
I kind of like it.
It doesn't even make sense because Southpaw knows Jack Saint and Brown Saber, so why doesn't he just send the video to them?
Because they're not gonna. They're just gonna be like, all right, who cares about fucking Spider-Man?
Yeah, but EFAP is not gonna cover SK's video.
No, but Southpaw hopes they will.
Yeah, but then he's stupid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I kind of find it hilarious that he would try and do that just to make SK come across as a gigantic retard.
Yeah, but after everything he said, he's trying to skim elbows with EFAP.
Well, I don't think he's trying to. I don't think he's trying to like get back with EFAP. I think he's just using them to. He's just trying to use them to dunk on SK.
He's trying to get their attention.
No, he's not. I don't think he's trying to get their attention. I think he's just trying to use them effectively as like a weapon against SK, because he knows that they have a wider audience reach. They have maybe some more legitimacy as far as he's concerned in like the criticism, like the YouTube criticism field, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
So he's like, well, if they criticize SK, that will reach more people, it'll have more legitimacy, and it'll have a larger impact against SK. So I don't think he's being necessarily hypocritical. Maybe he is.
I think he is.
But he's doing it in a. He's not. I don't think he's trying to get back on EFAP's good side. I think he's just using EFAP as a way to screw over SK, which frankly I find hilarious, and I actually always admire it.
I just can't believe that he's even trying to use EFAP in the first place.
It is pretty ass backwards. I agree, Fries, for him to be going to EFAP after all that shit that he said.
Well, he used Sheev as like a proxy, a go-between.
Well,
so
he just
presumably,
it just
Fungus,
makes him look more spineless than he even is.
Yeah, exactly. And Fungus, he said we were okay with it, so he didn't say she was okay with it.
Yeah, but I mean, he had Sheev actually go to Rags directly. Presumably, Sheev has some better relationship with Rags.
Which is weird because Sheev doesn't like EFAP.
After all the shit he said, it's like it goes against all of his points.
Yeah.
Well, I think it kind of does make sense if you just understand that Southpaw doesn't really have much in the way of principles, and he's very vindictive.
I don't like this.
And
I don't like this agreement. I'm gonna leave.
I'm just gonna send all of our DMs to Sal.
I mean, okay, Fungus, I get your point. I just don't think he views it in that way.
Well, you don't think Southpaw views it in that way?
I don't think he's using EFAP in the way that you described.
Oh, right. Well, so you think he's trying to get back with back in with EFAP?
I think he's trying to get their attention.
I think that you're right, because why else would he do it?
Yeah.
Other than to just be like spiteful. I think Southpaw would get back with EFAP if he had the chance, but he can't do it in like he can't just like do it in like an obvious way. He has to like kind of like worm his way back in.
Back like a snake.
It's like you can't just go back to the tribe you've been kicked out from. You have to go back with like a trophy.
But as we know, like EFAP, they ain't fucking.
They are beyond caring.
I think years. It's the one thing that they've definitely done right with this situation is just like straight up ignore the guy.
It is likely that it is the way that you're suggesting it, where Southpaw's trying to get in, because he's not really he's not principled.
Yeah.
So definitely. I think it could be either one, really. That he's just using EFAP as a way to hurt SK, because EFAP has like a larger audience, a bigger reach, and it will do more damage effectively to SK's reputation. But I also can see it from the other way, where he's trying to worm his.
What did Sheev send directly to Rags? Which video specifically? Is it this one you linked?
Oh yeah, that one. I linked it already in the book.
So he sent that to Rags as a Sheev sent that to Rags as a way to be like,
hey,
look,
cover this on EFAP, embarrass SK.
Look how silly he yeah. Oh wow, as if that would even fucking work.
Well, obviously it wouldn't work. Why would they even okay, why would they even cover an SK video after he made the drama of it?
This is so strange. So wait, the timeline here. I gotta ask one more question. I'm sorry we're jumping around all over the place with this. I'm just trying to get this straight in my head. So this is after all the shit with Terriers and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everything that we've covered has been like pretty much chronologically
yes.
like along.
Yeah. So he basically tried to reach out to EFAP.
Yes.
After all this shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Said.
It's fucking unbelievable.
It's just so I can believe it because it's him, but it is unbelievable.
And
like it's just crazy.
And meme, this is why Southpaw has lost all public support.
If he had any credibility, like he would have lost it right
all
there.
All of his former fans don't want anything to do with him because of this. Which is
so a lot of people, not a lot of people, but the people who seem to give a shit about this situation know about this specific thing.
The vast majority of them do.
Wow, I didn't know anything about this. I'm glad
I kept it.
Glad you kept us out of the loop on that. That was a good reveal.
Oh.
That's ridiculous. How does he think he has any shred of credibility
after this?
That's just wow.
I honestly think we should try and approach him and get his side of the story.
What? No.
Because you'd be interesting. Just to like, what were you thinking when you did this?
Fungus, do you think in a million years, in a trillion years, that he would ever talk to me?
Maybe.
He hates fries.
I mean, he tried talking to EFAP.
No fucking way.
Yeah, but he idolizes them,
Yeah,
regardless of what he says.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He still
he views fries as like a fucking jihadist or some shit.
I'm
like,
basically a devil.
We thought your video was very disingenuous.
So,
and here's the thing, right? So we have these apologies. Then you make this video. We read the video as disingenuous towards us. This seems like it's full of petty snipes at us. It's like.
But I didn't snipe. I didn't even think of even referencing both of you when I wrote it.
And you have said previously that you believe him on that. You don't think he made this in direct
I've seen
response.
the video, and he doesn't reference Southpaw
I think
or She-Fronts,
I think SK is vindictive enough that if he was actually using this as like a way to dunk on Southpaw, he would use some of Southpaw's arguments.
Oh, he could have easily done that.
Like, even if he didn't say that these are Southpaw's arguments, like these are some of the stupid arguments I've heard. Yeah, this is
because
the
next
clip
clip was to send it to Rags, and like, for what's the end goal with that?
For them to cover your video and respond to it. Yeah, I don't think that she wanted them to tell you to kill yourself or do anything like that.
Even though he knows they've done it before.
So EFAP is, according to SK,
That
evil.
means he thinks that they're going to do it with you.
And he knows this because...
Oh my God,
SK
say
with
something.
the source.
Southpaw.
SK with the source argument.
I mean, they've
yeah.
done it before. Even if I was disingenuous, would I deserve to be told to go die?
Oh my God.
Which Rags
Yes.
has done to
You
people?
wouldn't.
Yes. Yes, you do,
not
SK.
That's not going to be the default assumption that's going to be made of them covering someone.
But they've done it
Because
before
the
when
thing-
they've covered people.
They have, but not. How frequently have they done that when they cover people?
Dude, I can't believe he's running defense for EFAP like this.
This is like so crazy. It's why it's so confusing to me because it's you have all this shit between him and EFAP, and then you have this on the tail end.
Well,
like
I don't think he's necessarily running defense for EFAP. He's running defense for himself because SK is asking, why would you do this knowing what you do about how evil EFAP is? He's SK is like purity testing Southpaw in this because he's like, why would you willingly associate with people who are evil? Is effectively SK's argument here, and Southpaw is making a fairly reasonable argument that they don't like. Rex doesn't necessarily tell everybody that they cover to kill themselves.
yeah, I think they're both being a little dishonest here because
Yeah, they
obviously
are.
they're not just gonna tell him to kill himself and send hate raids. It's not something EFAP does. But also, why would Southpaw do this in the first place? It was just to dunk on SK, right?
Yeah.
And
I suspected
potentially get into
it.
good graces with EFAP. Maybe
I think
that part
the
maybe, but
I think the simplest answer is probably the most likely to be true because if Southpaw did trying to get back into EFAP's good graces, we'd see a lot more public attempts at that because Southpaw is somebody who's basically incapable of leading a private life.
at the end of the day, it completely ruins any credibility Southpaw has because for him to say all this stuff and then at the end of the day be like, let's send this to EFAP so they cover it. Like what?
Yeah.
How does that track at all?
I think it honestly is more likely the fact that he just wants EFAP to cover SK as just like this delicious irony part, I suppose.
I think he just wants to hear people's opinions who he respects tear into a guy who he disagrees with about a certain thing.
That could be a good. That could be it as well.
Despite how he
is my friend. To be fair to SK, Southpaw had one unpleasant experience with SK. He thought that SK made one video that Southpaw thought was bad faith. And that's enough for Southpaw to completely and utterly turn against SK.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
That is pretty funny.
And go against everything he said about EFAP.
Yeah.
Because
even though SK is supposed to be your friend. And also...
Supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly. And also, here's the funny thing. SK was going to donate $1,000 to Southpaw's GoFundMe for medical bills.
Shot himself in the foot there, didn't he?
Well, shouldn't that be enough to earn his trust? You're going to donate a lot of money for him? I'm just saying.
They're so the two of them are so deep into this purity cycle where you can't. It's not even like you can't disagree with me. Is that you need to think that the exact same way as me, and there's a lot of like they're reading into each other's intentions and actions all the time. And I think a lot of, like with Southpaw thinking that SK, the video that SK made was like a deliberate, was like a deliberate jab at Southpaw. It's because he knows SK and he knows how vindictive he can be and how like there's almost no loyalty between them. I almost don't blame Southpaw for thinking like that, because if you did hang around with SK long enough, like he basically cannot be trusted for anything. He'll leak anything and everything just to advance himself. So yeah. I wouldn't necessarily put it past him to do to upload a video which is like a indirect jab at Southpaw, and then Southpaw to take the most extreme action possible.
I'm just kind of letting all of this information, even though I've seen this before, I'm just letting all of this information process through my mind. Because it
really changes a lot.
It's just so crazy, all of
Yeah.
this. It really is.
I think
this whole side of the internet is so fucking insane.
Fascinating.
It's fascinating to me. That's why I can't get enough of Southpaw. I mean, you can look through it if you want to, YouTube, but it's mostly worthless, except for this one part. That's just fucking... Oh god, it's chef's kiss. Southpaw did call EFAP rape apologists behind closed doors.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh my god.
Well, so this whole semantic game you were playing for 2 years, this Fungus, this thing that we two directly called out. I'm just saying, we directly called this out a year ago. And now SK is saying, oh yeah, Southpaw did call them rape apologists behind closed doors. This has been one of Southpaw's most oft-repeated points, and he's mentioned this in almost every stream he's been a part of. I didn't call them rape apologists. I said they were victim-blaming rape victims. And now it turns out, oh yeah, that was my true intention.
What's the difference between a rape apologist and a victim?
That's what we talked about last time, Fungus. It's kind of a
one sounds worse than the other.
Yeah, that's really the only difference.
Yeah, it's a distinction without a difference. I find it strange that Southpaw is just like, oh, I didn't call them a rape apologist. I called them a victim. It's the same thing you do.
So Southpaw lied about this for 2 straight years, which is
hilarious.
This is so I've said this previously. It's not one instance of lying or a couple of instances. It's one lie that he's built up in his head over years and years. And it's completely pointless. He could have just said, oh yeah, I think these guys are rape apologists. It wouldn't really have changed much about this drama.
No.
So we're kind of reaching Steve Renassisi levels of lying where it's pointless. It's only to further your public image.
The hell's Steve Renassisi?
The 9/11
The guy who lied about being a 9/11 for no reason.
Oh, right.
He literally recounted events that just never happened about him being in the tower and then like seeing the second plane hit and all this other shit.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's not to that extent, but we're getting there with Southpaw.
No,
Well,
it's-
yeah,
it's
I mean,
literally- it's
he's
literally the
lied
exact
this whole
same.
time.
Yeah, he lied for 2
But-
straight years.
It's funny that he lied about it, because a rape apologist and a victim blamer are basically the same.
Well, who would argue against that?
He would, but he's saying I never said that, but calling them that in private. He's only saying I'd never call them that because he was confident that nobody would ever find out.
And that's why he admitted that he said it to Wolf immediately, because he did say it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What a fucking lying piece of shit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There was one other part.
Oh hell yeah, there's more?
From this. I'm just trying to
This is
find
never ending.
No, this is the final part.
I'm not complaining. It blows my mind that there could be anything more after he has lied for 2 years about this fucking comment. Also, here's this.
Also,
bombshell after bombshell.
It doesn't stop.
Well, it seems
And here I thought we were gonna end this video with like low key defending Southpaw from that one conversation.
Do you think I would have arranged this if that was gonna happen?
Absolutely not. I had faith. I just it's man.
Here it is.
Fries is out.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Bombshell time?
He sounds so excited to tell
He's
us this.
excited.
It has to be big.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get
it's
another
just-
bombshell.
It's just really funny. That's all.
Ladies and
You like
gentlemen,
funny?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to release some classified documents here.
I want these people to
No, you
hurt. Especially after today, I want to twist the fucking knife. Southpaw wanted SK to join him in doing some weird ass
Like
vendetta
gay ops,
bullshit
it looks-
against Econ.
Yeah. It looks like he's just doing like some weird gay ops with SK.
So the reason we're not covering the entire document, 1, it's 16 pages. 2, there's a lot of hearsay, so it's mostly worthless. 3, the drama gets very muddled at this point. It also involves a lot of other people, so none of us are really interested in covering that portion.
We like the hard evidence.
And we only want stuff focused on Southpaw. That was the entire compilation.
That's it.
We got through it.
We got through it.
But
Man.
would you believe that Southpaw is not done talking about this?
He still ain't done.
Yeah, he's still not done. So you
Still
saw
going, this guy.
You saw it during the cold open. He's still talking about it. He won't stop. Guys, he will never let this go. We can make a video about a year from now. Probably still be talking about it.
The information in this video will be relevant like 2 years
Yeah.
from now.
Well, Southpaw has all but nuked his reputation. I mean, I feel like the
Yeah.
only way he can come back from this is just to delete that Law and Border video he did. Or at least unlist it. Just make clear that he doesn't stand by it anymore.
He should just make
Move
a
on.
video and say, I was irrational about the show that I love.
Yeah.
Which is what Mahler was basically saying in a very nice way to him.
I honestly don't think he can come back and say that, because it's just he's just been fighting.
Well, he can't. You're right. He can't. It would be
It's just too
absurd for him to do that. But I don't really see what else he could do other than admit, like, I was just being irrational. I apologize. You don't have to forgive me, but that is what it is. Instead, what is he going to quadruple down like years in the future about something that happened long ago and it hasn't been brought up by EFAP at all? Like,
Yeah.
it's just pathetic to even continue this delusion.
This type of drama would have been forgotten a week after it happened. If
Yeah.
Southpaw didn't constantly bring it up.
Yeah.
Because it's just too convoluted to keep track of.
But if Southpaw didn't keep bringing it up, then Southpaw also would have been forgotten.
Yeah.
And Southpaw can't have that.
No.
I just want to be left alone. Yeah, sure you do.
Sure you do. Makes 6.5-hour video on EFAP.
Southpaw
Constantly bringing it
knocking
up.
on my front door, telling me how much he wants to be left alone.
Yeah.
Well, I want us to be left alone.
Look, just leave me alone, guys. I just
want
want to do my own thing. Okay. And the next day, he just knocks on your front door again. Hey, look, listen, just leave me alone.
Then do your own thing. You haven't done anything. The only thing you've done this past year is talk about EFAP.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, if he wants to move on, just make some like videos and just move on.
Yeah.
You know, like.
Hey guys, guess what his next video is gonna be on?
Dear God.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. So the next video is him covering the entire Raimi trilogy in one video. As if that is not repetitive as fuck. Because he's already done Spider-Man 2.
And yeah, it looks desperate because it's like, I've already covered Spider-Man, and that's my flagship video that EFAP had to fucking advertise for me, so
yeah,
I'm just gonna do more Spider-Man.
He's just trying to capitalize.
Hey guys, did you know that the Spider-Man movies are not realistic?
I thought SK like didn't defend the Raimi Spider-Man movies, by the way.
He's changed his mind since then, meme. So at the
I
end
mean,
of
that you're allowed to do that, of course.
Yeah.
I was just a little confused because that's all I remembered about the guy.
I think he did that because because the whole Wayne Manor autists, they were very much sort of like Southpaw's gay little army, and now SK is sort of become it. He's become like the dominant partner in the Southpaw SK relationship.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Well, yeah, but when it did exist, he was the dominant partner.
Yeah,
you can see that just from Southpaw, just pathetically apologizing for offending SK in that live stream. That was difficult. That was difficult to watch. It's like a nearly 30-year-old apologizing to like a teenager.
Completely and utterly spineless. At the end of Hump, he has 64. SK concludes, you know what? Southpaw video is bad. It's like a 4 out of 10. Spider-Man 2, it's around a 7 out of 10. Which is just fucking incredible.
So that's just fucking brilliant. Where SK, after 2 years of
defending
being
Southpaw,
attached to Southpaw's hip and almost escalating every single part of this entire drama, just drops SK like a used condom. Just drops Southpaw like a used condom.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we haven't
Like,
talked
yeah.
about that yet. The fact that
Yeah,
all
just
of this
He
drama.
doesn't support Southpaw's narrative anymore, so why does he need him?
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, no, it's not that he doesn't support Southpaw's narrative anymore. It's that he can't get any more use out of Southpaw.
Oh yeah.
Oh, true. I mean, yeah.
And
that too.
and he, Southpaw, foolishly enough, bit the hand that
fed him.
Not so much, not so much bit the hand that fed him, because
bit the hand that were pals with him.
That defended him slightly.
Yeah, because Southpaw is so weak emotionally, and I'm not saying that as a dig at him. Just in my opinion, a fact.
No,
from what I've seen,
I
that's
mean,
just true.
Fungus. To be fair, at this point, it's pretty much factual.
Yeah, but I'm not.
He's
I'm
basically said as much.
Yeah, I'm not saying that as like to like mock him or laugh at him. He is just
okay.
Weak emotion.
Fungus, no hyperbole. At this point, making fun of Southpaw almost feel like punching down, because he's so
absolutely does
utterly pathetic.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to make it clear that I'm not calling him emotionally to mock him.
Yeah,
just calling it how we see it.
I'm just calling it how I see it. I think SK's sort of almost realized that he like Southpaw is more reliant on him than he is on Southpaw, and he's like, well, I can't get any more out of this, so I'm just going to jettison the relationship.
Which is why he privated everything he did with Southpaw.
Yeah, because Southpaw has annoyed him. He has spoken out against the king, and he's like, well, screw you. I don't need to deal with you anymore. I've used you for all that you're good for.
Yeah, and this whole 1 year crusade was for nothing.
And
it
then he just
amounted
turns
to absolutely nout.
And he just turns around. SK turns around and says, "Yeah, my bad. I was being a silly Billy. It was all Southpaw's idea. Nothing to do with me. I played no part in any of this.
Even though none of this would have happened if it weren't for you, SK.
Yeah, I'd say like none of the, yeah. I don't think any of this would have happened without SK.
You're the reason this monster has been created, SK.
You helped him.
Definitely.
Yeah, then SK just turns around. He's like, yeah, I was being silly.
Let's just say that if you still support either of these guys,
nobody supports Southpaw anymore. He, like I said, he lost all public support.
you should have listened to Pafe. If Pafe did anything right, it was warn you about how much of a scumbag this Southpaw guy is, and you guys like just went along with Southpaw because
he was
that's the popular thing to do. He's on EFAP's side, so let's defend him. And boy, did the original video just age beautifully. Even if I sympathized with Southpaw at all for any of this like SK shit, he's a total piece of shit and he's a liar.
Yeah,
and he deserves everything he's getting.
Yeah,
sorry, but it's true.
So I think a lot of people just need to be aware of what SK is like as well.
Yeah, because Southpaw is unlikely to do any more damage.
Yeah, because everybody obviously understands that Southpaw is like a gigantic retard, but too many people. I'm seeing like too many comments which are just like, oh, I had a pretty good conversation with SK. No, SK is arguably worse than Southpaw. I think SK is more malicious than Southpaw.
I'd say they're equally as bad, but SK is just more influential at this point.
What I was going to say was, again, EFAP took the absolute correct course here, treating SK and Southpaw like they are mentally unwell fans, because that is what they are.
We ran we ran a policy, and it's been edited over time, as does with all policies. I think at first, when we started EFAP, it was like, welcome one and all, we will debate all. And then eventually it was like, actually, okay, we're not going to do it with people who have mental issues of any kind. You probably know what episode this was prompted really early on. But we realized, like, oh shit, okay, no, we're going to avoid people that we think are a little unhinged, people that have, like, hyper bad faith, people who are, there's a risk of something happening if they were to talk to us.
I hope nothing bad happens to either of these people. Like, that's shit on the internet. If you can't handle it, get off the fucking internet. It's not a big deal, dude. Like, live your life, enjoy life, breathe in the air.
And he's not gonna kill himself because he has internet friends and he has people around him IRL. So
he has a great support group, as we know.
Yeah, he has a brother that constantly keeps an eye on him. He has a neighbor. Don't worry.
He has a job, a dog. Although he had all these things before.
I mean, I'm just looking at the evidence presented to me and coming to a conclusion. I mean, we kind of defended Southpaw against SK a little bit in that conversation. I don't know. I just calling it how I see it.
Southpaw is a parasite. EFAP is not a bastion of great criticism by all means, but his entire career basically amounts to having made one video, forming a relationship with Mahler, and then capitalizing off of the dumbass drama that came from them not liking his favorite show. Honestly, one of the best examples of why parasocial relationships are so goddamn toxic.
Oh, are we doing this? Cool, I want in. You're a moron who is both incapable of thinking for himself and doesn't think Mahler should get criticized when he makes objectively wrong arguments about things like how the law functions in a different country because he watched a lot of cop shows and his buddy went to college, and thinks that my gripes with Mahler have something to do with him not liking a show, when all evidence points to the bigger issues being him throwing a tantrum when I disagreed with him and accurately criticized him for victim-blaming a character who was raped. Oh wait, everything I said is accurate. Oh well, I tried to be slanderous, but I'm just not good enough as your average EFAP defender.
You don't see us cringing now, do you?
Episode 12 of the cancelled television show Terriers is entitled Quid Pro Quo. The use of the term quid pro quo in the title of this episode is a reference to the impeachment of Donald Trump.
The full, unabridged, legal case for the impeachment of Donald Trump, the fraudulent 45th President of the United States, is a difficult political treatise that I struggle to convey in a manner which is comprehensible to a general audience. First and foremost, one must take into account the Russian phenomenon. Any attempt to efface the fact that Donald Trump will be run by the Russian Ruskies.
and their dead cattle donkeys, which they must be prevented from mobilizing. The mobile armies are seemingly invincible, but I know their own weakness or crowd. We will crowd all of the sour in the world of Germany. Until first will kill God over the hill, yeah. Become a doctor to take them. I will become a doctor. Now, allowing me to inspect the vulnerable feet. I will take when they're not looking. Ha ha! They'll never see it coming, because I also be the eye doctor which still survives. Yes! Anybody wants to try on these glasses? They're totally valuable. Oh! They're will look totally fine. And then I feel their eyes while they're by the back. And I can use the eyes to build an object and the feet to build a foot. To become an armed doctor. To sit. Then I will be. Oh shit. Oh shit. The world of my birth. To be strong and become
The episode opens by introducing the central conflict of the show in the second to last episode, also known as the penultimate episode, also known as the inciting incident episode. The evil sorcerer Zetland is using his dark powers to corrupt the people of Ocean Beach by legally purchasing their property from them, and this hasn't made the news at all because nobody cares. Except for one irrelevant games journalist who Hank really wants to fuck. But she won't let him hit until they crack the case, so he tries really hard to pretend that he cares.
I need 3 things to sell this story. 1, how does Zetland plan to gobble up all of Ocean Beach? 2, who's he doing it for? 3, Zetland, we believe, is attempting to merge these 2 properties by appropriating the interlaying territory.
Our own hometown.
He tries super duper hard to seduce her with the old sandwich trick, but it doesn't quite work.
Sure you don't want a sandwich? I got some pita bread.
No.
I can come with in case there's trouble.
No.
Be careful.
No.
Hey. Billy Whitman.
So Frank fucking stalks her because he can't take his eyes off of her flat ass.
0 out of 5. She's got no ass.
She tries to hide from him in an empty theater in the park, but it doesn't work. So she reveals that Zetland's next target just so happens to be the building that's being built by the guy who touched all those kids back in the 80s, in the highest profile sexual assault case in US history, who just happens to be the guy that Hank's ex-wife married yesterday, Jason McMartin.
I've been watching midget wrestling for years. I've never seen midgets go at it like that.
So Brit gets bailed out of jail because he is definitely not a dangerous violent alcoholic with a lengthy arrest record in multiple countries. But it turns out that it was Zetland who bailed him out, with nothing but a used Palantir and a shrunken head. In return, he wants Brit to work for him now. But for now, Frank and Bret are on speaking terms again, so they go meet with their cringe lawyer, because she has all the info they could ever need and is willing to help Hank unconditionally. It just so happens that by coincidence, she found out yesterday that her best friend doesn't like Zetland either, so she hands their next lead to them on a silver platter. Wow, I really shit that one out of my ass. It turns out that her secret convenient contact is this stupid city councilman character who just pisses and shits everywhere.
Woo! Did you guys hear that? Woo!
you what, I was 51 last September, and I still got a stream like a 17-year-old.
But of course Sam Albright, the 51-year-old man and his teenage dick, tell Hank that he should drink some Gatorade and jack off every now and then. But 17 is a little too old for Hank, so he stomps out of the room in frustration. Now Sam Pissman can smell Brit from across the room because he's been sleeping in a pool of beer piss all night in jail and didn't bother to take a shower. So now he heads to the local laundromat stinking of beer piss to crawl into a washing machine and take a bath. But as soon as Brit walks into the room, this random chick eyes him and wants to fuck because he smells so irresistible.
That's a light load.
I'll give you a light load, bitch! And then he cuts her head off. But in reality, Brit was actually hired to track her down, and it's just a total coincidence that she's so eager to fuck him as soon as she lays eyes on him. So they go back to her place to have sexual intercourse.
Come on, bitch. Let's go to my lair so we can fuck.
But as soon as they're done, Brit decides this is the opportune moment to mention that he was hired to track her down because she might be the double agent for the airport mafia.
So you really don't cook?
I really don't cook.
That's alright, you do other things well.
Well, I can order out. Chinese, Thai, pizza, in any combination. I can personally recommend the 4, the 7, the 7, 4, 7, the 16, 7, and the 44. 4, 4, 7.
Hey. Billy Whitman? I like you. Hey, so listen, do me a favor. Don't leave any more packages at the Embarcadero.
You son of a bitch.
No, I'm just saying, don't leave any more
You
packages.
son of a bitch. He sent you? He sent you? He thinks I'm the office snitch?
I'm the spy.
Get out! Get out! Now!
Hey,
God! Get out! Get out!
You haven't seen much of the later episodes that quite firmly confirms that they have hearts of gold.
Get out!
I've always considered Hank and Brit to be morally gray.
Get out, she loudly shouts as she withdraws her consent, retroactively making Brit a rapist.
I disinvite you. I disinvite you from my pussy.
Meanwhile, Hank gets Jason killed by getting him involved in his personal vendetta against an international crime syndicate to build an airport. Because it turns out that's what Zeitlin is doing, is he's trying to build an airport. So he literally kills people.
They literally kill people!
For an airport.
They literally murder people!
For an airport.
They claim that the villains of the show are only up to some duplicitous things to build an airport.
The worst, the other guys, they do some duplicitous things to try and build a parking lot. Like a freaking airport in Ocean Beach, San Diego.
Meanwhile, if you watch the actual show, you'll find that these duplicitous things the villains are up to in order to build this airport entail grabbing land through numerous fraudulent schemes that run legitimate businesses into the ground and murdering multiple people in order to prevent the truth from getting out.
I'm getting the feeling that you think that I'm aware of something that I am not.
Doctored environmental reports regarding the Montague Resort, land grabs, political bribes, 3 people dead to keep your tarmac a secret.
You can't be serious. But if what you're saying is true, if Mr. Zeitlin broke the law.
He had 3 people killed.
Your mother, Eileen, she lives near here, alone. In a few minutes, 2 people will park across from her home on Lambert Street. Within 30 seconds, they can be inside it. They will hold her down and insert a needle here, beneath her fingernail. Within 15 seconds, she'll be in cardiac arrest. She'll be brain dead in 2 minutes.
They do all of these things just so they can build an airport.
Laura! Laura! Laura!
How much? 69, see?
What time did you go to bed?
Oh. Somewhere around 9.
You lived here all your life?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
friendo.
Where you want me to put
Is there something wrong with anything?
Well,
Well done.
I did something awful. It was mostly my fault.
I thought you too.
Me too.
Is there any hope?
My God, baby. Oh, yes. Oh, don't stop. Oh my God, I'm like right on the edge. Yes, that's so good.
I don't know. It's like there's this Brit who I love who is gentle and funny and makes me feel loved and secure, and sometimes there's this other person.
So since the game journalist lady doesn't put out, Hank goes back to his ex-wife as she's crying over the death of her new husband, as he sees this as a golden opportunity to get back in her good graces. And by good graces, I mean her bed. For sex.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Hell no, son, ain't gonna get the gun. Seen a lot of things and they've only just begun. Cause the minute they...
This episode is fucking worthless, and nobody cares about it. Just like Southpaw's newest video. And unlike how Frank and Brit are able to rekindle the flame of their lost love, there is no hope of Southpaw salvaging any of the relationships he's destroyed. He hates SK so much that he wants Nim dead now. What a disgusting freak Southpaw is. Trying to harm this wonderful person. Almost nothing happens in this stupid-ass episode, aside from the random laundry slut visually raping Bret, and then him raping her in retaliation. It took 11 episodes to get here, and the main plot is just about to begin. Episode 13 of the canceled television show Terriers is entitled Hail Mary. The use of the term Hail Mary in the title of the episode is a reference to the Titanic, because people were saying prayers before they drowned and froze to death, thanking God for sending them to their doom this way instead of forcing them to watch the canceled television show Terriers. This is the episode which introduces the main villain of the series, and features one entire scene with him, at the end of the episode. This is it, the show's magnum opus. This will surely bring all the plot lines to a close. Here we get the payoff for all these various character beats that have been built up throughout the season. Characters like Jason, who is killed off screen for Hank's personal convenience. Now we can have a threesome with the assless reporter lady and his ex-wife. Other characters who don't appear in this episode include Ray, Montel, Gavin, Eminem, Allison, Uncle Owen, Michaela, Lindis' widow, Lindis' fatherless bastard child, the dry cleaner lady, the dry cleaner lady's husband, the hairdresser lady, the cancer lady because she died off screen from cancer, the bank manager's wife, who probably died off screen too, the reporter lady's mom who got kidnapped by gay pirates, and other relevant characters who I can't remember. Now you may be wondering, why are you bringing these people up? Why are they important? Well, they're not. And yet, we've spent the majority of the season developing them instead of progressing the main plotline. But of course, that didn't stop Hank from ruining every one of their lives. Like Miriam, who was busy grieving the loss of her dead husband after his tragic suicide, and Hank showed up at the funeral just to let her know that he did it because she cheated on him.
Man, what a great, fantastic character.
The reason that Hank systematically destroys these people's lives is that he self-destructs, because the show says so.
You're delusional. And jealous. Self-destructive.
It is not in Hank Dalworth to do anything but self-destruct on people.
It was very self-destructive, how Hank just showed up out of nowhere to ruin a funeral. But it's okay, because he personally ruined Miriam's life by telling her that her husband's suicide was her fault, and it's okay because he needed the money.
There are people here and there's so many things to do. I know. I just wanted to come by and say I'm sorry and that you shouldn't blame yourself.
Oh, yes, I should. I drove him to this.
No, you didn't. I saw him earlier today.
What did you say to him?
Go ahead and smell my finger. You recognize that scent? Miriam, she has a mole, an inch below her ass on her upper thigh. And she's waxed and she keeps it in a tight rectangle. And when she comes, she laughs like a 10-year-old. And she laughed a lot last night. I needed the loan, Miriam.
They're concerned with money issues, just as any working class person working paycheck to paycheck would be.
It was very self-destructive, how Hank, the recovering alcoholic whose life was ruined in a drunken rage, encouraged Brit to get drunk and ruin his life as well by beating an innocent man to a pulp. Remember when Lindis was self-destructed by a car while he was running for his life from Hank and Brit after they kidnapped him? Or when they self-destructed his body off of a cliff?
You know what this reminds me of? The time we had to climb down the ravine to the car we crashed with the dead guy inside.
You can really see the personal losses that Hank faces from his self-destructive tendencies, like how he's calmly reprimanded by Jason after stealing his identity, and is later vindicated by discovering that Jason's a pedophile and having him killed. It was definitely his self that was destructed in that liquor store. Or the time that his ex-wife yelled at him and disinvited him from her wedding and he felt sad. Sure, he tried to ruin her marriage out of spite after ruining her last marriage because he's a terrible person and stealing her husband's identity and spending all his money on hookers and buying her house under false pretenses with stolen money, but he feels sad about it now because he got caught. This is an advanced writing technique known as... The episode opens with Frank staring angrily at passing planes because he's so mad. Once he's regained his consciousness, he pulls out a gun and starts shooting at a metal sign on a public beach with a low-caliber revolver that doesn't even put a dent in it. As he continues to shoot, the bullets ricochet off of the bulletproof sign and perforate innocent beachgoers. So Surfer Dave walks up and says, "Hey, don't shoot me," and Hank says,
"I'm gonna be surfing that break out there, so if you could just keep that baby..."
No worries, man. You're not the dude I want to kill.
Looks like it's time to kill.
The person that Hank actually wants to kill is Grand Sorcerer Dr. Zetland, attorney at law, the local capo of the airport mafia, and Hank wants to kill him because he hates airplanes.
Hey, nice cock, bro. Thick, but not too flaccid. Perfect length. A nice 80-degree angle. I rated a 8.5 out of 10. Good job, King.
It's a super listener.
I'm not memorizing the multiplication table. I have a calculator, and my ass is fat. Yo, I'm tired.
Remember in math class when your teacher would always be like, now you have to remember how to do these things because you're not gonna be able to have a calculator with you at all times. You know what, teacher? Oh, fuck you. I have a fucking cell phone. I don't need to memorize shit.
Of always hearing you nutted without me. What's good, bro? Those alien bastards circumcised me. I'm Duke Nuke them. The line at the DMV is longer than I expected, and I need to pee, but I don't want to lose my spot in line. Time to drive under the influence.
No, don't drive under the influence.
I'm here to chew gum. That's one doomed space marine. I need a saline enema for my hard shits. Time to squeeze my own balls. Time to drink a beer. I'm taking a bath. I'm the freaking Duke, baby. Hail to King Baby. They're out of Snapple at Walgreens. I found a gun. It's time to suck ass and drink cum. And I'm all out of cum. My wife wants a divorce. I'm Duke Nukin. Hooba stank. I won't wash my hands. 12 men with bats are gonna show up at my house and beat me to death. I've got a huge ass. I live in the bathroom and my friends visit me in the bathroom where I live. I'm shitting in my camo pants. I wanna dip my balls in it. Time to see a porn film. How do all those clowns fit into that little car? No head.
Duke also pissing? No, I I washed my hands, I promise you.
I'm shitting. I'm also pissing. I don't know if my Denny's waiter is going to get my check or if I need to take it to a cashier. I'm gonna piss in the toilet. I'm lost at Schlitterbahn in Dallas. How about a taste of my crotch? I'm getting evicted. The cookies at Subway are too big for me to finish in one sitting. I'm gonna suck my own dick. I'm King Baby.
This is reminding me, there is a Tumblr account called like...
I think your dick is dirty. Try ending the game and cleaning your dick.
Hey, I think your dick is dirty. Try ending the game and cleaning your...
B, gotta hail me. I'm going to... bed. Wait until I put bullets in this gun. Then I'll shoot you with the aforementioned gun. I've done a pee-pee. Dad, I don't want to mow the lawn. I want to play Nintendo.
Is that a Sonic
I'm the King Baby. Hail to me, the King Baby. I'm here to chew gum. I have the proper amount of gum for this situation. I'm here to kick ass and chew gum. And I'm going to put the aforementioned gum on the underside of a table because I lost the little foil that comes with the gum. I'm here to gun. I'm going to take my wife to Applebee's. I'm Duke Nukem. I'm the guy from video games. I'm gonna Google porno. The pants I bought at Old Navy don't accommodate my huge combat boots, and I'm going to have to return them this Saturday. I had a dream about kissing Master Halo from Halo. Somebody peed on the seat, so now I have to wipe off the seat before I sit down. Those damn alien bastards upper-deckered me. No, it's not erectile dysfunction, I'm just tired.
If Duke Nukem was with me, he wouldn't have to worry about that ever again. I'm just saying.
My doctor recommended I get a colonoscopy. Me forever. Duke Nuke them.
Duke Nuke them! Duke Nukem!
I'm here to lick ass. I'm here with no stated purpose regarding that which I'm going to kick or chew, and the status of my inventory is irrelevant. Halo 2 the King, baby. Google.com Crash Bandicoot nude mods. Having diarrhea in the bar restroom with the exposed toilet refills my health meter. I'm here to duke nukes and nuke dukes, and I'm all out of nukes. I've shitted my camo pants. I'm the friggin' Duke. Oh damn, I caught erectile dysfunction. I'm gonna spend 30 minutes in airport security unlacing and taking off my huge combat boots. Time to pee in a bottle. I'm trying to jerk off. I'm gonna rip off your head and faint at the sight of blood. I'm having sex with Santa.
Duke Nukem is currently in critical condition at the hospital being treated for the cardiogenic shock into which he fell after he saw fan art depicting BJ Blazkovich's penis as slightly larger than Duke's. Please keep Duke in your thoughts and prayers tonight.
Time to get in a car accident. I'm Duke Nuke them. Those alien bastards circumcised me. Throwing cigs at this man's ass. POV. X. Spin. The line at the DMV is longer than I expected, and I need to pee, but I don't want to lose my spot in line. Time to drive under the influence. What? My camouflage pants are not camouflaging my diarrhea. I'm gum. I'm gonna get the death penalty. Time to think about the babes. My friend Rick is having his birthday party at Dave and Buster's. I've been banned from Dave and Buster's. I'm gonna pass a kidney stone.
Duke Fortress 2. I'm a super listener. You'll regret this. I'm sorry, you guys. I completely lost my composure. I can't. Oh my god. I'm gonna hyperventilate. Oh my god. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm gonna pass the kidney stone. I don't know if I can. Okay, one more. I don't know if I can survive anymore.
I hope the guy at CVS doesn't recognize that I'm gonna use this prepaid Visa card to buy porn online. I'm Dukem. Those alien bastards lowered my sperm count. My Starbucks coffee was too hot and my tongue got burned. My teacher docked me a letter grade for copying from Jeff Carlisle's algebra test.
Fucking
The
Jeff.
babes are trending.
I sound like a fucking clown. I'm like.
The airport mafia want Hank dead because he's a train lover. So the murderous international crime syndicate who literally kill people break into Hank's house at night while he's asleep and plant listening devices in his home instead of just killing him because he's a threat to their plans. Their plans to build a normal airport. So to combat them, Frank and Bret send a super chat to the Ralpha Mail, the one and only Gunt, and summon the mortally gay gangbang gang to use their nerdy science tech to sniff out and eat all of the bugs on their premises. After all the listening devices are gone, Frank and Bret talk openly about fleeing to Mexico, so that Brit doesn't have to face justice for brutally beating Gavin for no reason.
I say we cut bait. We grab our fishing pole, we go down to San Felipe, and we throw away our fishing pole.
Is it in Mexico?
We're dead if we stay in Ocean Beach.
Don't they have, like, extradition laws down there? I'd be skipping bail and the other thing.
You'd be so far down a wanted list, they'd never bother to try and pull you back. Bounty wouldn't even cover the cost of the flight.
Brit is very remorseful and is ready to face justice for what he did.
2 years? Hold on, I can't do 2 years in prison, Maggie.
Worst case scenario, a year's jail time.
I can't do a year in prison, Maggie.
とうとう観念したのかいお嬢ちゃん。何を怖がってる。散々村の者を殺したやつが。捕まえたぞガキ。いい加減で覚悟しな。そりゃないだろう、人殺しのお嬢ちゃん。世の中にはやっていいことと悪いことがあるんだ。いいか、
世の中には昔から誰が決めたわけでもないルールってもんがあるんだ。そんなにややこしいもんじゃねえ。よそ者は周りに挨拶して村に馴染んでいく。そんなもんだ。若い奴は年寄りより先に死ぬはずがねえ。それが外場みてえにちっちゃな村を守ってきた大事なもんだ。お前はそいつをズタズタにした。ルール破りは地獄へ帰んな。二度と起きやがってくるんじゃね
え。Brit and Katie sit down for a serious heart-to-heart, where she expresses how devastated she is that Bret nearly beat Gavin to death. But Brit corrects her and explains that he only beat him to a pulp. It's around this time that the audience realizes that this is Hank self-destructing. Sure, Hank caused all of this by encouraging Katie to lie to Brit about cheating on him, and then encourages him to guilt-trip her every day for the rest of her life, and then got him drunk so that he could totally not beat a guy to death, and now his relationship is ruined and he's going to jail for a whole year. But it's totally Hank who self-destructed here. While all this is going on, Hank is busy self-destructing his ex-wife's bed, rekindling his lost love. He promises to her that he's gonna bring down the guys who built that airport. So he goes to think about killing Grand Wizard Zeitland, but changes his mind and goes to visit his sister instead since he's forgotten about her for the past 6 episodes. But he's not actually there to see her because he doesn't care about his stupid-ass sister. He's here because his favorite ethical game journalist is secretly hiding out here, and used her psychic connection to inform Hank to meet her here. Once they're done having unprotected sex on a picnic table, he waves goodbye to the game journalist and says they'll discuss the case later. But suddenly, Hank is arrested for the murder of his ex-wife's ex-husband, a crime that he did not commit because he's a good boy and didn't do nothing. Southpaw claims that this is Hank facing consequences for his crimes, when that factually isn't true.
You're the live grenade in my life. Stay the hell away from my wedding. You're disinvited. And stay the hell away from me.
If you think our criticism amounted to protagonists doing immoral things equals bad, then I would also wonder how we square that away with plenty of content we love. Maybe the argument is that they are pieces of shit, and the show seems to have no idea beyond a handful of scenes chewing them out. The show is downright convinced they are rapscallions with hearts of gold, when in reality they cause a major portion of the horrors in the season. They spent very little time dealing with the immorality of their decisions, because the writers don't think they've done anything wrong. This then bleeds into other characters as well. The scene where Hank is told that he's a piece of shit by his ex was my favorite in the show, by the way. The closest we get to him even remotely realizing how much of a twat he is. Just one question, Muller. Which scene are you talking about? The one I just showed, or this upcoming one?
Henry Dalworth, you're under arrest on 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder.
What?
Oh,
no.
Captain, please.
Read him his rights, get him to holding.
Hey, what the hell's going on?
Hey, wait a minute, okay?
These 2 men, they confessed to the murder this morning. Also confessed that your friend here hired them to kill his ex-wife's husband.
Oh, no.
Get him to holding now.
Maggie, what the hell is going on? Why did Hank get arrested?
2 guys confessed to shooting up Sam's liquor, and they're claiming that Hank paid them to do it.
What? That's horseshit.
It's horseshit that's sticking.
Apparently, Hank has been stalking Jason for weeks. Accusing him of being a child molester. Using his credit card. Wait, do you know anything about this?
Hank checked into the hotel where Gretchen and Jason were getting married, the day they were getting married.
Talk to me, Hank.
I didn't do it, Gretchen. I didn't kill Jason.
The police seem certain you did. A lot of what they say is true. You're delusional. And jealous. Self-destructive. You take every ounce of happiness in your life and wreck it. And you take the people you love with you. But you couldn't kill Jason. You're not capable of that.
I guess all of those scenes will be forgotten.
I don't understand. How can you be so bad at media criticism?
So Hank is released from jail 5 minutes later in the episode, having allegedly faced consequences for a lifetime of crime.
Henry Dalworth, you're under arrest on 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder.
What?
No.
Captain, please.
Read him his rights.
Told you I had my guys on the force. Hey, Pablito, keep dispatch guessing as long as you can, man.
The police don't care. I mean, they kind of come for us, but hey, it's probably fine.
Remember when Cassian Andor went to jail for 5 minutes and it had no impact on the story or his character? So Frank goes back home where he's ambushed by Tan Suit Burke, the man who wears water buffaloes as house slippers, the quickest outlaw this side of the Black Stump. He once ate a bowl of chili so spicy that the devil hisself couldn't sniff it with a 10-foot nose. When he comes a-knockin', you better answer. He'll tie your horse in a knot faster than you can say, "What the fuck, that's my horse." There ain't a horse in the West who can down a hay bale faster than Tan Suit Burke. He's the working man's worst nightmare, and a lawman's worst nightmare also. And today, he's here to do the dishes. He jabs an egg beater into Hank's ear and scrambles his brain, pouring it out his nose and making an omelet with it. Hank drops to the floor, dead. Or so we think. A terrible cracking sound can be heard echoing through the halls, originating from Frank's broken form. His twisted bones crack as his body contorts into the form of the most heinous creature ever to walk the earth. Hank Terrier. He rubber bands back into action, bouncing around the room like an asshole. Burke tries desperately to repel him with his trusty, oversized ping-pong paddle, which he always carries around. But Frank knocks him down and follows up with his all-out attack. This is technically a plot hole since you can't use an all-out attack with only one party member, but Hank does it anyway. He unhinges his jaw and takes a bite out of Tan Suit Burke's favorite tie, weakening his aura. So Tieless Burke pops a mana potion and uses the last of his energy to conjure a butter knife, and uses it to cleave Hank in two with a single vengeful slash. Through osmosis, the grotesque flesh mound that used to be Hank forms itself into 2 distinct entities, eyeless pupils staring daggers across the room at Burke, slicing through his jacket as he stumbles to his feet. Though weathered, a grin begins to curl at the corners of his lips. Frank, only realizing too late that he's knocked over a domino that activates an elaborate Rube Goldberg machine that eventually results in a pair of scissors cutting a string to yank a pulley that drops an anvil on his head, is crushed by the anvil that lands on his head. The sound was unlike anything that any person, living or dead, had ever heard. It was akin to a water balloon stuffed with peanut butter and broken glass being slowly shoved into a cannon and launched at a gas station attendant with palsy. No man who heard it was ever the same again, and the pain that it caused the remaining half of Hank was indiscernible. And Cutsuit Burke has springs in his cowboy boots and he hops up onto the nearest butte, pulling his Acme rocket launcher out from under his hat, taking aim at Frank through the sniper scope. But before he can pull the trigger, the winds shift, and a foul omen falls upon the town. Bad luck to kill a seabird, Burke hears, sending shatters down his spine. He watches in awe as a golden cloud saunters into town, heralding the arrival of none other than Pantsuit Bertha, the only woman in the West to ever give birth to Tan Suit Burke. She once lassoed a kangaroo with its own tail. She single-handedly split the Dakotas in 2. She puts the Scarier in Terriers. She puts the 2 in 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2, 1, 7, 1, 7. If ever there was a woman to lose an arm wrestling match to a grizzly bear, it wasn't Pantsuit Bertha. She's the reason the Crazy Horse Monument will never be finished. She once rode a tumbleweed through Hell Canyon, in the snow. There's only one person alive to take down that one cactus that Tan Suit Burke fought to a standstill, and Pantsuit Bertha is both of them. Yellow-nosed Steve once dealt her a bad hand in poker, and now he sees the world through a straw. There's not a train alive that ain't been robbed by Pantsuit Bertha. With fury in her eye, she raises her revolver and fires a single bolt of lightning through the skull of Tan Suit Burke, ripping his corporeal form asunder and banishing his soul to Hades. And when the dust settled, there weren't a thing left where he stood but a pitiful pile of ash in a tattered tan suit. But actually, Hank just strangles him and he dies. With her mission complete, Pantsuit Bertha turned on her heels and strode away silently, vanishing into the night sky. With nothing else to do, Frank starts burning Pantsuit Brooke's clothes. The scent of burning clothes attracts Brit, who slithers in through the mail slot. "Burning some clothes in here?" Brit asks. "Well, I'm not fucking them, if that's what you're implying." They burn people's clothes on through the night, until they eventually burn through most of their stash and have to break out Mickey's old clothes, which Hank has for some reason, instead of any of his family. And as they're ripping his jacket into strips with their teeth and tossing it into the flames, they come upon a strange manila envelope inside the pocket. And what could be in this envelope, except for incriminating photos of the main villain of the series, Captain Cutshaw, Scourge of the Seven Seas, sniffer of Mexican children. Man the cannon! He once gutted a kraken just off the coast of Epstein Island, using nothing but a cutlass forged from the bones of lost children. Arr, he's the Michael Jackson of real estate. He once built a children's hospital in Mexico and used it as a front to touch kids and photograph himself doing it. So with a newfound respect for Cutshaw, Hank drags Bret off to the marina to board the ship of the nefarious Darth Zeitlin, Black Sorcerer of the airport mafia. They hold him at gunpoint and interrogate him, even though he's in no danger because they're using a lunar-powered gun and they aren't just going to shoot him in broad daylight.
They had guns.
They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Despite this, he pretends to feel intimidated by their threats and answers all sorts of pertinent questions. Okay, Hank, this is your moment. Now's your chance to stand up and do what's right. To solve all these murders, to avenge your best friend. What sort of questions will you ask?
I'm going to ask you questions, and Brit here's going to punch you in the face. Did you order the deaths of Jason Adler and Melody Ferris? Who ordered the death of Mickey Gosney? You plan on building an airport, right?
One of these things is not like the others. One of these things doesn't belong.
Any information that makes a performance of my duty easier will not be met with punishment. Actually, quite the contrary. It will be met with reward. And that reward will be your family will cease to be harassed in any way by the German military during the rest of our occupation of your country.
You plan on building an airport, right?
He asks about the airport, of course, because there's nothing else more important going on. So they demand that Zeitlin take them to meet Cutshaw. And he does, even though he's in no danger. So now, face to face with Captain Cutshaw himself, victory is finally within their grasp. Okay, Hank, this is your moment. Now's your chance to stand up and do what's right. To solve all these murders, to avenge your best friend. To stop this monster from endangering more children. Even though you could have called the police, or the FBI, or brought any of this to light in any sort of way before we reach this point, your time is now. How will you resolve this situation?
My source is bringing me this. It's a pamphlet from a children's hospital.
Your dad knew him?
Yeah, they were drinking buddies way back when, even before you and Dad were. Yeah, that's the guy right there. He had something on the guy. And if he found out, he'd be in trouble.
Shit.
What is it?
Photographs? Does he look anything like this? It's a little memento from your drinking days south of the border. I see why you'd build a children's hospital down there. You had Mickey killed to get that back.
What do you want for this?
For starters?
Now that we've reached the end of the show, and Hank has become a better person, what does our hero do? He has incriminating photos of a child molester, irrefutable proof of his crimes. He's got him dead to rights. He has all the leverage in the world. What does Hank do? What does our morally gay anti-hero with a heart of gold do?
What do you want for this?
For starters?
Put your runway someplace else.
Checkmate, idiot.
Put your runway someplace else. You can hold on to that.
What the fuck did you just say?
Cutshaw, rich guy, just gets away with murder.
My deal with him was that his airport went away and he got his pictures back.
Case closed. Let's get drunk.
So now that the airport has been stopped, Hank gives Cutshaw all of his child porn back and calls it a day.
Okay, Chief, take him away. I'm gonna go home and sleep with
Brit's wife. After seeing so many photographs of Cutshaw raping and then eating cancer kids in Mexico, his Mexican rape hospital in Mexico, Hank has a sudden urge to visit Mexico for some unknown reason. So he tries to convince Brit to skip town instead of facing justice for his merciful beating of Gavin.
Gavin!
Just keep that in mind. I'm not done with it yet. So the next point brings up the final scene of the show, in which Hank is driving Brit to prison in accordance with his order to surrender. And on their way there, they stop at an intersection, and Hank offers Brit an option to go live in Mexico instead. There's a number of reasons why Hank could be making Brit this offer. It could simply be a test of his character. I personally believe that Hank offering this option to Brit is informed by the fact that Katie had told Hank that she had cheated the morning after, and had only kept it hidden from Brit for the next 4 episodes at Hank's insistence.
Oh my god, he's never gonna forgive me.
No, he's not. Because you're not gonna tell him.
What?
You're gonna lie to him. This never happened.
I mean, I tell him everything.
He can never know about this. And I know this might kill you a little bit, and it might eat you up inside a little bit, but it'll kill him more if he knew. Okay? The kid you pummeled, she didn't sleep with him.
What are you talking about? How do you know?
Because I've known. Because Katie told me.
When?
When it first happened, she was desperate. She hated herself. She made a mistake. She made a grievous goddamn mistake. She was lost and she didn't want to lose you, so I told her not to tell you. Because I knew what you would do, and look what you did, man. And look where you're at. You should have just listened to me and walked away.
Hank would naturally be feeling responsible for what Brit is about to go to jail for, and, although making progress across the season at making amends with his old partner Mark, is still shown to have a ways to go with making amends with his ex-wife, and can't fully rid himself of his self-destructive traits that are fleshed out across the season and explicitly spelled out at the end of the 2nd episode.
You are a good friend. I give you credit for that. But you gotta know he is gonna let you down. God knows that I love Hank. But it is not in Hank Dalworth to do anything but self-destruct on people. And when he does, everybody catches shrapnel. I got the scars to prove it.
What could be a more fitting way for Hank's arc to intersect with Brit's than for him to cast himself as a devil on Brit's shoulder as a result of said traits, while Brit is trying to become a more responsible adult in preparation for fatherhood. The two of them think about this for a moment. The light turns green. Hank asks Brit,
So what do you say, partner? Which way will it be?
and the scene, episode, and show ends right there, not answering definitively which way they go. Mahler and Fringy bang on a lot about this scene in their coverage at a morality angle, which we'll get to momentarily. But first, I just want to mention that Fringy hasn't criticized Brit for a choice he's actually made, but just for entertaining this as an option. That's because, according to them, Brit doesn't even feel remorse for assaulting Gavin.
He doesn't even have any remorse for the fact that he did it.
Brit does spend most of the next couple of episodes in a state of denial that he did anything wrong. But here's the thing. When he tries to minimize what he did, he immediately gets pushed back from his lawyer.
What? I got in a bar fight.
No, this was no bar fight. A bar fight is two drunk guys getting in a slap fest over a waitress. You laid in wait, Brit.
When he later talks to Katie and she mentions Gavin, he asks about how he's doing.
I saw Gavin.
How is he?
He's messed up.
When he tries asking Katie to take him back, she rejects him, on the basis of what he did to Gavin. Then, after he's had some time to process everything, he accepts that he deserves to go to jail.
I'm going to prison, Katie. I deserve to go. I mean, I earned it. Also need to prove to you that I can take responsibility. When I get out, I want to be the baby's father. And I want to be with you. You know, if you'll take me.
I'm a cock. I'm a fucking cock, guys. Yo, like, share, and subscribe.
I can't see it all, even if
Dear Ralph, I sent you a message. You still ain't calling. Left my Skype, Twitter, and Discord here at the bottom. That one time you got kicked off Discord last autumn. There probably was a problem with the servers or something. Wink, wink. Motherfuckers say shit. I usually block them. Fuck them. Why not? But this time, it's a pretty big problem. My girlfriend's pregnant too. I'm going to be a father. No, I'm kidding. It's just my girlfriend's daughter. I heard your channel was banned. Sorry, dude. I had a friend who killed himself. Just a shame that it wasn't you. And I know you hear this every day, but I'm the biggest fag. I even flagged your fat ass where you said nothing bad. But I flagged all of your posters and subscribers, man. Why the fuck do you think I keep so many fucking tabs open? Anyway, and I hope you get this, man. Hit me back just to chat. Truly yours, the biggest fag. This is Matt. Hating my fucking daughter. My girlfriend's daughter. It's just my girlfriend's daughter. Man, hating my fucking daughter. It's definitely my girlfriend's daughter. My girlfriend's daughter. Dear Ralph, you still haven't called. I hope you have a chance. I am mad. I just think it's fucked up. You don't answer fags. If you didn't want to talk to me on the kill stream, you didn't have to. But did you have to tell my kid that daddy was a black dude? She's only 2 years old. We listened to your bullshit show for like 4 hours and you just said, that's pretty shitty, dude. I'm like her fucking idol. She wants to be just like me, man. She gets more views than I do. Let's be real. I'm nothing like you. I think I'm just an autistic character or have a tremendously low IQ. Dumb as fuck. But flagging helps when I'm depressed. I even got a tattoo of Tyrone on my breast. And I even cut myself just to see how much it bleeds like my faggot friend Crowd. Excessive faggotry. You gotta call me Ralph. I'm the biggest cuck you'll ever lose. Sincerely yours. P.S. We should buy some Ripple too. Hating my fucking daughter. My girlfriend's daughter. It's just my girlfriend's daughter. Man, hating my fucking daughter. It's definitely my girlfriend's daughter. Daughter. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. My girlfriend's daughter. Please, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. My girlfriend's daughter. My girlfriend's daughter.
Monday match. Beta Bell.
My daughter's still making noise. She's not feeling well. My girlfriend's daughter.
Dear Matt, I meant to write you sooner, but I've just been busy. I heard your girl's banging vagrants now. How far gone is she? I'm really glad we found that your daughter's black, and here's an autograph for her father. He's probably upstairs in the sack. You're welcome to come back to the show. We really miss you. Don't think I leaked your shit intentionally, just an issue. But what's the shit you said about them being your fucking kids, dude? Come on, Matt. How much of a lying cuck is you? You got some issues, Matt. I think you need some counseling to keep your ass from flagging when she's on his dick bouncing. And what's that shit about y'all sleeping together? That type of shit'll make me think she ain't touched your penis forever. I really think what y'all need is a babysitter, so maybe you're just there to feed her litter. I hope you get to read this letter. I just hope it reaches you on time. Could you block me on Twitter? The kill stream's doing just fine. So stop being bitter and quit being a fucking fag. Why are you so mad? Try to understand. It's fine if you're not a dad. I just don't want you to do some crazy shit. I seen this one shit on the news a couple weeks ago that made me sick. This dude was in church and shot himself in the face with a crucifix in his hand and boners up to his waist. And then the reverend found a tape, but it didn't say who was who. Come to think about it, his name was... It was you.
Hell no, son, ain't gonna get the gun. Seen a lot of things and they've only just begun. Cause the minute they speak is the minute
they... Memphis, Tennessee, straight up this bitch. The gun. Big ups to MC Jarbo. Did someone say, wait a minute, Matt, no, should've kept my head in my cab low. Now I'm just getting played like Hasbro when I'm not butt fucking handicapped. I'm calling out your woefully insufficient level of lactose. So that's where the fat goes. Look at my legs, bitch. Ain't no circulation in those. I got them black toes. Listen, Faith, don't act like you wasn't sucking them shits like it was Leo DiCaprio's. But I bet you think my kid's some kind of lasso that you can just throw to straight up mess with my cash flow. Learned a few lessons for black folk. Child support. No, collect the fees from the depths of my asshole. It may says, yeah, I stand behind him. The perfectly law-abiding citizen who's not violent would never smack a bitch and force her to go and hide it. Lord, protect this man like you protect Hunter Biden. And Faith says, where's my child support? Get the fuck away from me. I never leave the Ralph Castle. Like, I'm gonna just show up at your house. Sorry, the Ralph ain't no Frank Hassel. I just don't care. I pills and get high, so my soul ain't there. I'm trying to buy my way to heaven, but I'm nowhere in there. Fuck it, straight to hell. We go. I'd rather sit in this chair until I grow gray hair. I'll be dead at 45, man. I ain't scared. Trying to buy my way to heaven, but I'm unprepared. I guess it's straight to hell. We go. Never see my ass in no ring. This ain't Knoxville. I just dox and will, cause that's all I can bring. No, you will never see my ass in no ring unless it's money laundering as the kingpin of the fucking pedo ring. I'm from the Bible Belt. I get the kids young, and I got my own church. Matt called the kids shunk, and I ain't talking about no college kids sung. If they can crawl, they can shit run. Am I wrong? How did I not learn my lesson? I think I'll just molest one more. Slip in next song. I'll put on this song. Get into the pink song. Sing along with my good friend Ian Miles Strong. Now Josh says I'm black as fuck, nigga. You cope, boy. My dick's small, but it works. What you need's a rope, boy. With your busted ass dick, why don't you stick to what you do best? Then go write some code, boy. Pop called me the pills, very dope, boy. This fat fuck's on pills, and he's so fucking dope, boy. Ask my mom every day if she's proud. She's like, no, I'm not. You're a goddamn joke, boy. Lord, I just don't care. My pills and get high, so my soul ain't there. Try to buy my way to heaven, but I'm nowhere in there. Fuck it, straight to hell. We go. I'd rather sit in this chair until I grow gray hair. I'll be dead at 45, man. I ain't scared. Try to buy my way to heaven, but I'm unprepared. I guess it's straight to hell. We go. I just don't care. My pills and get high, so my soul ain't there. Court order deadline to pay this hoe's daycare. Fuck it, straight to jail. We go. I'd rather sit in this chair until I grow gray hair. I'll be dead at 45, man. I ain't scared. Try to buy my way to heaven, but I'm unprepared. Straight to hell. We go. One more for the live audience. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for all the donations from all of you stupid, fucking dumbass motherfuckers. There's a lot of dumb motherfuckers around there. Big ups to T-Clips.
And thankfully, that's the final episode of the canceled television show Terriers, because it was canceled, and deservedly so. This show may be the worst show that anybody's ever seen, in every aspect. A plurality of the show's 13 episodes revolve around sex crimes or outright rape, at least according to the show's one and only fan, who's very proud of this fact. Whether it's hidden camera revenge porn or cannibal child molesters, you can count on this show to gish gallop through a series of side quest filler episodes instead of developing a central plot. So what positives can you take away from Terriers? Surely there must be something, some moral lesson to the audience, such as, don't build airports without consent, and if you catch a child molester building an airport, you better stop them from building the airport. We don't want them molesting people's property rights, just their kids. Southpaw is very lucky that nobody watched this show, because that means he never has to address all the child molestation in the story, or the McMartin preschool fanfiction. He can just call his best friends rape apologists and then lie about it and threaten to kill himself.
I've never seen such self-destructive behavior.
You're delusional. And jealous. Self-destructive.
It is not in Hank Dalworth to do anything but self-destruct on people.
I can't even begin to tell you how sick I am of dealing with this. Knowing what really happened, feeling its effects every single day.
Every single day.
What I can tell you is just how bad it got after this call with Wolf had, for all I knew, forever slammed the door on any chances of me being heard or understood. I had been confused and hurt for months, But things really began to unravel for me after this call. Any hope of resolving this and communicating my actual reasons for going no contact for those 3 to 4 months had seemingly been dashed to the ground. Nothing was making any sense. I was working crazy amounts of overtime at work during the holidays, and I lost God knows how many hours of sleep as I tried to process why this once sweet escape from the mundanities and hardships of life had turned into what it became. Mentally, physically, and emotionally, I was pushed to my breaking point, and I fell into a very ugly depressive state after this call took place. Now I'm seeing people cheering Wolf on for his blatantly disingenuous and abusive attitude during this call, in which he spent the entire duration of it just going for my jugular, twisting any knife that he could.
I want to twist the fucking knife.
And in turn, vindicating my initial decision to just go no contact with them. I wish I could have stood up for myself more, but speaking from past experience, I tend to freeze when I'm put into these sorts of situations. I prioritize remaining as calm as I can, not sinking to the level of the person hurling abuse at me, and just take it. It's quite possible, and I'd even say likely, that the subjects of this video feel remorse over what happened. If I'm being honest, I don't think they've done a good job with delivering the type of restitution that they were certainly expecting from me when they believed that I was the aggressor.
You know, Baller, I know all kinds of things now. Had a little chat with your old pal Chaseface a couple weeks ago, as he was seething and balding about you and Wolf disavowing him. Had to sit there for 2.5 fucking hours hearing shit that made my stomach turn in all sorts of directions, just so I could see what he'd say if he believed that he had a listening ear. Thank you, Addiction to JCS. And boy, oh boy, did he sing. He sang, and he sang, and he sang. Wowzers. Cannot say that much of what he told me about either of you surprised me, but I was still glad to hear that you cast him out after finding out what he had done. I'm well aware that you know that he admitted to everything, for as much as he tried to weasel out of really being held accountable for what he did, and now I can't help but see that you have a substantial portion of your audience that believes his ex is a liar. Seeing as how your ideal response to having your inaccurate criticisms criticized by somebody you just thought was a coattails writing weirdo anyways, Chase's words, not mine, is to essentially threaten to drop some doc exposing them. Maybe now that you know Wolf's ex-best friend ever went and ran to me within hours of you guys disavowing him, maybe that will give you the drive you need to use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim. Because, after all, we both know you care oh so much about victims of sexual abuse, right?
They believed that I was the aggressor.
For no reason, 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 or for no goddamn reason.
So when Southpaw gets his hands on evidence that somebody he knows is sexually abusing a minor, he follows in the footsteps of his hero and role model Frank Terrier, and decides to simply use it to further his own ends.
You understand. The point of this message was to literally the last part of the message is saying, maybe that will give you the drive you need to use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim, because after all, we both know how you care oh so much about victims of sexual abuse, right?
And against the victim's wishes, he'll insert himself into the drama to make it about himself and his personal beef with Mahler over Terriers. Seeing as how your ideal response to having your inaccurate criticisms criticized by somebody, because after all, we both know you care oh so much about victims of sexual abuse.
Victim blame rape victims if possible.
SK and I said that this was victim blaming.
They called Katie a bad character for cheating on Brit, apparently, not understanding that she was raped.
She was raped, and understandably so.
Use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim, because after all, we both know how you care oh so much about victims of sexual abuse, right? Now, Kira, do you have any problems with this message?
I'm so sorry. Repeat that last message for me.
Yeah, I've got time.
You know, Baller, I know all kinds of things now. Had a little chat with your old pal Chaseface a couple weeks ago, as he was seething and balding about you and Wolf disavowing him. Had to sit there for 2.5 fucking hours hearing shit that made my stomach turn in all sorts of directions, just so I could see what he'd say if he believed that he had a listening ear. Thank you, Addiction to JCS. And boy, oh boy, did he sing. He sang, and he sang, and he sang. Wowzers. Cannot say that much of what he told me about either of you surprised me, but I was still glad to hear that you cast him out after finding out what he had done. I'm well aware that you know that he admitted to everything, for as much as he tried to weasel out of really being held accountable for what he did, and now I can't help but see that you have a substantial portion of your audience that believes his ex is a liar. Seeing as how your ideal response to having your inaccurate criticisms criticized by somebody you just thought was a coattails writing weirdo anyways, Chase's words, not mine, is to essentially threaten to drop some doc exposing them. Maybe now that you know Wolf's ex-best friend ever went and ran to be within hours of you guys disavowing him, maybe that will give you the drive you need to use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim. Because, after all, we both know you care oh so much about victims of sexual abuse, right?
So in the screen cap, in the latest screen cap, at the very end...
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, this, yeah.
The big long message, the one that TMR said, I sound like a Batman villain in this message.
Mm-hmm.
So I said... maybe that will give you the drive you need to use your platform to actually take action and stand up for Chase's latest victim. Referring to you, Kira. Because after all, we both know you care so much about victims of sexual abuse, right? This was a month after Wolf complained that I called them, quote, rape apologists, because I publicly called them out on victim blaming. That was cool. Kira, do you have any problems with this message?
Victim blaming.
Oh, I'm talking about EFAP's victim blaming from like 5
months
before
okay.
this. No, or like 4 months before this. I'm saying, are there any problems with this message here?
No.
Do you feel like I was making this about EFAP or Terriers?
No.
Listen, bitch, if you don't tell them right now that this is not about Terriers, you're gonna have another fucking accident, do you understand? Tell them right now that it's not about Terriers.
As for Chaseface, he's a liar, a narcissist, an animal abuser, and a groomer who deliberately seeks out minors to seduce. There's publicly available evidence to sift through. I mean, Fungus, he has like 3 different Google documents about him.
You should have more.
Yeah, you should have like 50. He should have more because Southpaw says right here. There's no question in my mind, because even the heavily sanitized version of events I got from Chaseface directly made my skin crawl. Okay, so you got some information about potential grooming, or not potential, confirmed grooming from Chaseface directly. Why don't you talk about that then?
Southpaw is mentioning specifically he has knowledge of Chaseface's monstery.
Yeah, which he should definitely... I mean, anything that you've talked about before, like, Chaseface is 100 times more important. This could stop, like, an actual criminal.
Yeah,
right?
So... No, I'll go so... I'll say this. Chaseface is just a criminal. And he's just got away with it.
Cutshaw, rich guy, just gets away with murder.
My deal with him was that his airport went away and he got his pictures back.
Because people who he has, like, Southpaw has said he has had his sanitized versions of the events, and it still made his skin crawl. So Southpaw has knowledge of the events, and he has not gone to anybody with it. He hasn't gone public with it. He hasn't gone to the police with it. So Southpaw is just, he's in effect just allowing a known pedophile, a known sex offender, to continue roaming free.
The only one we really still have issues with is Chaseface, but if he denies anything we say, we have a recording of the call where he made the claims we'll discuss anyway.
This is a very different story now, knowing the truth about Chaseface's departure from EFAP.
Let's break down a brief timeline of events. Chaseface had a falling out with EFAP due to the allegations and evidence coming out and being used against him. Mauler and Wolf privately disassociated with Chase, and this led to Chase to try to hear out Southpaw's side for what happened between them, while also discussing the accusations being made against him, where he admitted to much of them being true. Ecom and Shandy had a disagreement with how Southpaw was handling the recording of this call after it was done, and it was a growing issue for them that they later voiced after they felt we crossed a line. The line being that Southpaw encouraged me to jokingly use my alt account to parody Fringy in his Discord server, which my friend Bootneck joined in on by parodying Mauler, which led to a doc being written by Shandy against Southpaw and I, which to this day he doesn't stand by anymore and has deleted, though it has still gained much traction in the EFAP community and led to tons of flack towards Southpaw and I. After this falling out, Ecom had a call with Mauler to try gathering their side of the story or to ask any questions they had. Jeb has claimed to have come out of the call thinking we've left out context for how the EFAP guys handled the Terrier situation, which prompted a back and forth between our community and theirs. It was a mess, but eventually it was resolved and we don't hold this against them anymore. I do, however, need to explain this because this is what prompted me to ask Mauler about what was said, while directly confronting him on their wrongdoings during the Terrier situation. I would also like to clarify that if I say anything mean or harsh about the Ecom folks being dishonest or scummy in this set of DMs, I don't stand by it now, even if the information being discussed was mistaken on their end. So, I've been told that some context for the Southpaw situation was left out entirely due to a recent discussion Ecom had with you.
Yeah, I wonder who chose to leave out important context for the Southpaw situation. You know, like this message.
Well, baller. Just had a little chat with your buddy Chase Face, and let me say, it was pretty unbased, like your Terriers takes.
That message was sent to Mauler over a month before the messages that SK is reading right now.
And one of them advised me to see if we can VC about it just so I can hear it out. So here I am. Just let me know when you're good for a call.
Zodiac was the one who asked to have a chat, and that was over bad blood being cleared up. I agreed because I didn't know what the problems really were with those guys, and I was on good terms with Zodiac through DMs. The conversation then had Southpaw come up here and there, and I just gave a few answers that apparently there's confusion over. He and I discussed over things I saw being said in his server last year. I considered him quite a friend, so I was shocked by a lot of it. I clarified that I had no intention of making anything public, nor saying anything to further upset him. I simply wanted to move on as it was all unfortunate. I have said nothing about any of it since it happened. Sometime later, he became convinced that I gaslit him. According to Sky, when all I meant to do was ask him why he said what he said and move on. Sky also asked if I was planning a takedown of him, a doc or something about him, which is pure nonsense. I told him personally in that call that I don't do anything like that. I have no interest in it and never have. Don't know who started that rumor, but I can understand why it might motivate a person. You can let him know that whoever told him that either lied or is gravely mistaken. It seems there's a huge amount of anger still brewing, and I've heard a couple of strange things about all this when I really thought it was over, and then we could simply go our separate ways. I consider this quite personal, and still do. I don't have any intention of talking any more about it, as I never did in the first place, and I genuinely hope he has a good, fun life filled with satisfaction over whatever his passions may be. I certainly don't wish him any harm, and I never did. Hopefully this helps in some way, but like I said, I seemingly missed a lot over these months and remain invested in leaving everything alone and getting on with my work.
So if Sky said that you specifically were to blame by Southpaw for gaslighting, she's wrong. Southpaw was referencing Wolf and Fringy. Wolf, for example, told Southpaw that he was getting angry in that call and made him believe as such, despite the fact no timestamps from the recording can actually prove that.
I mean, Hank's upset.
But, so Hank was a cop before, right?
Yeah.
So he knows this, that like that's not how it works.
Well, yes, but he's upset.
And her choice in response is to have them beaten and then cause the police to arrive, and you're saying, well, hopefully good cops show up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
and the call of his voice as well on the
he's friends with the guy.
Because, like, at the beginning, we have him lying at both, like, about tax.
Look, this is a thing that I've always known about the show. Yeah. Oh, look, they lied under oath. Oh, look, they tapped with a It's like, what?
And he's threatening to steal it back.
So he knows that she took it.
Yes.
The phone, you find the video, and you'd be like, is this the only copy? And then you kill him.
Well,
even
yeah.
if he says yes or no, really.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they held him at gunpoint and he went for the gun and they had to shoot him. I don't know.
Okay,
like,
but then you still chat for the
Yeah, you still get the phone in that scenario.
Well, again, I don't know if they had gloves at the time. It's like...
Didn't the guy, like, he chased after them at the beginning, so he would have seen their license plate.
If he was staring at it while running at them.
So he could provide all of them except proof that he can pay it. He's got no chance of paying it from what I understand right now, which means they wouldn't have accepted.
Sorry, what? They weren't going to shoot them in broad daylight.
Shoot them? Just
apparently they were. Like,
no,
but also, yeah.
He was threatening him with a gun. That doesn't mean he's going to shoot him with a gun.
But what gets him the next lead?
Again, the idea is, I guess the neighbors call the cops and she's counting on, like, they mentioned that they have half the OBPD on their side, but maybe she's counting on, like, cops that aren't on their side being sent over to arrest them.
My God, man. Okay.
Which is like, you know, in the middle of a crime.
That's not really...
What?
Why aren't the cops running a trace on the phone?
Probably watched it by now.
I'm not sure how phone traces work. Do you know how phone traces work? Hank has to get a loan.
Well, it's too late. We're saying it's already been moved forward, and it shouldn't have yet.
Hey, in relation to the fingerprints being left on clothing point from the first episode, I just want to point out that that wasn't apparently a thing until 2011, which was after the show was aired.
And then only one of those 4 people have priors and are wanted currently. And that's the one that everyone is... 2 of them are saying started all of this.
And the one who committed the assault fled the scene.
Is that too? Yeah. I just was thinking as well.
Southpaw believes so at first based on Wolf's word, but upon a watch of that watch party on my own with other people, we found Wolf's claim to be horse crap. Southpaw rewatched it with some friends and I, and realized that Wolf spawned that out of thin air. On top of one of Fringy's claims towards Southpaw being that he asked them to stop criticizing the show, as a means of comparing Southpaw to overly hostile people he deals with in his mentions. I'm just going by memory here. I'm betting there's more instances of Wolf and Fringy doing this if I looked further into it. But the point is, this was not directed at you, and it comes to no surprise to me that Sky fucked this up, given their recent tendency to act completely dishonest. I don't know if they told you, but it was Chaseface who started the rumor that you were going to make a doc. He told Southpaw this in a call after you guys had your fallout. I understand if you don't want to talk about this too much. I just asked about it because Jeb is saying context was left out on Southpaw's end, and basically accused him of manipulating everyone into believing his case. I demanded Jeb to provide the context that was left out and wouldn't budge, and said, just go talk to Mueller, to gain the missing context. I'm not seeing what was left out, but that's not on you, that's on him for making the claim and not backing it up. Anyway, I hope I didn't take too much of your time. Have a good night.
Oh, I think Sky might have said it wasn't just me who did the gaslighting. My bad if I messed up what she said. I'm really not sure of what happened between Southpaw and Wolf, but I thought they had a strong relationship, and obviously stuff happened between them during stuff between me and him. I can't really help there. As far as I know with Fringy, he was under the impression that the show wasn't to continue because of how Southpaw felt. I know Fringy pretty well. He would never intentionally gaslight someone. Seriously, he's similar to me in that he has little context for what went so hideously wrong, but also would prefer to carry on with his work and such. Chase started it? Well, Chase very much passionately hates myself and by extension EFAP right now. We didn't exactly say things he wanted to hear regarding recent events. From what you're saying, I can tell you he lied to Southpaw in order to infuriate him and cause some major strife because he knew it would. This actually makes some sense because all he ever knew from me was that I explicitly didn't want any drama, and that I didn't want to say anything about any of you publicly that relates to drama stuff. I don't think I've even made a Google Doc before, I'm not even sure how. Chase was explicit in the conversation with myself and Wolf that his primary concern was loss of revenue, when we asked that we not associate with him anymore. He didn't care about our friendship. He was furious that he was no longer going to receive additional views on his videos and alluded to having been wronged. It doesn't surprise me that he found a way to manipulate the situation and cause damage. I feel that my investment in not coming for Southpaw's reputation is supported by the many months since these conversations and my lack of saying anything disparaging publicly, despite whatever developments pop up. I don't know what else could prove anything to you. I don't think it's unreasonable that you've asked about it, dude. I'm really just not built for this sort of thing.
I'm built different.
I'm incredibly nerdy at the core, and interpersonal drama can make me feel ill and tired when I want it all over with.
Did she mention what I said about what Wolf and Fringy said? Like, did she provide examples like I did, or just say that Southpaw thinks they gaslit him? If no examples were even given, I still have serious issues with their approach, but obviously that's not on you. If they were, I have no idea how they can conclude that those two are in the clear. You're not sure of what happened between Southpaw and Wolf? From what I was told, upon you being messaged by Southpaw to hash things out one-on-one, you spoke with Wolf in a call about whether or not you should respond to his DM, then ultimately decided not to. While I'm at it, I should reference back to Wolf's call with Southpaw 4 months after the Terriers debacle started. I bring this up because Wolf tries to represent you in that call, which drags you in some very insipid stances. My judgment, however, remains directed at Wolf here, since he's the one saying this stuff, not you. Southpaw also extends this benefit of the doubt despite previously being under the impression that you were fully aware of everything due to your closeness to those two. And if the things Wolf is saying about your side as a whole is untrue, then he misrepresented you and needlessly gave Southpaw a more negative impression of anyone misrepresented. Also, each of the details from the Wolf and Southpaw situation that I give you that Sky and the others didn't, it's an issue tallied with how they approached this. Especially knowing they had accessed, watched the recording, and discussed it. So here's the list of things Wolf himself has said or stuff he claims your position to be. I will be citing this recording often, so you can check it out for context if you haven't already heard it. Southpaw made a mistake so his audio is out for the first 4 minutes, but you can still hear Wolf. So right here, I quote a part of that voice call that I just went over, and a lot of this is stuff that I already broke down, so let me just sum it up. I talked about how Wolf and Fringy misrepresented Southpaw in DMs, and I talked about how there's no awareness of their wrongdoings, and that there hasn't been any kind of apology given. If you really want to read the whole thing, you can pause the video and just read through it all. Otherwise, I'm going to be moving forward. These next few screenshots are also going to be breaking down things that I've already broken down in this video, so once again, if you want to pause to read it all, you can do that.
Wolf claims you sent this to him. Wolf somehow came to the conclusion that Southpaw retweeted it.
That's a lie, by the way. Put it up on screen.
And you know that there's people on Twitter, and I believe you retweeted one of them maybe more than once yesterday, who was bringing up anti-trans things I said literally years ago that you know for a fact I don't stand by now.
Wait, when did I retweet the anti-trans
You didn't retweet.
thing?
You didn't retweet that. It was someone who you had retweeted about other things. At least I think you had retweeted them.
So either you said Southpaw retweeted it when he didn't, or Wolf is lying about it.
When did I retweet the anti-trans
You didn't
thing?
retweet. You didn't retweet that.
I'm most inclined to believe Wolf lied here given everything else he has been saying.
I mean, I honestly can't say that I believe you. Because you've lied before. You've lied several times.
I then said it makes sense that Chase is an unreliable narrator in the situation. I kind of suspected that there'd be some half-truths thrown in. Sorry to hear he ended up just using you in the end. To end this off, if what I presented here wasn't presented by Sky and everyone else there, then their approach was awful. And the idea that they didn't even bring these up and just went, well, I guess they're in the clear, is baffling. As for how Wolf misrepresented you, I'm not gonna go, well, Mauler must agree because Wolf said so. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of the downright shitty behavior involving Wolf and Fringy, since you seemed pretty unaware or unsure of what was said and done. Southpaw wants me to make sure you understand that he really had a great time when he was part of EFAP, and genuinely enjoyed your company. He meant it when he said you were like a surrogate brother to him. His behavior was not optimal with a squeaky clean record.
I'm a fucking idiot, and you don't deserve to have an asshole like me for a friend. Is there a path to redemption for them? Absolutely.
Sure.
They're gonna have, they would have to work for it, though.
I won't even talk about what a big, dishonest piece of shit you are in general.
First and foremost, a retraction of the criticisms is in order, and that's a start. Grown-ass man whose whole thing was all about criticism, baby raging over his friends being rightfully criticized for victim blaming a rape victim. Public apology. They're fragile little bitches.
All the chuds that are going to be, watching this.
Who make their own intellectual shortcomings everyone else's problem by throwing truly delusional tantrums about things you've never said. You are a morally bankrupt piece of shit. Find out what his real name is. Find out what his real name is, and then just refer to him as his real name and never call him Rags. This is just the new lie that EFAP fans are making up. Come on in, Mauler.
It's
I'm not
reference
gonna
time.
fight you.
We're not running.
Much deep down, them, they are just some of the most pitiful people in existence.
What they did was essentially a betrayal.
Your ass is on the chopping block. I don't really care if you get offended over the use of the word gaslighting, which again, we even accepted it could have been entirely accidental. Given the degree to which they were extremely hypocritical, dishonest, cruel, and thin-skinned, I'm sorry, but how exactly am I supposed to continue respecting these guys at all? Why did we not do this video a year earlier? Why did we wait a year and what, 3 months? A year and about 4 months before we decided to talk about this? Why did we take a year and 4 months to do this if we weren't trying to give them a chance to handle this themselves? Like adults. I'm gonna boil it alive in its mother's milk. Like, critical thinking is just, it's left the building. You can argue with me all you want, argue with a fucking wall. I'm right, you're wrong. Kill people! And I'm so sorry, but they drew first blood. Murder people! They not only consistently misread media, they even seem to do it willfully. They like to argue in bad faith. It makes them happy. I'm built different. From where I'm from, we call that fucking around and finding out. But that doesn't mean that I actually support it. You failed to take any responsibility for your fuck up. You lied about a piece of art. You unfairly denigrated a well-written piece of art. You did it to defame a friend. You did it to slander me. If you truly believe this, you have failed a rather important litmus test for narcissism. So this is just sort of like social intelligence 101. Fuck you, okay? Yeah. Just fuck you at this point. So, I am a person. I'm a human being. I don't have a soul. I have been trying to just talk about the references from the bottom of my heart. Fuck you. I really am not going to take your opinion any more seriously than I would a flat earther or a Holocaust denier. This could have been a non-issue if you just realized you fucked up and apologized. Lonely, hateful, and just plain cruel internet trolls who lack even a shred of integrity or compassion for anyone besides themselves. Fucking Christ! So, I'm actually seething now! I'm here to talk about a show that no one has seen, nor are any of these guys' fans apparently willing to actually watch. Come and fucking hit me.
You've run this whole time. You've run for a third of a fucking year. You've been running from when it was reference time.
Year and a half. Year and a half. Year and a half. Year and a half. I'm sure EFAP's ever emotionally intelligent, rational, unbiased, good faith fans will be able to see through his blatantly cruel attitude on full display here. This is the behavior of someone who has no real interest in putting in the effort that it takes to deserve being taken seriously, who's just resentful over their lack of whatever it is they desire in life, who has some perhaps deserved insecurities about their own intelligence. If you're a fan of EFAP as they are, I don't think you have a leg to stand on to complain about harassment. Now, I'd like to clarify that if you are a fan of EFAP who actually argues in good faith and will at least hold off on making vicious attacks like this until the other person has basically drawn first blood, what I'm about to say is not about you. Genuinely speaking, EFAP audience can all go fuck themselves. We could honestly go on for 12 hours. I could go on for 12 hours. EFAP lied about someone's art, and their fans let them get away with it. No knowledge of the law, or incredibly basic concepts like how inciting incidents or character arcs work, or how framing works. Making fun of someone for feeling suicidal, I think that breaks the subhuman threshold for me. Yeah. That's just like, yeah, you're just an unrepentant cunt. Yeah. You're just an evil person. You're trash, Mahler. Mahler is not good at what he sets out to do as a critic. Stupid debate bros. He doesn't argue in good faith. He's just a pseudo-intellectual debate bro. He wasn't ever really my friend. When competent e-celeb, I only have a parasocial relationship with. And he's just an all-around off person. He's being a pig-headed prick. A verbally abusive piece of shit. And I realize that's very, very harsh what I just said. I stand by all of it. I'm actually really mad! No one who is a slightly well-adjusted person, who is actually happy with their lives, acts in this manner.
But I think this is very important to understand why he did what he did. His perception of events was pretty badly fucked by the way Wolf and Frankie framed his actions. Despite the mental and emotional toll this has had on him for months, forgiveness is not beyond him.
If you ask me, it looks like EFAP has become a bit of a sacred cow to these people, and I committed the cardinal sin of not agreeing with their bad faith criticisms. I should have just automatically agreed with whatever they had to say, or I should have just kept my mouth shut on the matter. Well, I'll have you know that sacred cows are my speciality. They are not yours to slaughter. Setting aside the blatant projection from this fanbase, I'm honestly quite disturbed to see so many people dilute the term sacred cow in the manner they have, as if it is suddenly wrong to get aggravated by someone who is misrepresenting art with inaccurate criticisms and then getting impossible to reason with. People who aren't really fans of either me or SK might actually relate to this if they look into what SK recently said about The Incredibles. Yeah, I'm not really convinced by his arguments at this point. Maybe he has some better ones up his sleeve. On the flip side, every last person who has bothered to look at the show and then looked at EFAP's criticisms of it have come away with the realization that EFAP are either dishonest or just plain media illiterate and aren't worth listening to. Why is that? Well, it's because not everyone who watches EFAP has attached a significant portion of their identity to these guys being right all the time. There are people in their audience who are genuinely interested in the truth and are willing to put in the work to find it, even if it means risking a dreaded realization that their favorite YouTubers don't live up to their own vaunted standards. I would bet this even describes a fair number of their fans who clicked on this video. Even for folks who didn't really love the show, this has caused their admiration for these folks to crumble. It isn't really possible for them to value what they have to say about art, especially for those who had initially ignored the show on their recommendation and then realized they were urged not to watch what is, by all accounts, a quite well-written, well-acted, and entertaining show, in tandem with their indefensible mistreatment of a friend, and their refusal to own up to any of it. But that all requires them to first ask a question that not many of their fans seem to be willing to ask in the first place. What if they were wrong?
Not true. That's impossible.
No, 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 no.
Oh no,
No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no.
No!
It's not like EFAP has never had a bad take and then written off all dissent as people just butthurt over valid criticisms made about a sacred cow of theirs, but for whatever reason, much of their fanbase really couldn't have entertained that was a real possibility. No. Of course EFAP couldn't actually be this wrong about a TV show, right? They certainly have a better track record than Southpaw anyways. I'm going to just take their word for it.
Several months later.
God, Southpaw is still bitching about this shit. It's truly unbelievable how butthurt he is that they just proved his sacred cow is terrible. So it's come to my attention that the most diehard loyalists of Mueller and EFAP, the ones I don't expect to ever be able to reach, do not know what the term sacred cow actually means. Just add it to the ever-growing list of things that they fundamentally don't understand. For them, it is a thought-terminating buzzword that they've appropriated so that they don't have to entertain the possibility that they might be incorrect. They've basically redefined it to mean anything that you are personally attached to, when in actuality it's a fairly useful term that describes a very real phenomenon that isn't hard to come across if you begin poking into the right things, or wrong things, rather. That idea being that something is just considered off limits to criticize, even if the criticisms are valid. You see, it's one thing for someone to just wish to personally abstain from a discussion, but they leave others alone and allow them to have it. That's not really what comes to my mind when I think of a sacred cow anyways. Now, if you love Spider-Man 2, as most people do, and haven't really noticed any issues with it in regards to plot holes or internal consistency, and you'd prefer to remain ignorant of them, that's perfectly fine. There is no shame in wanting to avoid looking at or hearing criticism directed at something that you enjoy and do not want tainted for you. And it's also fine if the lens through which I perceive media isn't compatible with yours. You see, sometimes people get a bit defensive of what they love getting criticized to the point where they jump to personal attacks, or they make defenses that they wouldn't be making if it weren't for a pre-existing bias for it.
I mean, you definitely got a risk there, but like, this is a risk you gotta take if you want to execute on this plan.
Or they'll even outright insinuate why you shouldn't be criticizing something because it's some unfalsifiable, universal truth that something is good, rather than just making a sound argument for why you're wrong.
To say something is objectively bad is disingenuous, because you have, for one, nobody can really be that objective. Everybody has bias, however slight they do. Because we're human, it's fine.
12 seconds later.
But there are certain universal truths. Batman the Animated Series is the greatest animated series committed to television. You could not like the series, but it's still the greatest of all time. You could not like ice cream, but you'd be wrong. You could not like puppies, but you'd be wrong. These are universal truths.
You might have some honest, perhaps even totally airtight criticism against something, but you're dealing with a fanatic who's just chosen not to accept your perspective as a valid one.
Well, would you say that this is a flaw in the movie?
No, the movie is perfect.
It's not perfect.
It is perfect.
Why is it perfect?
Goodbye.
However, sometimes the person you're arguing with is refusing to be reasonable, and their criticism is either factually inaccurate or it's setting a ridiculous standard for how we approach media. Because, to reiterate what I said earlier, I have no idea what sort of media actually would hold up if we were to criticize it in the same manner that EFAP did to Terriers, considering how they called anything and everything under the sun convenient, even if it was an inciting incident, made up how things work in the real world, and ignore incredibly simple characterization and framing. And I can only hope you might see how incredibly obvious that's been for me from day one at this point. On my server, I called for people to criticize things that would actually survive the level of scrutiny that EFAP are believed by their fans to apply to all media, using the kinds of arguments that they were making for Terriers. As a way of demonstrating what that looks like, why don't I pick a movie at complete random? I promise this isn't going to end up highlighting any hypocrisy or anything. Anyways, let's critique Mission Impossible Fallout. Hunt should have told the president/organizations more. He should have been more critical of Cavill. He should have been using more weapons in all of the scenes. If Hunt cared about people so much, he shouldn't have let the people steal the stuff in the opening. If the terrorists wanted to do their plot so much, they should have tried harder. How much time passes between each scene? It's a plot hole. Why doesn't Hunt get replaced by someone younger? Why is there so many new characters when we have so little time to understand the ones we have? Alec Baldwin gets shot when he's supposed to be trained? Plot hole. What's the point of cameras if none of them picked up anything? Why bother with guns if you miss? Why is there oxygen for people who die anyway? This is something I'm hoping to coin, but it's a branch of derangement syndrome. You hate a story so much, you just ask questions like a machine gun. They all have answers, but you are convinced by the fact that you asked them that you have a case. To the point that you will honestly ask why Spider-Man is keeping his identity a secret from Aunt May. What the Oh wait, this was what Mahler said less than a fucking year before unironically developing Terrier's derangement syndrome.
Oh, whoops. Whoopsie.
Flashback.
I think this divide in the fan base is the reason that Southpaw is somewhat of a divisive figure. Whether right or wrong in his analysis, he tends to only go after media traditionally well received by audiences, like Spider-Man 2, meaning he immediately alienates the group of Mahler fans who simply like having their emotions validated.
Quick clarification. With Southpaw, it's not about like finding things people love and destroying them. He's like this in microcosm today. He very much believes that a lot of people in the EFAP audience are very hypocritical. Now, I can't think of any reasoning for why he might have concluded that in any way, shape, or form. It's not like that's something that this very comment is essentially addressing, because it's way more common for people to hate like one thing every once in a while. The less common is people like that you're seeing on EFAP, where we're basically like trying so hard to maintain all the standards we basically try to create to make a foundation for the discussion for all these different kinds of things, which is like, oh my god, this thing fails, this thing fails, this thing fails. There's like Man of Steel, for example. Like, those people, I'm pretty sure in our community, were very pro Man of Steel, and then we covered it extensively. We were like, this was really bad by the same metric we used that likely brought a lot of you here in the first place, being The Last Jedi. Like, so either you can commit to, yeah, okay, well, that's not bad, and it's because TLJ isn't really that bad either, and that we need to find a different system that makes it so that TLJ is bad while Man of Steel is good. Like, good luck with that. Honestly, wish you all the best. But that's not all we do here. We're very much about the whole consistency thing, as in like cause and effect. We love that in storytelling. Oof, gorgeous, wonderful, tasty.
End of flashback.
This idea that as a rule, people are never allowed to get aggravated by criticisms towards what they care about is bunk. Universal law is for lackeys, and context is for kings. I'm afraid that not everything is a sacred cow, folks. Sometimes, criticism is just wrong, or it sets an untenable standard that no media at all can live up to if applied consistently. And if all you can say in response to someone pointing that out is that they just have a sacred cow instead of actually engaging with their argument, then I hate to tell you this, but you are the person with a sacred cow.
I think it's clear to anyone watching that Terriers is a weapon, designed for the sole purpose of inducing psychosis in the viewer, driving them insane, compelling them to burn every bridge and every relationship they have, to sever their connections with their closest friends and surrogate older brothers. Considering that it's inspired fans of the show to sit down rape victims and force them to watch rape scenes in the break room of the local Walmart, It's safe to say as well that this show rots away any moral foundation that its viewer may have had at one point. And that viewer is you, Southpaw. This is what you're doing. This is what you've been reduced to. Spending years of your life dragging out petty internet drama and depending on your brother and neighbors to hold you back from killing yourself over a television show, destroying the lives of everyone you touch in the process, including the victims of sexual assaults you claim to care oh so much about. And now that you've alienated and scorned every person you've come into contact with, that's it. You've won. You've defended Terriers. Now it's just Southpaw, alone in his big boy suit, with no one left to talk to.
Well, it's just because he talks about, like, I shouldn't be afraid. I wasn't supposed to be afraid, but I was, so I ran away. Yeah. Which is what happened, right? That's what happened when he was confronted by Wolf, is he ran away. And I feel like the broad way to interpret that, right, is he's running away from life. Like, life got really scary for him. And his response to that was to reject life, in a sense, to go live in this cat sanctuary, just, like, soul-destroying, miserable, not a very engaging life. I guess it's safe, but it's not particularly interesting. So like this is sort of an acknowledgement of that, and that's something he's done before. He's taken like the wrong approach. He's running away from this problem that's confronting him.
from the bottom of my heart.
Nigger?
I'm not a member of Medicare. I was tricked into joining, but then they found out all my personal details and messaged all my Facebook friends saying I was going to kill myself and ruin my social life. Then they started trolling my DA friends, and I eventually deleted my account and started over with this. Fake Piss was their nickname for me, so I kept it. Kinda ironic in my opinion.